following announcement has been paid for by the WZWA Network.
Hey everybody, this is Erik Watts, and you are watching The Insider's Edge.
Hi everybody, this is former WWE superstar Al Snow.
CW Anderson.
Sean Oliver.
My name is Eugene.
And you are watching the Insider's Edge podcast.
Now get on the train.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the WZWA Network podcast here in conjunction with Blue Wire Hustle. I am your host with the most on the West Coast, California in Philly. It is great to be with you all here today, and I am pumped. I'm excited because you know what? When we started this podcast last year, you know, I thought to myself, man, it's going to be so difficult getting guests. You know, who am I going to be able to get? But as times wore on now, we're 40 to 50 interviews deep, and it's getting easier and easier and easier. And there are just some people that I just never thought I would have the opportunity to talk to. Not for any other reason other than maybe they just haven't been in the wrestling business a while. But here today, I'm talking to somebody that I'm just so thrilled to talk to. Big fan of this guy. He is the one and only, the legendary Erik Watts. Erik, how you going, sir?
Hey, brother, how you doing, man? That was quite an intro right there. That was quite an intro. I love it.
I'm the king of it, man. I start everyone floating on a cloud when we start these interviews. So
nice.
Thanks for joining me here today. How are you doing at the moment?
Man, I'm doing fantastic, and congratulations on your success, brother. I mean, I'm hoping that you starting out thinking I'm not gonna, it's gonna be tough to get a hold of people. I would imagine if you do good podcasts and you treat your people right, they'll probably give you a good word and lead you to other people. I mean, because everyone in the industry is most everyone's pretty close to each other. And believe it or not, you don't just sit in a pool of people and talk wrestling all the time. But like I've got outside business with other wrestlers, so we speak quite often. Like DDP, I speak to Dallas probably once every 3 or 4 days,
cool.
Just to cuss him out about his freaking yoga that's kicking my butt. Yeah. So and so in between times, we're always talking about, oh my gosh, did you do this podcast or did you do this YouTube video? Or like my son. Oh my gosh, my son tells me one more great podcast to Dallas Page. I'm gonna see if I can do adoption papers and send him over there.
Awesome, bro. Yes, no, you are right. I've built such a good reputation with some of these guys that I've actually become friends with a lot of the people that we've interviewed, and we message every now and then. And one nice guy, Mean Mike from Disorderly Conduct in the Texas Hangman, I think he's scored me about 6 or 7 interviews now because he's tight with some guys. So it's been good. Yeah. Some of the people have just been so incredible. But anyway, enough about me and my success. I want to talk about you and your success in life and everything that you've done in the wrestling business and beyond. And first and foremost, here's a question I'm sure you probably get all the time. Growing up with a famous wrestler as your father, how was that for you?
We don't have enough time on this show to explain all of that. First and foremost, if you go back to the day, especially when people are talking about the Mid-South sports era, you can go and you can ask almost any. Well, put it this way. I haven't heard anyone that has traveled territories talk about a tougher territory. It was just on the road, double shots on Sundays a lot of times. And so my father was one of the top draws of that territory. And I'll say this, I don't think anyone is rebuked this or anything, not because he was the promoter. I can tell you towards the end of his career, a lot of times he would have wished to write himself out of a scene. It was just that the angles or whatever was so tight and it was so off the chain that he had to stay in it. As a matter of fact, today I threw on a hat that Dusty had given me when I was doing training for him, and then me and him were wrestling a lot at his TCW, Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling, and it said The Last Stampede. And he was kind of calling that run of his was going to be the last run in his own promotion. And I remember when my father, he came out of retirement in 85 to say the Stampede's alive in 85. And then I believe the name of his 87 tour was The Last Stampede, So I had my polo, fatigue jacket on the day because it's cold as heck up here in Atlanta. And so I put on the fatigue hat with Dusty. And I started laughing about it. And much like Dustin, our fathers were on the road. That's how they made money. That's how they built the federation they were with. So it was mainly my mother would be raising the kids. My dad would come in for discipline. It seemed like that, or to come in to watch a game or what have you. But I had kind of the perfect mother and the perfect father in the essence of my dad was a workaholic. My mother was a workaholic in her own right. And she told me when I was young, and I figured it out. She goes, many times, not all the time, many times the most important person in a presidency is the vice president, because the vice president's running around doing all the cloak and dagger type stuff, workarounds, not wanting any of the praise. They're wanting none of the limelight. They're wanting nothing. They just want to support the president. And my mother did a phenomenal job of that. And in two different worlds, right? My dad was this raised in, coming out of the Depression. My parents had lived through the Depression, and it was nothing but, you didn't talk about your problems. You made your own journey. You made your own career, because times are tough for everybody. I remember my dad talking about when his mom would get mad and want to discipline him, how she would actually make him go soak in a tub for an hour before she belted him. It's because she'd just say, it's unfair. You're so big that, me just belting you won't be enough. I mean, the guy was paying, I think he was paying rent when he was around 14 or 15 years old. You had jobs, bagging groceries when you're 14, 15, you paid rent once you start making money. So he came from that. My mother came from the fact that her country was independent and then Russia took it over. And so her family that were entrepreneurs said, hey, we're going to raise a family of entrepreneurs, and we can't do it in a communist country. So they escaped. And so my mom had that European upbringing, open mind, you can achieve anything you believe in type. And so it was a great combination for me. But my father, man, when he came in, he was loving and yet very harsh. And it was, you had no in between. He loved you to death, or he was harsh as hell. Nothing in between. I hear people all the time going, when it comes to promoters, when it came to bookers, when it came to owners, he was by far the toughest SOB that you were ever around. And I said, yes. He must have turned it down a notch when he was around you some bitches. Because at home, he was no different, put it that way. No different. And I don't take, I feel blessed and lucky to be raised in that household, but there were no gray areas. You knew where you stood 100% all the time, whether it was on your head or on your feet, you knew where you stood. So that was it. And also I was in an era too, where my father was against people breaking kayfabe. So we had a running rule, and we had a very how do I say this? My dad was feared in the streets as much as he was in the office. And if you didn't know him and you took a shot at him, you got to meet him. And a period. I mean, he was a very physical person. Okay. So he was a very driven person. So he goes, I'm gonna tell you guys young. He goes, if any of your friends ever ask if wrestling's fake, start out with a punch to their nose. Right. And back then, I thought back more and more about it, and none of my friends ever asked me whether wrestling was real or fake. And I think it had to do with them seeing some of the wrestlers come over, and my dad, and him being beat up off the road, head busted up, limping around because we had a gym in our house, working out, but in the sauna, in the whirlpools, rehabbing his body the few days he was home. So yeah. I think that they took it very serious. But But I didn't even know. I mean, I had my beliefs, but it wasn't until I think I was 14 or 15 that my mom actually told me that wrestling was, entertainment. And she said, and if you tell your father, I'll deny it. So even that secret was kept within the family until, again, like I said, I think it was 14, 15, maybe 15 years old before it was officially told to me. And back then you wouldn't know the difference because the dressing rooms were completely separate. Guys didn't ride together. It was easier to keep. So that was the persona when he drove around town. No one asked him. Everyone knew it was, put it this way, everyone knew it was real. Even these kids knew it was real. You feel me? So, and when he came to the games or whatever, I wasn't in the stands. I was very athletic. Probably the only time it caused a problem is when I first started amateur wrestling in fourth grade, which was actually late in Oklahoma. Oklahoma's a big amateur wrestling state. I remember going to a tournament and I didn't know any different. I'm learning how to wrestle. And, this kid comes up and some guys go, oh my God, you got last year's state champion or whatever the hell it was, fourth grade. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gonna go give it my best. And the kid comes up to me and goes, hey, he goes, man, just promise me you won't put me in the sleeper. Swear to goodness, this kid asked me, and so now I'm getting kind of cocky, like, this guy's scared of me, right? And I think he pinned me in probably about 30 seconds. Completely kicked my ass. Because when you're learning, brother, amateur wrestling is not something you just, hey, I was a natural. No, you put your time in, and it wasn't until I think I was in 8th or 9th grade that I started going undefeated every year. It took me time. And a lot of good coaching, but that would probably be the closest thing to my dad influencing the sport, because basketball, no one ever, thought my dad was a basketball player, even though he did take a year to learn basketball or two, played a few years when he had a broken arm or something like that. I can't remember exactly how that happened. Football, he's way up in the stands or he's on the fence watching, whatever. Now there, believe it or not, there was a few crazy stories that actually did happen, football, but this was more like when I was switching schools my junior year. My dad and the athletic director got into it because he wanted all his kids to have ample opportunity, just as he wanted every athlete at the school to have every ample opportunity. If you were good enough to play defense and offense, then you should be allowed to. And it was my freshman year where the coach was like, hey, your son is going to be starting in high school as a quarterback. We don't need him starting as the defensive end. He goes, I didn't ask you what you need. And of course, early in one of the preseason games, I broke my left wrist. And so they squashed me playing defense, had a cast and all that, played. And so the heat started, my dad started getting hot under the collar, And so there was a big to-do. I ended up leaving that school as a starter my junior year. And we were going on to a team. And actually me, my brother, and then another friend of ours all went to this school, and it was called Tulsa Metro Christian Academy. And they'd heard that these kids were good athletes, but their father and, people didn't mess with us, put it that way. Not because of our father, because we all had our own names by that time in sports and academics. We were fantastic academics, but we were also kind of known as our father, not to be messed with. We didn't look for problems, but if they happened, we kind of finished problems, was kind of the thing. So we hear about this. And so we have a big triad scrimmage coming up, and the board of this Christian school is coming to give thumbs up, thumbs down, because at this private school, they could refuse to have people come into the private school. And so my dad's like, hey, you guys watch your cussing. Don't do any underhanded, crap, not underhanded. We weren't cheap players, but if someone said something, turn the other cheek. Don't trash talk. And so here we are. And I'd never played in a scrimmage where there was 3 teams. I'd only played scrimmage against someone else. So it was really weird. Well, 2 teams are on one sideline. and then the other's on the other. Well, these guys were John, because here they are, playing Cowboy Bill Watts' son. I'm already in the press. I'm already in the workup. We're having a game. I'm playing offense. I'm playing defense. And you know what? I wasn't the guy that wasn't going to talk crap back. So we're talking, and me and Richard Wales, and we're, the kid that came with me, and it's going down. And I remember, one of these big kids, 320 pounds on the other team, he just had enough of it. We were kicking their butt, and he thought that he would talk enough crap to get under our skin. Well, it didn't. It got under his skin. So this idiot, I remember I'm sitting on the sidelines. This guy's like, Watts, you know what? You suck after the game. I go, we don't have to wait for after the game, bro. We don't have to wait. And he goes, you're right. We don't have to wait. And he started charging me. And my dad's on the sidelines and all this other stuff. And everyone's there. And he starts charging me. I'm like thinking to myself, this idiot just dropped his helmet to charge me. So he dropped his helmet. I had my helmet off. And he's coming at me. I'm thinking, this guy's an idiot. And so I just took my helmet and cracked his skull open about 7 stitches wide. Just dropped him like a bad habit. Well, here comes the rest of the team, and it's on. Bam, bam, bam. All of a sudden, you see my dad just throwing people. I mean, you see people just throwing, just saying, hey, let him go. And basically, he was saying, hey, let my son fight. They engaged, let him fight. And so now you can imagine the verbiage and the words, and we're just pounding people, man. Bam, bam, bam. So after the game, my dad's we're in his car, and we're driving back instead of going back with the team. And he's like, well, that was a great scrimmage. You guys did fantastic. He goes, he goes, well, there goes all the, don't cuss, he goes, we're getting a brawl. People are taken to the hospital. and I'm looking, waiting for him to get mad, and he goes, and what was with that dumbass coming without a helmet? He goes, there's no rule, because to me, there's no rules in fight. I'm going to nail you every which way till Sunday, That's just the way we were raised. We're going to go. You're going to remember me, right? And so my dad is like, driving back. He goes, well, because we may have to look for another high school to go to. and so I don't remember what day it was. I think it was a Monday. My dad gets a call. Well, the head coach, Rod Goodsell, was the founder of this this school, and he was also the person that gave chapel on Wednesdays, right? We're at a private school, so we go do our thing on Wednesdays, and he so he was the guy that spoke. And man, when I tell you, it gives me goosebumps to this day. Everyone loved Rockin' Rod. Okay, Rockin' Rod. He was 6'5". He was probably 340. And he was Olympic powerlifter. Like he was on the Olympic team when he was younger. So this guy could squat, deadlift, bench press, So Rockin' Rod, brother, he was awesome. His son was a senior. I was a junior. Scotty Goodsell, his daughter was there. So he was kind of one of those guys that you could believe in and you could follow because he was real, right? So it was a great time, and so here we are. And this is before school. So I knew Scotty from the team. I didn't know the daughter yet, but I mean, Coach Rod, he was the head coach. We loved him. And so Rod calls my dad and says, Mr. Watts, we got to talk. So, and he goes, okay. He goes, your children, there was a little battle about whether your children were going to be accepted at Metro Christian Academy. He goes, and I don't want to go into detail. I think you saw what happened. and my dad goes, you're damn right. And he goes, you guys need to learn not to pull people off each other. He goes, that's how people get hurt. No one should have been touching my son. He was knocking people out. So Rod's like, yes, sir, I understand that. And he goes, you know what? Everyone's excited to have your kids there. And my dad goes, are they? And he goes, yeah, they're very excited. And my dad was like, he goes, well, that's good. He goes, I didn't think they were going to let the kids in. He goes, on their athleticism, on their academics, yes. But he goes, and that's not how a football game should happen. He goes, I can't believe two sides were on the same side. That guy was coming at, my kid, and he defended himself and all this other stuff. He goes, that's never happened. My son's never gotten a fight on the football field, on the sidelines of the football field. He goes, here we're coming to Tulsa Metro Christian Academy. A fight breaks out. They're under scrutiny, and not scrutiny of the board. The board wasn't expecting anything. They're just out there to see how these people are going to act because they're private school. At a private school, believe it or not, when you sign on to go to a private school, it's different from a public school. A private school, they can judge you the way you act at school, but they can also judge you about your private life. And if your private life doesn't represent the public school and what their mottos and what their faith and what their beliefs are, doesn't matter about Christianity or not. Any public school, they can say, see you later, you know? And he goes, well, Mr. Watts, he goes, the way we see it is we're a Christian school and we're all sinners. And what greater kids than to have at your school to show the change God has than your kids? You know, and the thing about it was, it had nothing to do with faith. That we were, I had my faith already. And my dad was a believer and stuff like that. My brother Richard, we were all Christians and all that other stuff. But it was awesome how my dad told me the story. You know, like Rod Gutzel, this guy that was bigger than life and awesome, talking to another man that's bigger than life that's awesome. And basically he was saying, yeah, some things came up and I squashed it. Like, how are we going to judge these kids? If anything, we should welcome them in. And that's exactly what they did. And I had a phenomenal experience at Tulsa Metro Christian Academy. But that gives you an idea, of how my home life was. It gives you a small snippet of how my home life was.
Well, you're right about, how much information was there with that question. That was the first question, and I think we're nearing 20 minutes so far. So fantastic story, Erik. Loved it.
I'll try to slim them down. I didn't even throw in how my dad talked to me after the first time I bit a guy's ear off. But we'll talk about something like that later.
Okay, cool, brother. So you're growing up. Your dad's this famous wrestler. You're watching him on television. Obviously, just being the son of a famous wrestler, you're going to become a wrestling fan. When did you realize, when you were a young man, okay, this is something that I want to do. I want to follow my dad's footsteps and do this as well?
So there was a great divide, let's just say that, as far as keeping things business and keeping things business. And again, I'm going to give my mom a lot of the credit. So my mother said to my dad early on, she's like, I don't want any of my kids in the business without having their college degree.
Right, good call.
And so a lot of people may or may not know this. My dad played at the University of Oklahoma, okay, a football player. And then my dad left the University of Oklahoma to go play pro football. So my father never completed his degree. So he went to the Houston Oilers back then, just to tell you something, right? So my dad his mom had come to visit him, and they were on the way home to go eat dinner, and she crossed some tracks and didn't see a train and got T-boned by a train. Found her a few hundred yards down of the tracks, almost gave up the search for him, and then found him like 300 yards down. So when they came, he was in a coma and all this other stuff. When he came out, he was never supposed to walk again, blah, 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 blah. Okay, back in the day, my friend, because he played at the University of Oklahoma. University of Oklahoma, Bud Wilkinson, I think, has the longest winning streak at 35 games, so forth. So they were a freaking powerhouse. So you think offensive player, defensive player, this guy was a monster. No, he was a beast, but he wasn't a monster. Your average lineman was 220 pounds. So I don't know exactly what my dad was weighing at. I think he was like 240, and so which was big. Well, after he got T-boned and told he'd never walk again, he had a friend named Jay Smith, which if you go way back into some of the archives, there was a guy named Jay Clayton Smith that wrestled at Mid-South Sports. And that was one of my dad's best friends. And that was the guy that got my dad into working out at the gym, which then led my dad, working out with weights, which then led my dad not having any money to scrimp up enough money to start the first gym at University of Oklahoma for free weight gym so my dad could work out. I heard it wasn't the nicest gym, but it was a gym that had weights. So those guys worked out. So my dad in that one season, from what I understand, he went from like 240 to 310 working out, 310. And my dad was known as one of the, if not the world's strongest man, along with Bruno Sammartino. Okay. I've got pictures of my dad would go to Hawaii to do some heavy workouts once a year. My dad's workouts were all pretty much the same. You know, he wouldn't count those collars. He would do 225 20 times. You do 315 20 times. Now, again, remember those collars were 2.5 or 5 pounds a piece. I can't remember back in the day. He didn't count that shit. He goes only pansies count the collars, right? Today, if you add 1 ounce to a bar, I'm counting it. Okay. And I'll lie about it. I'll say it was a 10-pound 1 ouncer. Okay. I don't care. My ego means a lot to me. So he'd do the same thing. He would do 225 20 times, 315 20 times, 405 20 times. He'd do 500 10 times. And then he would put 10 pounds on and he would do doubles all the way up to 585. Then he'd do doubles all the way back by 10 pounds. Then he'd get 500. He'd do 10 times. That was kind of his first exercise. Okay. He believed in doing 100 reps in each movement. So that's what he did. So my dad, I have pictures of my dad with 585 bent across his chest and smiling for a camera in black and white in Hawaii. So the man, put it this way, the man was pretty strong. I didn't need those pictures because when he disciplined me, I knew how strong he was. And so, so my dad, rocket ship, took off, was a big guy. Well, why I'm trying to tell you this is people thought that anyone that was over 220 or 230 were fat. So when he went to the Houston Oilers and he was playing ball there, tearing it up, a coach called him a fat ass, and my dad removed his teeth with a punch. Hence, then he was traded to Minnesota Vikings, which actually ended up being a fantastic move because that's where Vern Gagne of the AWA found my father, and then talked my dad into wrestling. And then and people get confused about the NFL. The NFL was not the NFL of today. It was trying to make it. It was trying to survive. But even then they had a little bit of an ego, and they got a hold of my dad and said, "Hey, we heard you're pro wrestling. We don't want there to be any confusion." Well, it's kind of stupid because back then pro football players, they worked in the off season because they weren't making any money. I mean, I think my dad's contract was $7,000 or $17,000 a year back in the early 60s. And so most of these guys went back to the farms and plowed land or worked at a grocery store or a baker or whatever. And then they were pro football, but they weren't going to have a pro wrestler. Right. And so my dad just said, "Hey, I appreciate what you're saying, but I made more money in the off season than I made for you guys playing football. Right. I'm going to go pro wrestle." And so, my dad was a big, strong guy. And that's kind of how he got going into the pro wrestling, and things took off as far as that's concerned, that way. With my mother, she basically said, "I don't want my kids in that situation because what if they get injured or hurt? They have nothing to fall back on. I want them to have a degree." Remember, here we are in Oklahoma now. My dad is very tight with the Von Erichs. My dad is very tight with the Gagnes, is very tight with the Grahams, right? Because my dad wrestled for a lot of these people. Some of these people were mentors. Vern was a mentor. Mr. Graham was a mentor to my father. Okay. The Von Erichs were very tight. I mean, when my brother was doing shot put and discus, my dad flew in, Kevin, and Kerry Von Erich to show them shot put and discus, because those guys were great athletes, and I remember them in the yard showing them, and it was phenomenal. So my mom, the Rhodes, the Blackjack Mulligan, all these wrestling families, the first thing they did, they were breaking their sons in at 14, 15 years old, whether it was reffing or whatever. So that was excluded from us. However, we were always pushed to be entrepreneurs. My first business was a fireworks business at 14 years old. It only lasted a month and a half, 2 months out of the year, but it grew to be a pretty dang nice business. Okay. My mom opened a few businesses, and so we worked there as well. Then my dad was like, no, I don't need you guys working so much. I need you guys home when I get home. And I understand that, however, so what I'm getting at is I separated the fact that if I ever wanted to wrestle, it would be after college. Okay. So that so it's kind of weird that you asked me it's not weird that you asked me the question. When I reflect about the question, I never had any, I don't know, how do you say it? It didn't sit in my mind day and night. Oh my gosh, if I wanted to wrestle, I can't without going to college. I already knew I was going to college because my thought process was this. I don't want to go, even though I could have, I didn't want to go to college to amateur wrestle because what was in it? What was in it, right? Amateur wrestling, I love. To this day, I watch it. In Olympics, I watch it. National championships, I watch it. It is one of the greatest sports alive because when you step on the mat, you cannot blame anyone if you lose but yourself. That's it. That's it. It's a chess match. You got beat. Deal with it. Go train. Win. That's it. There's none of this political bullcrap. I've never been, now listen, maybe some guys say there is politics, but there's wrestle-offs, bro. And if you could beat whoever had your weight class, you were the guy. Okay. But so I'm like, okay, well, if I'm a pro wrestler, it's not going to make a difference whether I go amateur wrestle. I've already amateur wrestled. I'm not at the college level, so I'm not doing that. I was very frugal growing up. I expected to take care of myself and myself only at all times. I wasn't a handout person. I was a workaholic. So I at a young age, even though I saved for college, and my parents put a little bit of money, not a whole bunch, but they put some money back for college too. I was going to pay my own college. And the fastest way to pay your own college is to be good enough in academics and athletics for someone to pay you. So I prepared myself to get an academic scholarship, and I prepared myself to get an athletic scholarship. And I had the options at basketball, football, wrestling, and academics. And I chose to go play football. And I really was going to make a shot at trying to be a pro football player. Towards the end, the politics in football, which there is plenty of politics in football, but it doesn't make me love the sport any less. I said, man, you know what? I want to go look at what wrestling's like. Today, do I say, should I or should I not? Well, in today's world, had I thought about it again, I wasn't going to go in the first round. Okay. I was going to go in a later round, third or fourth or fifth round. Why not give it a shot? I could have always come back to wrestle, but in my mind, I was so burnt out of football, and not because of football, the politics were so stupid. It just angered me. So I went to just train, and really when I got into wrestling, it wasn't the idea to go wrestle. I actually asked my dad if he knew someone, because I was in Louisville. Atlanta's not far. Atlanta's 6 hours away. And all I asked my dad was, as kids, we've done everything. We set up rings. We sold shirts. We tore tickets. We lights, music, work behind the camera. We had done everything but be in the ring, set up chairs. We had done everything. Drivers. Like if there's a double shot day, a lot of guys had to split up because the shows were so close. Like Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Oklahoma City, Tulsa is an hour and a half difference, but your main event had to be driven. He couldn't make the town on the same time, right? So whether we're drivers, no matter what, we were there. And the worst days, like I said, a lot of times were Sundays because we still had school on Monday, and there was times when we would go set up the ring in Oklahoma City, okay, and you set up the ring in Oklahoma City, they have the show, you're driving people back and forth if you need to, and then you may go tear down that ring because you put up the Tulsa ring already to come back to Tulsa to tear that ring down, to go put it in storage, right, make sure it's wrapped right and done right, were some of the things that we did. And so we were all immersed into the business. When I came to my dad's office, before I didn't know any better, there's Jim Ross. Here's my dad. Well, Jim Ross is a big name. Jim Ross was not a big name. Jim Ross was a guy that loved athletics and got verbally yelled at all day by my father, right? Like he put it that he was an announcer. And he took it as announcer. And announcers back in the day were there to not be heard, but to be heard. And the key of an announcer back in the day was You were there to amplify the life of the people that are the true showmen in the ring. If you're heard too much, you take away from the attributes of the guy in the ring.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing my dad used to say, but we need to grab the attention of the audience so they get to know this person. So that's how important the announcer is. But my dad always played the announcer as, you're just an announcer, right?
Yeah.
And but the true art forms, if you go back and look at the Mid-South tapes to see my dad and Jim Ross announcing together, or Gordon Soley and those people, to tell that true story. My dad would find out stuff about these wrestlers and start talking about their academics or their athletics in high school. They made them a real person, right? Which made wrestling fans appreciate them. They're like, oh, they're just like us. They put their shoes on just like we do. They're just better athletes, right? So someone can sit there and go, hey, you know what? You could be a wrestler someday, right? Just like if you've gone, I can't tell you how many times you go to the gym and the court is full of people 50 years old shooting 3-point shots and saying how great they are and calling themselves LeBron James. They're not LeBron James.
No.
But every one of those people that sweat at the gym or go and play or beat up their kids that are 20 years younger than them on the court, think they could be LeBron James, which drives the NBA. You follow me? So with that being said, I never even stepped foot into thinking that I was going to pro wrestle because it wasn't there. But I loved pro wrestling. I'm gonna tell you a secret. It's not because he's my dad. My favorite pro wrestler was Cowboy Bill Watts. His intensity, his realness, his authority, his American pride, the whole country pride, the whole thing, believe you can achieve thing. I love that. It just so happened it was my father, right? So I was in the audience. I had my favorites. I had the guys that scared me to death. There's bad guys that scared me to death. They'd come down the aisle and like, oh, I thought they could kill anybody, right? It was real to me. That did not even switch in my head until the day I called my father and said, hey, do you know anybody in the Atlanta area that trains? And he goes, one of my good friends, Jody Hamilton, the masked assassin that I used to wrestle against, has a little school south of Georgia that I could give him a call. But if you're gonna go kind of work out to see what it's like, you better have respect. And I said, Dad, I'm in shape. I'm this, I'm that. I'm just gonna go down and I just want to see what the ring's like. Because I was only 3 classes away from my master's in business administration. I graduated my first degree in 3 years. Okay. And so then I was there and the only reason why I had to push it off to the summer was because when you get to your thesis class, you have to plan your master's perfectly, because I could have finished before the summer. The class wasn't available. So I had to push that class to the next fall if I wanted to complete my master's. So I was just going to go down. I had a month off. I was going to go down and see what wrestling's like. And I showed up and boy, was everyone serious. Okay. It was a warehouse, like a long warehouse with garage doors with a whole bunch of different tenants. And I think they had 2 bays in it. And I don't think they ever paid for air conditioning. and the doors would be up and they had 3 rings in there. And there was a guy that I called the Mad Gremlin, Sarge Buddy Lee Parker, and which was the most mean. He was the meanest little munchkin I've ever met, right? And he was known for beating people up and running them till they throw up, and push-ups and hinge squats, and he had a little bit of amateur wrestling background, which made him dangerous with a lot of the guys who would come try out. So he could tie you up pretty easy and make you look stupid. He could take a pretty good wrestler, and if he ran their legs to where they were rubbery, he could still take advantage of them. And so I kind of remember that. And we got there, and I guess they thought that, no, Erik Watts is coming down to see what wrestling's like. So shit, I was there at 8:00, and we would stay till 6, sometimes 7:00. Then I would take I stayed at a hotel near the airport. where they gave a lot of the boys really good rates. It was a Ramada. It's not the nice Ramada. It's the other Ramada. But that other Ramada was famous because Flair and a lot of the guys loved this lady named Delaney. She was the hotel manager, and it was kind of their place to go and drink on the low key when they were in town. So it's kind of historical, that little Ramada was, and a lot of the guys parked their cars there for free because then Delaney would have the bus service take you over for free and shit.
All right, yeah.
But with that being said, so I was there for 23 days. I worked out every day. It was effing brutal. I don't know if any of the guys, none of the stars came down there. It's a misconception. It became the power plant, or Jody and them were the ones that started doing the power plant. But it wasn't the power plant. It was Jody Hamilton just so happened to work with some of the guys that were trying to go to WCW. And it was difficult. It was hard. My first day just running the ropes, I had blood all down my side. The ropes are not ropes. In WWE, the rope. In WCW, they're more like telephone wire. And so you got to hit them. You got to hit them to give. And so you can imagine if you're putting your leg up and you're hitting your lat on it, within about an hour, it slices you open on your hip and on your lat. And I'm telling you, man, it took probably about 10 days for that stuff to get calloused enough that I wasn't bleeding every day through my shorts and my pants.
Oh my gosh.
And then when it's hard enough, when they're driving you hard enough, and it is just every time you hit that rope, you want to scream, but you got to be thinking about all the stuff you're doing. It was fantastic. You got crazy. And then basically what happened was I was driving back to school and Dusty Rhodes said, "Hey, it was crazy." He said, "Hey, do you want to do a live match?" I go, "What?" Are you insane, bro? Of course I would. Because I was like, I don't know what the hell I'll do. I've only been in the ring 23 days. People think, oh yeah, but it's Erik Watts. So he was probably in the ring. Dude, I wasn't allowed to. I didn't know how guys called matches. I knew of Carney. I didn't speak Carney. I knew the name of the moves. But I didn't know any chain wrestling. I did not know all the psychology of wrestling. Dude, that all was showed to me in the 23 days that I was there. So you could imagine, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to wrestle. What are we going to do? A tie up, And so it's like, hey, I'm going to have Sarge go up there and you wrestling. So I wrestled. It was a show on the way back to Louisville. And then Grizzly Smith came to me and he said, "Hey, call Dusty. Dusty wants to talk to you." Okay. Back then cell phones weren't, very, very popular. And so I called Dusty. And he said, "Hey, brother, I heard you did good." And I said, "I don't know, man. It's like a flash." I said, "But it was the greatest thing I've ever done." And he just basically said, "You're screwed." And I go, "Why?" He goes, "Once you have it, or once you have the feel, there is no drug, there is no anything, there is no money that can top that feeling, brother. You're screwed. You're a pro wrestler." I said, "Well, I don't know about that. It was great." He goes, "Well, guess what?" He goes, "School doesn't start till like Monday or whatever it was. I can't remember any." I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Hey, you want to go do that match again?" I go, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I think it was Chattanooga was the next night. Franklin, Tennessee was one night. And I think it was Chattanooga or Knoxville. And he said, "Yeah."
I've got Knoxville here and then Kansas City.
Okay. So it was Knoxville. And so he said, "Run it back." I said, "Hell yeah." And so we did the match. I had another match. And of course, I could appreciate it a little bit more because I could kind of, I could slow it down just enough to take in some of it. The first match was a blur. And Grizzly, after I got out, I was getting ready to leave. He goes, "Hey, Dusty wants you to give him a call." And I said, "Okay." So I called Dusty. And he said, "How was it, brother?" I said, "Man, I didn't know I could top the first night as far as excitement and love." I said, "But Dusty, maybe 2 or 3 seconds of the match I actually remember." And I actually saw a fan's face. And I said, "Dude, I said, you're right. I said, it's the greatest feeling I've ever had in my life. And he goes, fantastic. He goes, so you don't need to finish college. I go, sir, why wouldn't I finish my master's anyway? You know, I can come back. He goes, there is no need. You won't need your master's. And I said, sir, I appreciate it. He goes, no, you haven't heard me. I go, what? He goes, you need to be back in Atlanta. We're going to have your first match tomorrow at center stage on WCW Saturday night.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
wrestling. Yeah. And I'll go, woo, my head flipped the frick off, bro. I didn't know what I was going to wear. You and me could have 10 hours of talking about the stupid shit that went through my mind. I immediately called my fiance. She's on the way down. I remember we're back at the Ramada Airport. She's laughing at me like, what are you going to wear? I'm like, bring my football pants. I said, let's cut my football pants or some shit like that. I said, I can't even remember what, or maybe I had some trunks, but it was hilarious because I remember I'm like, what do you do? These guys, I see them on TV. She goes, dude, you got to shave. I'll go, shave what? She goes, you got to shave your hair. I said, I'm not shaving. That's ridiculous. Because coming out of college football, no one's shaving, right? So I said, well, maybe I'll do just my stomach. So I just did my stomach, bro. I'm like, she's laughing. She's like, oh, that looks hilarious because that's stupid. So then I'm doing my chest and then I'm doing my forearms. But I remember I was like a holdout. I'm like, I'm not doing under my arms. I'm not doing under my armpits, right? This is all going on the night before. You'd be thinking like, what all's going on? Like I was hyperventilating, like, what am I doing? This is the craziest shit ever, and so, man, I was thrown in that fire really, really fast. And it was a blur and I loved it. And I loved it. I loved wrestling. I loved wrestling as a child. I loved everything about it, all aspects, what it does for the fans, what it does for the athletes, what it does for the families, the outreach that you can do. Pro wrestling is a platform that's amazing. When I went into motivational speaking, I remember my first year, I spoke over to 37,000 people. And it was me as a wrestler that opened that door to go do it. And I went and spoke at youth detention centers and prisons and alternative schools and high schools and middle schools just for, I was wrestling, but I did a year contract with the State Board of Pardon Paroles in Georgia to go and talk to kids about achieving their dreams and possibilities and things like that. I wrote a program called Rise Above, which the parole board owns. It was ranked the #2 gang awareness program. I went and installed it in every youth detention center, or not every, but a lot of the youth detention centers in Georgia and alternative schools. And it was the platform. I got to go change lives and work on lives based on that platform. And those were all things that I saw my dad preach ever since I was a kid. He talked to these wrestlers. He's like, yeah, you got choices, man. You could sit there and you could be a celebrity on TV and you could be a rock star at the hotels and at the bars. You can do that. And bro, have fun. But there's also so many other things you can do with that fame. You could reach out, you could go to hospitals, you could go to jails, you could do so much community service based on the fact that you're a pro wrestler.
Yeah.
That's the real, right? That's what impresses me so much, when you see John Cena and they talk about, how many Make-A-Wish that he's fulfilled. Make-A-Wish was not my gig. I did several Make-A-Wish appearances. I'll tell you, I know this sounds horrible, but I don't know how well I was doing for Make-A-Wish, because a lot of times, going to the hospital, I could make it most of the time. But dude, when it came to helping load kids onto a plane that were going to go to Disney and they had less than 7 days, these kids were trying to hold me from crying. And I'm like, what am I doing? I'm showing up to be this guy to help these, and I'm the idiot that needs it, because it just, there's something about kids in pain. I'll do, I love helping, but man, seeing a kid or someone that they haven't even lived life, and they've got some debilitating, life-threatening disease, and you're just like, man, come on, all the stupid things I've done and where I've been, and and this person doesn't have a shot at this. So that would throw me off. But that was kind of how wrestling happened. I loved it. But it was a business to understand and learn and respect. It was not in my mission statement. And then my mission statement, when I decided not to follow football, changed. And I had already lined up where I was going to go for interviews for corporate life. I had already known that I was finishing my master's. And then I just wanted to fulfill my idea of what it would be like to wrestle a match. And when I got it, it was a mind-altering, life-changing experience that fulfilled all the feelings that I had as a child watching it. It connected all those feelings. And when it did, I was done. Just like Dusty Rhodes said, he said, "You're effed. You're done. You're done. You're a pro wrestler." Yeah.
It's amazing, the journey through your training, and now all of a sudden you lined up to be working Saturday night in 1992.
Right.
This is probably again another question you've been asked many times before, but you come in WCW, you're on TV, you get a big push out of the gate with an undefeated run that went on for a few months. I know that there would have been heat going on there with some of the guys who'd already been there for a while. You know, you're coming in, your surname's Watts, you're undefeated. That doesn't happen very often. How did you feel about that, and how everyone reacted to it and treated you?
Well, from what you said, I understand what you're saying, but that's not out of the ordinary. When my dad brought in new guys from other territories, and he was going to establish them. When you came from a new territory, unless you were just going to be a jobber and you were brought over as a jobber, which most of the time, even in territories, they use local people for jobbers. You know, the difference between now and then, those jobbers actually had more nights wrestling because they could go on the road. They could job several times. They may not be on the road all the time, but they could come in, you know? So it was not out of the ordinary for anyone new to the system to be put over, because like this is, man, let me tell you this, and this is not talked about enough. Okay. My dad, he'd break it down very simple. He goes, "I cannot stand people that just go squash people." He goes, "There's a time to squash. Like if you're building a Vader, or you're building a Sid Vicious, or you're building a whatever, there's a time to squash. There's a reason to squash. That's still telling the story." Okay. But for the majority of the time, even in those squash matches, you can put over someone's kick or punch or quickness or how smart they are. Think about, do you remember a guy named Bob Cook?
Yeah.
Bob Cook, ask anyone, greatest punch in the business, period. No one even fights it. Greatest punch in the business. Okay. So I can't tell you how excited you would be if Bob Cook was the guy you were going to work on TV and you went out of your way. I got more excited about when he was going to punch me than anything else in the match. I was like, "Oh, then are you going to punch me?" He's like, "Oh, it was so awesome." And to sell it, you wanted to sell his punch because it was so good. You wanted the fans to know that he knocked you the F out. Now, here's the reverse side. If he didn't knock you out, but you put his punch over incredibly, his punch is still the most incredible punch, but you're a pretty bad son of a gun. You follow me?
Yeah.
But if you never put that over, so my dad would sit there and say, "Eric, if you don't take the time to show off the person's athleticism that you are going to beat, you just beat a piece of crap. You made them, you made them a piece of crap. You beat a piece of crap. So guess what? You won over a piece of crap. Good for you." But the guys that sit there and make these guys and make a match out of it, put them over so the next person that they fight or they work against, they got some credibility. Okay. You actually are a good wrestler because you beat them. You out wrestled them. You won. So I want to say, I'm not defending it. Perception's reality, right? So to me, the difference was I was raised in the business. So the the trail I was going on was no different than I'd seen 1,000 times. The difference was, thank God, going back to my mom and how she raised both. She would teach you mental toughness. She would teach you to think, right? To outthink people. And I felt bad for people because I'm like, what? But at the time in which I was breaking in, there was a lot of people breaking in that business that didn't understand pro wrestling. I mean, I love Mark Hildreth. He's a great dude. Van Hammer. What a specimen this dude was, right? And I said, what's your deal? He goes, you know what? I was a hairdresser. And then all of a sudden I got in the gym and I got so damn big, my fingers wouldn't fit in the scissors anymore. And I looked like a rocker. And Dusty Rhodes said, you look like Van Halen. Can you play the guitar? And he goes, hell no. He goes, well, can you act like you play a guitar? And he goes, yes, sir. And I was pro wrestling. You know, Johnny B. Bad. Johnny B. Bad was a fantastic amateur boxer. I don't know what he was doing before pro wrestling, but Dusty Rhodes found out really quick that guy could tan up and look like Little Richard.
Yeah.
I mean, period, right? And so he took and he believed in the persona and he took on the persona and he became Johnny B. Bad and he became Little Richard, right? But I don't know what all pro wrestling he ever watched. I don't know how much he knew about it. I know he loved boxing. Okay, so you're taking these guys that had incredible bodies, and you're pushing them in the business because that was the direction the business was going. But are you still there?
Yep.
Yeah. They had, but I don't know if they understood the history of pro wrestling. And so to me, I was watching these guys get all bent out of freaking shape about what they called a push. I didn't call it a push. It was an introduction, right?
Yeah.
And they were getting pissed about it. Number one, they didn't understand the business. I don't care who was pulling the purse strings. I don't care who was riding. The pencil works both ways. And that's what they don't understand about booking. It can write your success, but what's on the other end of a pencil? An eraser. And they can take your success away in 2 freaking seconds. So it's about, are you a business person? Are you good for the company? Because it's entertainment. The people that lose the fact that it's entertainment and they all of a sudden are worried about their win-loss record, they are all of a sudden, they have become their gimmick. And that is not good. So I'm watching this happen and it's new to me because I'm like, man, they don't get it, but that's okay. I wasn't there to change anyone's mind. Did they go too far sometimes? Yep. And I remember when it finally broke a few of the top guys and a few top guys said, hey, if these certain ribs happen anymore, you're gone. I mean, there was a meeting in a locker room. And I remember it was the day in which I went to go, throw on my boots real quick to tie them up, and someone had broken glass and put them in my boots.
Right.
And that was one of the ribs that pushed some of the top talent over the top, going, we don't mind you ribbing. And Erik Watts is the focus of 99% of all the ribs here. But there's a line in which we're not going to cross. And when you're putting a person in a situation of bodily injury, it's done, right? So what these people did not know, they would reverse the heat they were putting on me and put me in a area of light and appreciation from the top guys. They didn't know it. They were doing the hard work for me. And all I ever had to do is keep what my dad and my mom taught me. Keep your mouth shut. Let your actions determine. And guess what? F people. They don't know your trajectory. They don't know what your goals are. They're just there to judge you while you're on your path.
Yeah.
And I took that. Was it difficult? Yes. What was it sometimes nerve-wracking? Yes. I'm on the road, man. People are reading kayfabe sheets in the car. And I am the poster child for every kayfabe sheet. Meltzer and those people, they should be paying me royalties. I should be making Garth Brooks like royalties from all these kayfabe sheets for whatever money they made. Because I laugh sometimes. I'm like, couldn't they not get someone else for their front page? I was on the, Dustin Rhodes, when I first got there, hugged me. The last time I saw Dustin Rhodes was 4 years earlier. He was actually on a football visit to Louisville. They didn't offer him a scholarship, but he came up for a visit. He hugged me. I said, bro, it's great to see you. He goes, no, it's better for me to see you. I said, bro, we don't know each other that well. And he's like, no. He goes, you're going to take so much heat off of me. Like, he was hugging me because he's like, finally, I am not the brunt of every joke, right? I'm not they're not kicking my ass. And so it was completely different, So coming back to you, what I'm basically saying is I get it. I don't see a 3-month whirlwind of wins. I just saw that they were setting a path. People took it as a push. It was the biggest push in the world. I'm like, well, what? Goldberg? I can name a million pushes. And I'm not paralleling it. I'm saying that a lot of your people, Yoshi Kwan, one of the greatest workers, and they gave him the Yoshi Kwan. But when they reinvented this guy into Yoshi Kwan came and submitted every person he wrestled for 2 months. Van Hammer beat everybody that he saw. Johnny B. Bad beat everybody. Everybody that they came in to give to introduce. You can talk about other guys that in their introduction, if the office or the booker felt that they weren't that good, they turned them faster to beating them and getting rid of them. Or a lot of times it's off stage shit that happens, or a political thing happens, and they're like, no, I'm not going to deal with this person anymore. So it was, from what others have told me, one of the most brutal hazings and heat that they've ever seen in the business. Okay, I didn't haze other people, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. When my dad's territory, I didn't see that shit because I wasn't in the locker room. When I was in the locker room, that shit didn't go on. I'm sure it went on behind the scenes, so I wouldn't know. But I would say it was thick. It was definitely thick. But again, it kind of worked to my advantage also.
Absolutely, man. No, you explained things very, very well there, and now I completely understand more so than what my assumptions might have been from reading your Wikipedia article or whatever.
Sure.
And I will say this: number one, you can say the word "fuck" on the show if you want, and number two, fuck Dave Meltzer. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
So 3.5 months after your debut, you suffer your first loss to Rick Rude on December 7th. How was it working with Rick Rude?
It was absolutely exactly everything that I just talked about in a shorter window.
All
Rick
right.
Rude was a top guy. Rick Rude hated my father. When I say hated my father, he hated my father. I remember a story. Rick Rude had come to the head office to tell Cowboy Bill Watts how he felt. And Dusty Rhodes was in the meeting, and Dusty Rhodes told me the story. And he said, let me tell you what happened. Rick Rude called a meeting. Rick Rude came to the meeting. Or maybe my dad called the meeting, I don't know. But Rick was coming to set shit straight. And he goes, Eric, the difference that Rick Rude was known as a badass. The problem is the only person that I know I've never seen lose anything is Cowboy Bill Watts. And had Rick Rude gotten his face, he goes, I would not bet against Bill Watts. He goes, that's number one. He goes, number two is they both love guns. Yeah, he said, so Eric, when I was brought into the meeting, I knew I was the only guy that didn't have a gun. He goes, and I've been seeing many movies. You know who dies? And so Dusty is telling me this story when I'm at TCW with brother. So there's Rude, and he, baby, I know he's got the gun on his ankle, but I know the Cowboy, he's got one in his briefcase and one under the table. So he's going to kill this motherfucker no matter what. He goes, but Cowboy may want to whoop his ass first. He goes, and now I'm sitting there and I'm going to get shot. He goes, I don't care about their bullshit. So he's telling me the story. And so that's how bad Rick Rude hated my dad, right? And so Rick then it has an angle with me. And he's probably thinking, what am I even doing wrestling Erik Watts? This is the biggest horse shit ever. And a man of his celebrity and stature, I get it. But I'm just going to let you know, there's so much in the question you asked me. Okay, let me say this. Okay, so you remember when WWE decided to have the Tough Enough or whatever, the tournament where the guys would actually fight?
Yeah. Do you mean the Brawl for All?
Was it the Brawl for All?
Were they actually fighting?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Brawl for All. Yeah.
Right, and they had a tournament, right, and all this other shit, right? And I think Bart Gunn all of a sudden came out of nowhere. He was a badass and all this other stuff. So that concept came out of WCW. Okay, I don't know if I've told the story or not, but let me tell you, that concept came out of the heat between Rude, my father. My dad came to me and he goes, "This disrespectful mother, blah." And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I don't want to get in between the shit. I'm on the road getting my brains kicked out by all the people pissed off and mad in the first place, right? Now, so my dad's like, so my dad had come up with an idea. So let me say this. Okay, so the Rude thing was an angle in which has been done several times. And basically you take a baby face and you put him against a badass heel. And the idea is that this heel just squashes him. And then more than that, just belittles them. And then they wrestle him again and they squash him. But this time when they squash him, after the bell, the guy, triumphs and he tries to come back and squashes him. And again and again and again, until finally it's worked several ways. A Broadway, or the babyface wins, or whatever.
Yeah.
Colonel Parker. Remember Colonel Parker,
yeah.
Unbelievable manager? That's how he got his break in the business. My dad was wrestling Ron Fuller, main event in Atlanta, Georgia, just knocking down the houses in this area. I mean, just selling out. And my dad said, "Hey, your snotty-nosed brother that doesn't know shit, have him ringside. He's going to come in. I'm going to beat the shit out of him. What greater heat than me to beat up your brother?" And then basically the brother and then my dad ended up having a match with him and slipped him over. So it's not like anything my dad hasn't done, Dusty Rhodes has done, Vern Gagne's done. It's a story. It's been told. But again, when you get into this and there's so much heat and you got a lot of guys that don't understand, or you just got a lot of heat from a whole bunch of, they want to act like it's the first time is the worst thing. So in the back, it's like, oh my God, Erik's wrestling Rick Rude. He shouldn't even be in the ring with him. Rick's pissed off. Everyone's pissed off. But the difference between Rick, off out of the element, he was still so, and I say this with respect, he was so egotistical that he still wanted the best match. All your top guys, and I can name them. Politics or not, once the lights went on, they were still going to take whoever they were wrestling and have the best match. They wanted to out-wrestle. If Steamboat and Flair was on that card, and I'm not exaggerating, Rick Rude would have tried to have a better match with me. Never would have happened because of me. Then Sting, and I'm being serious. Macho Man was the exact same way. Shawn Michaels was the same way. Sting was the same way. All these guys were the same way, down to their core. They could say, ha ha, bullshit. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. They were going to have the best match. So it was horrible. The next thing that was freaking crazy was Stone Mountain, Georgia. I think that angle was going to happen. And that was back when they would tape shows. And literally, we taped 3 shows that night. And then me and Rude were like the 12th match, the 25th match, the 39th match. It was the long. And so I had I had a 10, a 12, and a 20-minute match. It was crazy. And so there was so much heat and so much hate at the time. Everything came together at the same time. You might have heard the story about the time in which finally it broke and I was given the go-ahead that I didn't have to be a rookie anymore. I didn't have to take the shit anymore. And it happened in a dressing room, and it happened with Rick Rude. And he was talking about Kurt Hennig. I didn't know Kurt Hennig. I knew of Kurt Hennig. Kurt Hennig was a great amateur wrestler. Rick Rude was a great boxer. And so here he's talking about Hennig. He's like, yeah, me and Hennig are so competitive. You know, we'll box, we'll do this. He goes, I'm just a better athlete. He goes, because when we wrestle, we've got this thing where he can't turn me. And I don't know. It was at the end of like a 10-day tour. I was depleted, and I don't even know why I don't know why I said it. And I was walking by, and I just said, well, Hennig must suck as a wrestler then. Bro, I'm walking through. I got my bags in my hand. I'm like, what did you just? I mean, like, are you that fucking stupid? Like, you've got solar eclipse of the sun heat, and you said that? That's what you had to say. And I'm there, and then he flips out and goes, you're talking about my best friend. I'm in my head, hey, Captain Insano, you're dogging your friend, your best friend, right? But I also was thinking, God, if that got back to Mr. Perfect, that I was ever questioning his amateur ability from one amateur wrestler to another amateur wrestler, you don't do that. That's fucked up, right? So now I'm thinking this, but I got a bigger problem. Everybody now wants the stuff to go down.
Oh gosh.
So I'm sitting in my little locker, and I remember there's construction at that place, and so the floor was a little dirty, and you know, Rick's got his nice outfit on, I've got my shit on, and he just starts berating me. Like he's like standing over me. Who are you? You don't know him, Kurt Hennig, you piece of shit. I mean, he is like cutting a promo of all promos on my ass. And I'm looking out of the corner of my eye, and a guy that I truly looked up to and believed in. I knew him since I was 14 years old when he broke in. Basically, my dad's federation, or was breaking in, or his first few years in wrestling, was Sting. And I remember Sting looking at me and he just goes, you don't have to take it. I remember him saying, you don't have to take it anymore. And as soon as he said that, everything released. I was like, oh my God, thank you so much. I don't have to be prim and proper. I don't have to take this shit anymore. Now all I can think of is poke your face a little bit closer, motherfucker. And like the heavens opened up, and he goes, well, you know, you're supposedly some badass. I don't know who made you the badass. I don't know. He's like, and so I was thinking I wanted to dismantle him and whoop his ass. And I don't care about his you know, I'm so tough bullshit, because I in my own way, you know, I believe in myself, and I had my ass whooped in the street fight. So I'm like, I got a pretty good record. I'm willing to take this. I'm in a no-lose situation. Mr. Golden Glove boxer, Mr. Street Fighter, Mr. This, everyone's going to expect me to. But when I kick his ass, right. So he said, well, so do you think you can turn me? And I go, I think I can turn you. I said, like that little thing that you and Kurt did where you get on your all fours like amateur wrestling position, and can I turn you to your back? Yeah, in a few seconds. When I say a few seconds, now if you can imagine, good guys, bad guys, referees, shit, we might have had some of the people, some of the marks out there. The locker room was full. And Sting goes, and I'll give the go. I mean, like Sting was like ready to go, right? But Sting knew me since I was very young, so he knew he'd heard about the tournaments, and he'd heard about the wrestling, and he'd heard about, you know, I'd worked out with the Olympic team. I wrestled University of Oklahoma. I'd been wrestling with the Oklahoma State guys. I mean, my dad had me working out with collegiate wrestlers since I was freaking in 8th grade, 7th grade, you know. So I'm sitting there going, okay. And he did his thing. He took off his jacket, and he went on all fours. And I got behind him, and Sting goes, go. I'm saying he said go, and I don't know what a nanosecond is, but if there is a nanosecond, Rick Rude was on his back, on his head, and everyone goes ooh, and you know, Rick Steiner, big badass, Scott Steiner, badass. Now Scott didn't like me because my dad Rick didn't have a problem with me, so Scott's like, you know, so we're there, and Rick goes, let me out. So I fucking let him out. I jump up. Now I'm still thinking, okay, maybe he'll get mad enough to make a move because I'm gonna rip his head off. But now I'm sitting there kind of entertained. I'm like, okay, here we go. So he goes, you cheated. I go, excuse me? And Sting goes,
oh dear.
How does one cheat? He's like, well, that's not how me and Henning did it. Me and Henning did it to where I moved. There was no one calling go. And Sting is like, but that's what in amateur wrestling, they go in the second, third period, you know, and first period go. He's like, well, that's bullshit. That's not how we do it. He goes, I bet you can't do it. I said, okay.
Gosh. Big
So he gets back down on all fours. Well, I go and I get in an Olympic position or freestyle position, which is when the person gets on all fours, you can either go on a ride position in amateur wrestling, or what you can do is you can put your hand in the diamond cutter or whatever, and you can put it on their mid back and you can stand. So I did that, and he goes, what the fuck are you doing? He goes, what kind of crazy shit's that? I go, bro, I said, in amateur wrestling, if you're doing freestyle or Greco, this is the other way of doing that. He goes, well, that's bullshit. I go, no, it's not. That's just the way it is. I go, he goes, well, I'll get out so fast it's not even funny. I go, and I'm sure you will. Well, what he didn't know was I was prepping him so that he would try to stand. And so I went and I pushed on him. So he pushed up, and when he did, I just caught his hips, everything. And it was head and shoulder. And from what he told me later on, I dislocated his shoulder and fucked him up pretty bad, slammed. Then now he's hurt. Now, I didn't know how hurt he was, but it was concrete floor, right? And then I think that he tried something else, and that kind of, he's like, fuck, that's it, that's bullshit. Well, when I was telling you, the momentum was all against me in the locker room.
Yeah.
That was the single moment that the air left out of most of the heat for Erik Watts, because now you had all the people that hated me praying that Rick would whip my ass. Now they're going, well, we have kind of heard that this guy's a badass, and he just took Rick Rude, that's known for even fighting in the streets, and he just dusted his ass in an amateur wrestling way. Okay, not in a fight way, right?
Yeah.
And well, Rude then came to me, and I remember I was on the phone in the back of the auditorium, and I get, someone grabs me, and I'm being lifted, and it was Rude. And I didn't know. I was on the phone. I was like, and he goes, what are you going to do now, motherfucker? I'm thinking to myself, hey, you didn't grab my hand that's on the phone. You got this hand. Dude, I just grapevine my leg, dropped the phone, switched out, lifted that motherfucker, and pushed him right into the concrete pylon. I said, I do that. I said, what's your next move? He goes, let me down. I said, okay. And I just held him. He goes, I said, let me down. I said, I'll let you fucking down when I let you down. Put him down. So I didn't know this. I get back on the phone. I was talking to my wife, and she goes, what happened? I go, oh, Rick Rude. He's just on this. He came up behind me. He goes, he should have slammed me or punched me or something. I don't know. Well, that night, right after that, he walks out. A guy says something to him outside. He hits the guy and cracks his plate of his mouth in half, and had charges against him. And so I saw Rude like a week later, and he goes, you know what you did to me, my shoulder's fucked, and it's probably going to cost me a few $100,000 in court. And I go, bro, that wasn't me, bro, that was you. And he goes, I know, man. And he goes, I gotta be honest with you, I got a lot of respect for you. You've taken more shit, and I swear to God, from that point on, I had one of the greatest mentors in my life.
Wow.
He would talk to me about my matches. He would watch my matches. Sometimes we'd have other matches, like if we were going to do, if he ever could talk Grizz into a match, he'd have me do a match. He'd do 20-minute Broadways with me, or he would take me to the 19 and then beat me. Man, I got chill bumps. He became so important to me because he was so knowledgeable and he was so phenomenal. He had a gas tank, man. Like he could go, him and Austin and Pillman, they could go forever. And I used to ask Rude, I'm like, Rude, you're always smoking. He goes, yeah, well, that's why I can go so long in a match. I go, why? He goes, well, I'm on my second breath when I make it to the ring. He's talking about he's smoking. He goes, I smoke so many cigarettes. He goes, oh, I'd die in the ring if I didn't smoke. I mean, he was a funny guy. He was a great guy. And so it was kind of sad because people bring up the stories, and I mean no disrespect. That's how it happened.
Right. Yeah.
And then me and him were very good, and he was very good to me. Again, that was, I got to give the credit to my mom and my dad. I don't know why I didn't break. I fought it. It was brutal. And then life just gave an opportunity. And when that opportunity happened, now I've got the respect of the top guys, most of them. I've got respect of the wrestlers. I got the people that want to talk shit. They don't want me to find out they're talking shit. Now that they're like, well, this kid's kind of real type thing. I mean, I guess. I mean, it wasn't like it, everyone was fearing me. It's just like if you talk shit about an athlete and you take them onto the court and all of a sudden they're dunking on you, go, oh, well, yeah, it was kind of like that. So those little things that helped me, actually the heat got me even further, because in the first two years, I felt like I had wrestled 10 years by then. By the time I had 2, just from all the pressure and all the stress.
Right, bro. Holy shit. That's such an amazing story about how you and Rick ended up becoming friends from all of that. It kind of reminds me of, I'm sure you've seen the movie Remember the Titans, where that one guy was just hated this guy and just kept on picking at him. Picking at him. And then the dude proved himself to the dude. And then they ended up becoming like great friends after that, because he gained his respect and realized, he's just like, yeah, man.
That was a great movie. But.
Okay, so yeah, great story there about you and Rick Rude. I want to know what led you to your exit from WCW. I know your dad had left the company and you were around a bit longer. You worked with Arn Anderson a bit, but what led to you leaving WCW?
They didn't renew my contract,
okay.
Which was kind of crazy because Ole Anderson was in power, and then shortly after Ole, there was some noise, maybe Dusty or whatever was going to be, but then came the evolution of Eric Bischoff.
Right.
And from what I understand, Eric Bischoff hated my father based on the fact that Bischoff came from the AWA, and the Vern Gagnes and the Bill Wattses and the Grahams were kind of that mold that announcers were just announcers. They weren't talent, which is again, no shot at him, Bischoff at him, but that's just, it was the business, and it's no disrespect. I didn't, sorry.
That's right, bro.
You there?
Yeah.
Sorry. Now my phone's got 10%. So there was no disrespect, but he hated that about wrestling, and he was going to prove everybody wrong. And who did I hear the other day? There was someone on, I was doing some stocks the other day, and there was a big guy, the guy that owns Barstool Sports. He's big in the trading situation right now. Everyone, you pick a side right now. On the stocks, because the Reddit people are pushing the stocks on the short stocks.
Yeah.
And he's like, people don't understand. I hate this person, and hate drives me. Well, the interviewer's like, well, I mean, you're not really driven by hate. And he goes, oh, no, hate drives me more than anything. I'm like laughing my ass off. I'm like, okay, this guy's being honest. So, and I think that hate drove Eric Bischoff, and I think Eric Bischoff was successful based on his hate of Bill Watts. And what was worse is my dad was the president of WCW, and from what I understand, Eric Bischoff was wanting to be the president. And at first, they're like, "No, we're not going to have another president. We're only going to have vice presidents." So it pissed him off even worse when he took the spot. and then eventually he got crowned the president, and then they lost a whole bunch of money and went into bankruptcy. But my point is that it was really odd, because I remember we were at Columbus, I think it was Columbus, Georgia. We had a TV. Eric Bischoff was announcing that he had just been made the man. We were all in the dressing room, good guys, bad guys. And because when my dad left, Ole was like, hey, you know what? We got some great ideas. Of course, this is a new us. You bust your butt. You got great work ethic. Dream's got a good idea. So it was that whole, we're going to do something with you. Well, the funny thing is Ole was going to do something with me, but they weren't doing anything with me. So I'm like, whatever. I don't know what that means. I don't want to know what it doesn't mean. Ole personally was always nice to me. So Bischoff comes in, we're doing some stuff, and I'm at TV, and he's like, hey, I'm the guy. I'm going to take this place. We're gonna blow it up. We're going to be awesome. We're going to do this. He goes, and what I want people that work hard, great work ethic, and going straight down the thing. He goes, and the prime example that I'm talking about is Erik Watts. And I'm like, what just happened? No, I had no beef with Bischoff. And I didn't care that people had beef with my dad. I just asked people like, hey, have a little respect when you're talking about him. Either don't bash the shit out. I'm like, if you don't like the way he does stuff, he's too hard. He took the mats off. You can't go off the top rope. Shit. Talk about it, guys. Don't go too far. He's still my father. Okay. Yeah. But at the same time, I let stuff go very far. I never pulled anyone aside and said, hey, come on, But then again, no one really went too far. So Bischoff's coming in. And he's like, Erik Watts. I'm like, what? He goes, he's on the road. He travels 300 something days a year. Every day that he's off, Sundays included, he's training at the power plant, which is true. And I'm like, but how does he know all this? Right? I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, this is awesome. I was so excited. I'm like, my dad's, he left on his own. I'm done here. Audi. Now I don't have that over me. I got this guy. I'm not asking for any push. I'm on a level playing field, and this guy likes my work ethic. Okay. I knew I could train and I could learn the business, right? And so it was just going to take time. And so I'm like, hey, if I don't make it, it's all on me. If I make it, it's all on me. I'm in the perfect situation. And all of a sudden shit happens. I have a match or two. Things are going fine. And then all of a sudden my agreement comes up. Well, my agreement said in the agreement that if I wrestle through the agreement, it just rolls over for another 2 years. I think it was 2 years. Don't hold me that. Bro, I'm on the road. I got my stuff. I'm coming home. The check. I mean, I even received my next payday in the new year. And then all of a sudden I get a letter to me saying, hey, we did not renew your contract. Right. I'm like, hey, tough shit. In my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm a lawyer up. Not because of money, because of principle. I'm like, I'll just lawyer up. I mean, you can't do that. You can't wrestle me 14, shit, I got a payday. 2 days later, I go to my account and there's less money. And I'm like, what happened? Ted Turner is such a big dog at Atlanta at the time. I was with Wachovia, which is now Wells Fargo. They reversed, and I didn't have direct deposit. I cashed a check. They took the check that I cashed 7 or 8 days after I cashed it and took it out of my account.
What? Holy shit.
Yeah. I was like, that's impressive. And so I was hurt, and one thing that I tell people in my life, me mad, okay, deal with it. Me hurt, that's a different situation, And so I was hurt. So I started investigating. I was going to take them, and I had a case. The toughest part of Atlanta, which was crazy, is getting a really badass lawyer, because the issue is it's a conflict of interest, even if they represent any of the companies. Well, dude owns Turner Broadcasting, Cartoon Network, CNN. Shit. If you delivered papers to his house, it was a conflict of interest. So it took 3 or 4 months, and these lawyers wanted to take my case, but they would have to go and do their due diligence to make sure that they were not crossing any roads, because they said the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to go into a lawsuit. They're going to kick it out of conflict of interest. So finally, I went through all that due diligence, found one person, and I thought about it, and it was an easy thought. I said, okay, Erik, you can prove your case. You got something to stand on. do you want to pro wrestle? And the answers were yes, because I was still wrestling. I said yes. Then you cannot take this case on. And so I decided not to. And I was going to do everything. I was going to prove that we're actually employees. I mean, I had the whole thing tight. It would have been easy. It would have been easy to win the case. And I thought about it. I go, win the case, lose the war, right? Because Vince doesn't know me yet. But anyone that's going to do that, and then if I start proving that wrestlers are employees, not sub, now
you might not get a chance.
Yeah. Now I'm not talking just about Vince. I'm talking about anyone that has wrestlers as subs, and So I just said, nope, I'm not going to do it. So, I didn't. It didn't stop me one bit. I got so many awesome things. Wrestled in Germany. If I didn't wrestle in Germany, man, I wouldn't have seen this guy that became Kane. Because when I sent Glenn, when I sent Jim Ross the pictures of Glenn, I said, look at this bitch. This guy is insane. He's awesome. I don't see why no one's found him. Because when I met him over in Germany, I'm like, you are a freak. And he's like, oh, thank you. The guy, he would just wrestle and work out. Never saw him party. Never saw anything. He was as big as a brick shit house. And I'm like, and he goes, I can't talk. I go, you're talking to me? He goes, no. And on TV, I go, they'll find something for you. And so I started sending pictures. I'm like, hey, this guy's, there's a lot of guys that were heard of, but I think because maybe the people I was telling, it went direct. So then you saw an influx of people kind of from that Great Britain, Germany, coming in. Steve Regal was really not the first. He was a guy coming in, but Steve was from over there. I didn't know Steve from Germany, but Steve knew all those guys. So they were already getting promoted by Steve, but Steve didn't have as big a say at the time. Then I'm saying stuff to the right people, I guess. And then as Steve is politically going up, then we in two different areas are confirming the same stuff. So Japan, Germany, I got to go wrestle for Vern Gagne, which I wouldn't have got to wrestle for on some of his independent shows, which was just complete life cycle completing itself, was incredible. So I got to do a lot of things. Then ECW, I got to wrestle for Ted DiBiase when he was making his federation. Matter of fact, he did a whole bunch of shows together so he could go sell them, and he actually made me his world champion. As ECW, so I don't think a lot of those experiences that made me who I eventually was in wrestling would not have happened had I done the regular, I'm at WCW, I'm at WWE, I'm at WCW, that wouldn't have happened. I didn't get the experience that so many guys did with a bunch of indie wrestling. I didn't wrestle a whole bunch of indies. But I did get to see a lot of different nations and a lot of different up and coming federations, like I said, TNA, ECW, and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, that's cool. So we've got about 23 minutes left ish.
Cool.
For part one here, but I wanted to quickly get into WWF 1995. How did you get contacted to come into the company? And how did you find out that you would be teaming with Chad Fortune as Troy and Travis? And how did you find out about the idea of Techno Team 2000?
Okay, I'll make this as fast as possible. I contacted them, first of all. I had made a call when I was going to Germany. I made a call to Hunter. And I was like, hey, I think I want to go to WWE. And he goes, hey, give me a call when you get back, man. I've heard good things. And I said, okay, I appreciate it. Well, I didn't go through Hunter. I just made a call. And it was really weird. I don't know why I thought this. I thought, well, if you're at WCW, that you make a call and they either want you or they don't want you because you've been on TV. And that's, I learned very fast. So I said, hey, I'm out of my other agreements and I'm interested in being a WWE. And they go, fantastic. We can get you a tryout. I go, a tryout? And I found out basically, no matter how the tryout is, everyone comes and tries out. Now I'm not saying Shawn Michaels and these people that left and came back or whatever, but this is the way they presented it to me. I said, fantastic. At the time, Chad Fortune was before wrestling. Chad Fortune was the tight end at University of Louisville, where I was a quarterback. Okay. He got drafted to the Indianapolis Colts and went to the Colts, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, I believe. Got caught and was home. His mom had called me up and said, hey, you know, Chad's kind of in a bad way. And I go, what's wrong with him? And she goes, he's an athlete and he's depressed. I go, okay, what's he doing? She goes, he's checking people in and out at the gym. Hey, do you have your ID? Right. And he was a front desk guy. And from what I understand, he had spent a lot of the money he made in pro football at casinos up in Gary, Indiana, and some stuff. And he was home living with his parents. And I'm like, God, you know, that guy, what a great athlete. So I had called in a favor to see if he could come at the WCW power plant. So he was at the WCW power plant for years. He was living with me for free.
Right.
So I was like, hey, he's a friend. Hell yeah. Come live with me. Let me get you your feet set. As a matter of fact, he got his feet set and got married and all this other stuff. So I was going to the power plant to work out some to stay in shape, and he was just beside himself. He's like, they're not doing shit with me. I keep on training. They keep on promising me. He goes, I've had a few matches. They put the matches in the can. They haven't aired them. And I do something at Disney or whatever, and then 6 months I'm back at the power plant. And they pull me back down, they do something, and nothing gets aired, nothing happens. I said, okay, well, you're getting paid good money. A lot more than you were getting paid at Powerhouse Gym or wherever the hell you were at, right? Matter of fact, more than a lot of guys under contract, under the bottom contract. I mean, I think the guy was at six figures, okay? Or close to six figures or something like that. So I said, you get to work out. So anyway, he told me a story that the last time he was at Disney, they told him, this is it. He's going to make his run. He's in. He said he was sitting outside down there, just hanging out. And Ric Flair said, okay, it's about time to get ready for the show. We need the marks out of the back.
Oh, gosh.
And it pissed Fortune off. I go, dude, I guarantee you Flair knew who you were. He was just ribbing you like the older guys are. And he goes, no, he come on, and like edged me out. I go, again, some guys are better than others at ribs, right? You know, he's just probably fucking with you. And I said, and if he wasn't, who cares? Like, you're probably not even on his radar, but you're 6'5", 260 fucking pounds, right? You know, so I'm not sure he really thought you were Mark, you know? So he was all pissed off about it. And then he found out that he did a match and then they weren't going to show it. Then they were going to redevelop his character again or something. He was furious. Well, I was just at that time where I was like, dude, if you want me to, I'll get you try out at WWE. And he's like, well, I'm under an agreement. I said, let me see your contract. So I checked the contract. I said, nope, they don't have, there's loopholes all over this. He goes, what? I go, there's loopholes. I said, but if you go try out, you don't make it, and Eric Bischoff finds out you tried out, you'll be gone. And he goes, I don't care. He goes, I'm not going to master the trade. I'm not going to, here at the freaking training center. I said, okay, It's up to you. So I called WWE, and bro, it almost backfired on me. Jim Ross calls me and goes, I don't know what you're doing. I go, what do you mean? He goes, you want to have a tag match now? I said, my buddy, I told him the story. He goes, I don't give a shit. It's your tryout. I go, I know. So you guys can see him and see me. It's not that big a deal. He goes, oh no, that's not how it works at WWE. If you try as a tag team and they don't like you, you're done. You can come back years later and try out as a thing. I'm like, what? And at that time, I'm like, but I'm already in. The tryout's like 7 days away. So I went to the school and I came up with some ideas, because my idea was, hey, we got two guys. I'm 6'6", Chad's 6'5", 6'6". I was 290. He was 260. I said, let's tag it up and let's do because we both had good verticals and stuff like that. I said, let's double leapfrog. Let's do this. No one had seen that crap from guys that big. So I choreographed about 5, 6, 7 good moves and said, shit, our matches aren't going to last that long anyway. Let's do it. Yeah. We went down to Augusta, Georgia, did it. And we came through the thing, and Vince was there and goes, Eric, how you doing? I said, great. He goes, I want you guys right now. And handed me envelopes of contracts, goes, I want you to sign right now. And then I tried to play a cool spot. I said, I don't do anything without my lawyer. And Chad almost died. And he goes, okay, well, can your lawyer look at it tomorrow? I go, yeah. He goes, well, get us back to tomorrow. Any questions? And so Chad, I remember we walk off and Chad goes, are you insane? I go, no, bro, that's how you do business. He goes, what lawyer are you going to send this to? I go, I ain't sending no lawyer. I just wanted to read it. Right. And so my lawyer loved it. And so, because listen, you weren't going to change anything. I don't care who you are. Back then, when you were coming into WWE, everyone's contract in WWE, except for your big boys that had been there or some kind of major trade, like, pulling a Sid Vicious or a Paul White or someone like that, you were coming in on his basic. And his basic, I signed, I think it's a 2-year deal. I was guaranteed 3 matches a year at $150 a match.
Yeah.
And people die when they hear that. Nope. That was the deal, right? And for reasons, and he was smart. So that's how we got our go, and that's how I was at WWE. Boom, and then we're going, and some bad luck. Chad, one of the better athletes I've ever seen. He had like 1 or 2 really just stupid slip ups. Like I went to I hip tossed the guy, and then he hit the ropes so I could hip toss him. And we're at Madison Square Garden, and it's our first match since that, and he slipped through the ropes.
Oh, gosh.
So, yes, and it was going into a finish, and so that, Vince was pissed off. He's like, hey, because this is exactly what Vince said. He goes, can you guys do that high flying stuff? I just want to see it, right? The next night in Boston Garden, I don't know if there's a mess up, but Chad just all of a sudden, I wasn't thinking about the whole political thing. Chad was a very shy person. And so then Chad would, in his mind, start going, well, why would I come up to Taker and shake his hand and say, how are you doing? My name's Chad Fortune. I'm like, because if you don't, everyone's going to think you're an egotistical prick. And he was like, well, that doesn't make sense. I go, wait, this is my world. That you need to do it. And he wouldn't do it. And so, so before you knew it, we had heat, like, who's your partner? They would want to come and talk to me about the match. They didn't want to talk to him about the match. Then all of a sudden he thinks that it fell off the wheels really fast. And so we were actually winning. And then they came to us and said that there was going to be a Europe tour and a Canada tour at the same time. When we came back, they were going to set us up for a few more matches, and we were actually going to be the world champions.
Right.
And it was huge. And as a matter of fact, they came and they took the Smoking Guns. They took their plane tickets and shit, switched them with us, said we're going to Europe, they're going to Canada. And then that night, a shitstorm happened, which I understand. The politics went crazy, and then they came back and took the tickets back away from us, sent us, and the heat that came out of that was amazing. And that heat was never us. That heat was the office. The office said, hey, you guys are going this way. Well, it's deep, the politics, right? So the Smoking Guns, which if I was the Smoking Guns and I had someone to go talk to, I would have talked to him too, because the one thing I loved about Bart and Billy is I used to watch them when I was at WCW, and I said, those guys work their ass off. I mean, I had total respect for so many of the Body Donnas, the Guns. I had ultimate respect for those guys. So I didn't think it would get this bad, but I didn't know what was going to happen. And so by the time we came off that Canada tour, man, those guys had that whole time in Europe and all the politics, and people were mad. And so when we got back, pretty much they had decided that they were done with Chad. They sent us, before that, they sent us to Memphis. And the weird thing about that is my dad, like, I love my dad, he's my father, but he's tough dude. So I never knew exactly what happened, but at the same time, Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash had come to me and said, hey, do you have your dad's number? I'm like, what? And so I gave Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash my dad's phone number. They said, we want to talk to him. We love his booking style. We need someone in here that's a rebel. And literally I gave him the number, and I called my dad, said, expect a call from like Shawn. And he goes, about what? I go, I don't know. And a month, I don't know, later, my dad was booking at WWE, and I was like, oh shit. I was saying, oh shit, Erik Watts, not the wrestling world. Yeah. The wrestling world, I'm like, yes, because to me, he is the greatest booker, the greatest wrestler. He just is. He's not 100% the greatest father, but he's old, I'm old. We talk about it now and laugh. I mean, from the perspective of he was just a hard guy, which made it perfect. So he went, and it was odd. About the same time that he came up to WWE, we're sent to Memphis to get Chad more reps.
Right. Yeah.
And so, and sending us to Memphis, they sent us straight into the fucking circus. It was the craziest shit. Randy Hales and, Jamie Dundee. And oh my God, it was like they thought they were a small WWE, and I didn't care. I knew the business. I knew it. It didn't matter to me. But all of a sudden, Chad is going ape crazy because we first come in, PG-13, Jamie Dundee and those guys are the champs. We beat them, leave them laying, steal the belts. I know we don't beat them. They beat us. Then we beat them up, steal the belts, call ourselves the champions. It was great. The houses were coming up. We're having great matches. Chad's like, why are we heels? Shouldn't we be baby faces? I said, not in Memphis. PG-13 is baby faces, but they're heels. I go, that's what works in Memphis. And then they do this little spot where they'd run around and act like they shit on you. He would be mad about that. Oh, I'm not going to let someone shit. I said, what? First of all, Chad, I didn't know you're a tough guy. I didn't know that. You may think you're a tough guy, but I remember you crying at the University of Louisville when I came and just stretched you out a little bit. And you said, but bro, don't do that again. I said, so I don't know you as being tough. So why don't you shut up? If this is what you want to do, this is part of the business. That happened, and before you know it, Randy Hales was like splitting us up. Chad wasn't wrestling. I was wrestling singles. I'm like telling Hales, I was like, Randy, I always love the work. I'll love it. So why don't you give me a singles match every night, and then let me and Chad tag? The idea is that he gets more experience. So then he was stopping that, and so we were up there for about 4 or 5 months. It was fantastic, meaning I loved it because I was Armstrong. There's so many guys. We'd be on the road. I'd be laughing. I had a great time with the guys from that aspect. From a business aspect, I had to put my foot down. I just came and called Randy Hales' deal one day. I said, hey, you're not reporting to WWE, and WWE must have so much going on that they're not checking on us. I said, because I'm not wrestling anymore as a single. I'm just not. I said, and it's not against you. It's just that's not what we're here for, and I'm not gonna stay here in Memphis, not for any other reason. I'm gonna wrestle at WWE. That's what my contract is. That's where I want to go. That's what I'm doing. We're down here for Chad, and because Chad was bitching every night, and then when I walked out, I remember when I walked out, Chad's like, "Are we really walking out?" I go, "Dude, I would do anything right now to get away from you. You're just you don't get it right now." So we went home. A month later, I get a call. What did you guys do? I'm like, we did it a month ago. And it wasn't we, it was me. And they're like, well, that's it. We want to go a different direction with Chad. And actually, out of real respect, I got to give him props. I said, okay, well, if you're going to let him go, understand this. As soon as he went and tried out, and as soon as he went in WWE, Eric Bischoff lost his mind and got so mad he rewrote everyone's contract at the training because Chad found a loophole. Right. I said, so now he's not on the best terms there. He has nowhere to go. So why don't you give him 6 months? I think it was 6 months, and pay him, and he can figure out stuff. And they said, okay. And again, that just showed me how professional WWE was. They said, do you want to call him first before we call him? I go, yeah. I call him and say, hey, you're going to get a call. This is what's going on. And well, what's going on with you? They're going to repackage me. And they were going to repackage me. And they were working on it. I was out for a little bit because I was training. I blew my knee. I was out for a little bit, but then it just drug on and drug on and drug on. My agreement was coming up, and was my agreement coming up or not? No, I had to ask for my release. So I was sitting there and I said, how far are we from me coming out? And they go, probably truly you're another 3 to 6 months. And it had been like 7 or 8 months already. And I said, hey, I need to talk to Vince. And they go, what do you need to talk to Vince about? I said, when Vince talked to me in Augusta, Georgia, he goes, Eric, here's your agreement. Because I talked about, hey, I'm going to show it to a lawyer or whatever. He goes, Eric, here's my agreement with you. If you're happy here and I'm happy with you, you got a home. If you're unhappy here, you can always leave and I'll let you out of your agreement. If I'm unhappy with you, I'm going to fire you. So don't you ever worry about that agreement. And I go, okay. And so we're there, and I was like, but I need to wrestle. I need to be wrestling live to learn the trade, right? So I was in a catch-22. And so, and they're paying me. They were paying me at home. And I was working out at home, but I wasn't getting any matches in front of the audience, and they didn't want me to wrestle any independents because they were working on a new deal for me.
Right.
So I couldn't go out and wrestle. So now I'm thinking, this is not good. I can't sit home for a year and not learn the practice. So Vince said, hey, we're serious. And so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you a release in the same, there's going to be 2 envelopes that's going to overnight, a release and a new agreement. And I think you're going to love the new agreement because we have big plans for you. And I said, I'm not going to sign it. I've been sitting around too long. You guys could have done something, and not out of disrespect. And he's like, okay, well, your decision. Swear to God. He sent he sent my release and an agreement, and damn it, man, the agreement was good. But I'd already made up my mind, man. It's time for me to go get other avenues, and I'll get back to WWE if it's meant. And so I signed the release and sent it back. No hard feelings, no nothing, and I went to WCW.
Right, bro. Well, I guess when we reconvene and talk about and do the second part, we will definitely talk about WCW, ECW, TNA. But
Sure.
We've got a few minutes left before you've got to go. So to end part 1, I just wanted to know about how you found out about being called Techno Team 2000 and what you thought of the gimmick.
The chill bumps, bro, are ridiculous. First things first. Okay, so they were going through a marketing change. Me being from the school business, right? So I understand marketing, and I'm not saying other people don't, but there are theories in business that sometimes you go, okay, that idea was born in a bubble. like that's not real. So marketing had come back, and it was a hot trend that if you made names or you made characters or you made things that rhymed, people would remember them more. Okay, that's true. I got you. Mickey Mouse. Got you. Got it. Well, WWE took that shit and threw fertilizer on it and did it like 5,000 times more. So every tag came out, rhymed. Troy and Travis, or not rhymed, but it had a lot of things that Troy and Travis both started with T. So now our name is Techno Teams 2000.
Right.
Skip and Zip. Bart and Billy. So they're making up all these names, so you couldn't be John and Rick, right? Everything had to everything had to rhyme or be close together, right? So that was one thing that was happening. We didn't know about the name yet, right? So the other thing is he was going to take a chance on, and I don't remember the person, a high-end fashion designer in New York to start doing the outfits. So now we're being flown up. Bro, when I say I don't know how much he dumped, but if he put 100,000, 150,000 just in the outfits and stuff, it's probably on the low end of what he paid. We flew up at least 3 times, first class airfare, limos, the whole thing.
Wow.
Up and back. There's a lady, she did this. They had the artist work, in crayon type, the colored pencils and, everything that you'd see from a Ralph Lauren or a Louis Vuitton or a Hermes or whatever, drawing the description. So all this bullshit, and they're taking measurements and this, that, and the other, right? But bro, what happened was they were getting so far behind, and I guess Vince had said, I want these guys to start on this date. So then all of a sudden we get a call. We get airline tickets to go do a TV. Bro, we get there in separate boxes. Our outfits come from one place. Our boots come from another place. We open this shit up and stuff is banged up. I'm like, oh my God. this is ridiculous. And not in a bad way, because it makes the stories better. I'm like, it looks like we're microwave popcorn. Remember the oven? Remember the oven microwave popcorn?
Yeah.
We're putting on shit. We don't know what all. Chat.
Oh dear, we lost him. I think his phone died. You were in the middle of talking about Techno Team 2000, and
Right.
it was just about how you found out about the gimmick, and you guys went to New York to meet with the fashion designer. They were going to come up with these fashion outfits.
Right.
And I guess it wasn't done in time from when they wanted you to be on TV. So you got sent something else, and they got damaged in the
right.
on the way.
So they were just taking a long time, you know,
Yeah.
and to us, of course, we were just thankful to be a WWE. But when I say taking a long time, like you would think, like if you were coming to work for me and I wanted you to wear a specific outfit, you would think that I would send you somewhere so you could try it on, see how it looks, you know, whatever, right?
Yes.
Well, it got pushed to where these people were Federal Expressing the outfits to the town in order for us to put them on, and it just so happens it was our first TV. And so the outfit showed up all kinds of crazy. A, we had never seen them. B, you know, so we got these boxes of just, I guess these are the pants, right? We're supposed to go inside the boots. So Chad's pants like went to his top of his knee. They didn't even cover. They didn't go down. Mine went all the way to my ankle. I mean, now listen, we're both, he's 6'5", I'm 6'6".
Yeah.
So like you got to think in your head. So what exactly happened? So that didn't go all the way. And we got these accordion looking knee pads, which are fine. And so now, which we're going to go over that. I said, well, maybe. And I said, no, that's ridiculous. They made both sets the same way. So now we're like putting on the elbow pads, putting on the jackets. Well, the person they picked to be the fashion designer, when we looked it up later on, she did ladies fashion. And so it would be common to have like a belled out jacket and things like that. So, and they wanted to do something different and futuristic. And they had like the zipper coming up from the top. Well, the zipper coming up from the top, fine. And then it bells out. So, man, when I talk about people were laughing, like dying laughing in the locker rooms, they were crying. They're laughing so hard because if you think about it, that's the biggest rib in the world. You're opening up an outfit. You don't know what it looks like, how it's going on. I mean, we saw cartoon draw-ups of it, right? But they, you know, it's not like we carried those in our back pocket. So we're like putting on, I guess this is our elbow pad. I guess this is our knee pad. The boot maker was from Texas. He sends in the boots. It was the first time I had zip-up boots. I've seen them all my life. Junkyard Dog, all these people that had zip-up boots, you know, and I heard the good news and I heard the bad news about them, you know. And so I'm putting on mine. Lo and behold, Chad goes, bro, my boots, I can't zip them up. And I'm like, oh, shit. I mean, you know, maybe the zipper stuff. Well, we're pulling on this damn thing. And I look at it, I'm going, bro, the person that made those boots took your measurements and they turned them around. So the calf was on the front of the boot.
Oh my gosh.
So now he can't zip up his boots. So now we're running around. Does anyone have electrical tape? So now, you know, they're sending people to the hardware store to get electrical tape. So now we're taping the boots on him. His pants don't go all the way down. We got these zippers and it could, I mean, it really was funny. But it couldn't have been any worse because now Jerry the King Lawler comes in and he goes, okay, I got to see what's going on. I've heard this is too. And he looks at me. He goes, you're not actually going out in that shit, are you? And I'm like, oh, my God. And it was hilarious because then they were like, hey, you know, we think that you should do some face paint or whatever. And we're like, great, who's going to do it? And they're like, no, you guys just go ahead and do it. Bro, I don't care what anyone says. You know, when Sting comes out, yeah, he looks like the Crow. Fantastic. Sting, you know, I knew Sting way, 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 way back. So when he started doing the face paint, I mean, he was new to it. And I even remember on the road, he said, yeah, I took some time, but now I can do 15 different looks. I know the looks. I know the combinations. I squirt my little, I'm like, yeah, we're not there. Jeff Hardy, Matt Hardy's a freaking, artist. I mean, he's a freaking artist. like he loves doing that. I'm like, and it shows that he does the crazy, bro. I'm not an artist. I can't draw a stick figure, right?
Neither can I.
So we're sitting there, and now I'm laughing. I'm laughing like putting on his makeup, and I'm really wanting to like put something rude on his face. But then I'm thinking, hold on, I'm painting his face. He's got to paint mine. So we're just doing like, oh, dude, it was so chaotic and so crazy. So then they go, okay, now you're Techno Team 2000, which we knew. They go, but one of you guys are Travis, one of you are Troy. So again, thinking about the production of WWE, right? You come up and there's 13 semi trucks. They got millions and millions of dollars of equipment, lights, cameras, blah, 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 flying in first class limos. And you get there and you're like, so who's Troy and who's Travis? Oh, we don't care. Now I'm thinking, okay, so now I'm thinking to myself, you know, the Jim Rosses, the people that are out there announcing, who do they think is Troy and who do they think is Travis, right? So it was hilarious because we took it, and Chad goes, which one do you want? I go, they're both bad. Who cares, right? I said, who's going to notice our names? First of all, you know, you got Skip and Zip, the body Adonis. It could be worse, right? And so we just took a coin, and I forgot what we said. Heads, Troy, you know, blah, blah, blah. I ended up Troy. He ended up Travis. Literally flipping a coin over Troy and Travis. Which they go, great, thanks. We'll tell the announcers. And so if you can imagine, chaotic at best would be the term. And we went out there and got it on. Basically, you know, trying to shorten this up is Chad ever since I knew Chad, which goes all the way back to college, was a phenomenal athlete. I mean, phenomenal athlete. I mean, the guy 6'5", didn't even need to work out, was jacked up.
Yeah.
Ran like a 4.5 40. Bro, you a true like 4.5 40, 4.59 40. People, there's three things that guys lie about. You know, it's their bench press, it's their 40 time, and it's their size of their Johnson. And so you know, so you know, I've heard the lies. I saw when he was trying out for the pro scouts that came to our university, and you know, wide receivers, running backs, they take their 40 very serious. So I mean, I saw his time being clocked. The guy was a speed demon, fantastic in the basketball court, could do any dunk you wanted, but he was shy. He was shy, not necessarily around like the football team. Like if you were in, like it was like you, me, and him sitting in a dorm room, he wouldn't be so shy. But he wasn't the most outgoing person. Other than that, well, that does not do well in pro wrestling. No. So here I got a guy that's really never gone on the road realistically. I mean, he did some stuff for WCW, but I wasn't with him and he hadn't been on the road. And now I'm thinking, man, I wonder how the guys take him, because he wouldn't go in and introduce himself. The first thing you do at every town that you go to, especially being a rookie or new, you go in and introduce yourself. Hey, Mr. Taker. Hey, Mr. Sting. Hey, Mr. I'm Erik. Bro, I did that my whole career. How you doing? How you doing? You do that. He wasn't doing that. And there was so much going on. I wasn't really paying attention to it. But, dude, it only took a week or two. And it's like, hey, your buddy has already got heat. I'm like, oh, my God. They think he's cocky, arrogant. I go, oh, my God. You know, so I tried to explain that to him. He didn't understand it. He had more on his mind. You know, he just wanted to perform and do right. But again, you can't be good at just one thing and be successful in pro wrestling. You have to know the whole industry, just like any other industry, right? Yeah. You can know all the law you want, but if you don't know how the procedures work in court, you're not going to win a case. Okay. Yeah. So he had that. He banged up one or two moves on the first few matches. Some of them were just like, I don't know. I guess his adrenaline was going. They were clumsy as shit. And that's why I told you the whole story about how athletic he was. It was like I watched him kind of just spin out of control a little bit. So about that time, they're still pumping us up. We're winning. We were told that we were going to be the world champs already, which I was like, we've only had like 2 TV matches, a TV match, and all of a sudden they're talking about we're getting the belt soon. So they were excited about the size. They were excited about the movement. They were excited about the athleticism, But I think what ended up happening is the business part started getting poisoned some about, Chad being maybe arrogant or this, that, and the other. A few slip ups, from being nervous. And they probably thought about that. And then there was a little weird, I don't know how to say it. My dad, you asked me about my dad being a father, and or not being a father, growing up with my father. My father is the same as a parent as you see him on TV or the stories you hear. Matter of fact, he's probably harder as a parent than the stories you've heard. And if you've done if you've heard anything about Cowboy Bill Watts, he's not an easy dude. You know where you stand with him, whether you feel he's right or wrong, you know where you stand. So that's what people hate and that's what people love. I do love that part, but he's brutal. He's brutal. So there were times in which we weren't just getting along real well. And around that time was Shawn Michaels came up to me and Kevin Nash, I remember. And it was a locker room. And I'd known Kevin, for some time. Kevin and I, when I first got to Atlanta, I was asking Sting, hey, tell me about Atlanta a little bit. I was just at a Ramada airport down on the south side. I said, I want to stay somewhere. It's easy to get the airport, this, that, and the other before I buy a house. And he told me, he goes, well, me and Lex and I got 2 gyms, Main Event Fitness. One's here and one's over there. And let me tell you the one over here, brother, you're on the exit to get to the airport. It's fast and easy. They just so happen to have an apartment complex that's incredible that you can actually walk from the apartment complex to our gym. I'm like, you're kidding me. And he said, no. So I end up staying there. It was like Studio 57. The only people that were there were pro baseball players that were in between trying to find a house, pro football players. In Atlanta, there's a huge chiropractic college, probably the second most, if not now the first biggest chiropractic college, called Life College. So about those young kids, Life College, train, they're eating, but let me tell you what, party is a party their brains out, right? And so there was wrestlers, basketball players, baseball players, Life College students, and everyone else were strippers. And it was and these weren't apartments like out. These were 2 towers of so elevators into. It was like being at a college dormitory, right? Yeah. And you got the pools and so then you could walk to the gym. So when I was in town, I'm like, this is incredible. Now my fiance didn't think it was that incredible, but I thought it was incredible. So Sting set it up, and he's kind of telling me where to live. Well, a lot of the wrestlers came there. Kevin was one of the first guys I met. Him and his wife, they lived at that place. So right. I knew Kevin. Of course, I knew of Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels had come through my dad's territory. I was so young at that time that I knew of him, but I didn't really know him. Not like some of the other people I talked to. Okay. And it wasn't like we just chilled out and talked to the wrestlers, but my dad always had us doing something. Right. Yeah. So Kevin came up to me and said, hey bro, we need to talk. I said, yeah, what's up, man? And I mean, they made sure it was by themselves. And Shawn's like, hey, I think we need a little bit of an attitude in the booking, and we need someone that is like a bull in a china shop to take over this booking. Now, again, I don't know, Vince is the man. He's usually the man that's, calling the shots ultimately. But I also remember back in the day, sometimes Vince it seemed like he was booking it himself. And then sometimes there was a committee in which it passed by him. I don't know what phase. I don't remember what phase it was at that time. But they said, hey, do you have your dad's number? Now think about the question. I'm like, he's my dad. I got a number on it. Oh, great. Hey, do you think that he would mind that if you gave the number to us? Now, that just shows you again the people that truly understand the business. It's Shawn Michaels, right? My dad helped start the guy, basically. I mean, in his career, he came through my dad's territory. Kevin Nash had dealt with my father at WCW, but that is the code of pro wrestling to ask. So I said, hey, let me make a call. Now you think, Eric, why didn't you so I make a call. Hey, Dad. Yeah, what do you want? I don't want shit. Anyway, Kevin and Shawn Michaels want to call. About what? I didn't ask. Can I give you a number? Yeah. Tell them if they give it to anyone else, you know what happens. I go. So, of course, I got to say that. Hey, guys, just so you know, if you give your number, if my dad does the same every time. So anyway, so they call him, and the next thing I know, my dad's up in New York, and I'm being shipped off to Memphis. Now, the reality is, from what I was told, we were being sent to Memphis because they wanted Chad to have more in-ring time as a tag team to get all the moves and all the timing and all that down. So that could have very well been it. I remember when the heat happened that we were at a huge WWF meeting. I remember it was the time when Vince was going, he was going through all the federal government shit. He was announcing, dude, they were trying to get me on like 113 indictments. They basically came to me. I've got all the stuff up for sale. I'm telling them I'm selling everything. I forgot. The story was like, they asked me if I would just plead guilty to one of the 113 offenses. That's when I knew I had them. I told them to kiss my ass. I'm like, oh my God, only Vince McMahon's going to talk to the government that way. He said, so they dropped them all. He said, they dropped them all. He goes, now I've got some panda organization from Europe trying to tell me that I can't use WWF. He goes, if I can beat the federal government, I'll kick this panda organization's ass. So the last thing all of us guys were even thinking was, that the name would have to change. Well, guess what? The panda, it must have been the Kung Fu Panda, because they whipped Vince's ass and he had to change the name. I did, it was pretty amazing though. At those quarterly meetings to see how professional. I mean, that's the first time I heard Shane, his son, talk. And I don't know how people feel about Shane. I was blown away. I've done motivational speaking. I've done the whole thing. This guy came up, how he held himself, the way he spoke was so professional. It was so on point. It was so, I was like, man, dang, Vince has got some great kids. So right after that meeting, we came out and one of the big guys came to us and said, give me your plane tickets, you and Chad. And so we said, okay. And they came back and we have Bart and Billy Gunn's plane tickets. And they go, you're going to Europe and they're going to Canada. And I'm like, oh man, oh shit. And I'm like, this is not going to be good. Now, I'm not saying that. Chad's like, oh my God, that's incredible. Well, we'd already found out Canada was not totally sold out. Europe was sold out. Canada was 7 days. Europe was 10 days. And I don't care if Canada sold out. The one thing that stinks about Canada is when Vince has a business address in Canada. So you get paid in Canadian currency. Yes, sir. So when you get your check, it looks huge and they take it to the bank, which then they charge you to convert it. And the conversion, oh no, it sucks. But Chad didn't get it. I'm like, I'm a fan of the sport. So I was watching WWE when I was at WCW. I was watching WCW and WWF when I was playing college ball, man. And I was seeing Bart and Billy Gunn. And I was like looking at these guys going, you know what? These guys give it their all no matter what. They haven't dropped the belts to them yet, but I'll be damned, man, these guys are busting their ass. Well, here they are. These guys are kicking butt. They're putting in their time. They've been there for a long time. They're trying to make their name. And then they come and hand their tickets to us. And they said, hey, we'll switch the names tomorrow. What I knew immediately was there is going to be heat on this one.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think we'd only had one TV match, maybe two TV matches. So that happened. It didn't, I don't know whether it was the next morning or later on that night. Big time office guy comes up and says, hey, I need those tickets back. And that's when I knew it was not good. And listen, if I was Bart and Billy Gunn and I had a say in the office, I'd have been screaming too.
Yeah.
And they put in the time, they put in the work. And then the next thing was, being a wrestler, you don't know how you're going to be taken care of, not sometimes. And so now your money's going to get cut in a third. Like you bust your butt to get sold out tours like that. So we end up going in Canada, and they actually, I think, cut the Canadian trip like a day or two short because the sales were so bad. They're like, F it, left us. Now, Vince was Vince is a good businessman. So we made the Canadian money, and then they sent us extra money because they said, hey, we told you were going to go to Europe. It was going to be a bigger payday. So we're going to compensate you for some of the money you lost for leaving. So would they done the same thing for Bart and Billy Gunn? I don't know. But at that point, I told Chad, I said, we're effed. Because if that ticket switch happened, that means they are upset. Rightfully so. They don't know us. We don't know them. And they're a family. We're outsiders. And they're pissed. So I never knew what all happened to cause us going to Memphis. So I just took it for what they said. And that was for Chad to get better. So we get down there, and Memphis is Memphis. And we immediately come in, take the belts. We wrestle PG-13, and they beat us. And then we just beat the shit out of them, steal the belts, and call ourselves the champs. And it was a really good angle. And all the angles play out within a week there, right? So we came back. The house is huge. It was awesome. I thought everything was going good. And then just like WWE, things soured there. You know, like, who's Chad? Well, you know, he doesn't say hi to anybody. You guys come in, you take the belts. Don't you know it's a work? I'm like, guys, you're talking to the wrong guy. Of course.
What would he say to you when you would tell him, bro, you've got to say hello to everyone? What would he say to you? Would he?
All right, you ask me. Well, you be role play. I'll be Chad.
Okay. Hey, Chad, you know, man, we're getting a lot of heat, man, because, you know, you're not saying hello to everybody. You got to shake everyone's hand. You know, this is why we're down here in Memphis.
Who am I? Who am I? Like Jerry the King Lawler gives a shit who I am. Like Jamie Dundee gives a shit.
You still got to say hello to them, man. You still got to shake their hand. Who cares, man?
Bro, that's not me. Like they can't hold that against me.
You got to make it you, bro. You got to make it you.
Bro, listen, I'll try to be me, but then it'll be worse. I promise you. Watch. It'll mess up. It'll mess up. Yeah, you know, like it's so bad. And the other thing is wrestling is my life. Wrestling, if you think about it, wrestling got me my first infamil in a bottle. You're right. So my whole life was wrestling. I understood the business of wrestling. So now I'm sitting here trying to explain to what was my best friend at the time what he should have welcomed. Like, he should have gone, oh man, I'm so sorry. No. And so PG-13, and Memphis is Memphis. So PG-13 had a few spots where they'd knock you down, and they'd come around, they'd act like they take a shit on you. It flipped him out. He's like, that's not wrestling. That's ridiculous. Why would I let one of those puny fuckers just shit on me? I go, easy, bro. We're not the Road Warriors.
Yeah.
We're not like Animal and Hawk and stuff, you know. I mean, look at us. We're wearing trash cans and shit. Yeah, you know, we're Travis and Troy Techno, and I sound like a redneck, you know, like, hey, we're Techno Team 2000, y'all. Yeah, we're in Memphis. And, you know, would you get out of the clouds? But then again, this guy, all he's ever seen was WWF and some WCW. It wasn't like he wasn't watching pro wrestling in college. He never talked to me about all that.
Right.
It all came down. I got a call from his mom. He'd gone to 3 or 4 different teams. He got drafted, not high, but he got drafted. He went to the Indianapolis Colts. Got cut. He went to Miami Dolphins because my mom and brother had a place in Miami. He actually stayed with my mom and brother. My mom called me, goes, this guy is the dirtiest kid in the world. I love him. He doesn't make his bed. He doesn't put, it's like he expects food. And I'm like, I'll call Chad. You know, here he's a pro football player, right? Because he's partying every night. He's not studying his playbook. And I'm like, okay, thanks, Mom. So he gets cut from Miami Dolphins. He goes to Dallas Cowboys. And at Dallas Cowboys, he said, Eric, he goes, the world's against me. He goes, I was coming out of the shower one day and pushed the door real hard. And who's coming in? Troy Aikman. And the door hits him in the face.
Nice.
So, you know, I don't know if that happened, didn't happen. So then he's cut from Dallas. And I was just keeping up with him, you know, talking to him occasionally. Well, his mom calls me and goes, hey, he's checking people in and out at the Gold's Gym or Powerhouse Gym up here, and he has nothing to do, and he's depressed as hell. I said, yeah. And he goes, and he's living with his mom and dad. And, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, he's got some money, you know. And she goes, no, here's the next thing. They opened up casinos in Gary, Indiana, which is about an hour away. And he's basically gambled all the money he saved up in football. And I was like, oh my God. I said, let me call him. So I called him. I said, hey, bro, come down to Atlanta. You can stay with me for free. I'll get you a tryout at WCW Power Plant. I'll talk you up athletically, and then you're on your own. And so he made the tryout. He made his money. He was doing his thing. So I bring him down to WWE. We make the tryouts, and we're on the road. And now he's just acting up at Memphis. And but it didn't help that Randy Hales, the guy that was basically booking Memphis, was acting up too. The crew acted up. That's Memphis. It's a carnival, you know. But I'm getting every aspect of this dog shit. I got these guys saying, "Hey, you know, you need to talk to your partner." I got my partner going, "This guy can't shit on me." I got WWE saying your partner needs to get. He's athletic. Let's just get your timing better. Okay, I got that. And so before you know it, about 2 weeks in, all of a sudden they killed an angle with PG-13 because they pissed off PG-13. He did. And then before you know it, now he's like, hey, Eric, you know, I think we could really draw a bigger house with you like on top and doing some singles. And I go, what? And he goes, yeah. I go, I'm not here for me, bro. I mean, thank you. That's a great compliment, and I would love to do it. If I was here by myself, I would do it. But I'm just letting you know, WWE said the reason we're down here is so him and me could do a tag. Mm-hmm. Well, we'll talk to him. I said, I don't need you to talk to him. It's my agreement, not yours. And he goes, yeah. Well, would you do a single tonight? I said, sure, I'll do a single tonight. So I did a single because at that point, it's not going anywhere. So now all of a sudden, Chad is going to these towns. He's sitting in the locker room. I'm doing some single matches. It was ridiculous. So I went up to him. I said, listen, bro, if you want me to do single matches, I'm always trying to elevate my game, and I got something to learn. But you got to put us on as a tag. If we tag, let us have a tag match, and then I'll come back at a singles. I don't care. And they're like, no, you know. And I said, look, I'm gonna let you know. And I can't remember how long we were there, 5-6 weeks. I said, listen, this isn't working out. And they're like, well, you're here from WWE. They're paying you to be here. Yeah. And we're paying you some too. I said, I told you the first week to keep your $100. I said, you guys are paying us like $100 a week to be here. I mean, that's not hotels. That's not gas. That's not nothing. That's what's even better. I told you to save your money. You're getting free talent to use on your show that you don't have to pay. So don't bring that to me. And he's like, well, yeah, you always said that. I said, yeah. So don't tell me this. You need to be happy, and we need to be happy. But I got to get him in the ring. And he's like, well, okay, we'll do it soon. I go, if it doesn't happen tonight, it's the last night I'm gonna wrestle here. And he goes, Eric, you've grown up in the business. You can't do that. I said, no, wait. I've grown up in the business, but I know what respect is, bro. I said, and I know what deals are. And he goes, WWE's not gonna be happy. I said, WWE doesn't know. They haven't been calling you. And he goes, yeah, they have. I go, no, they haven't. They wouldn't have singles. Wrestled that match. I drove home. Now the whole time I'm there, I got Chad Fortune going, this is bullshit. This is crazy. I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna let them shit on me. And listen, if you haven't wrestled Memphis, you've never seen Memphis, it's the craziest carnival I've ever been in. I loved it, but so much stuff happened every night that you would just laugh. I remember we were in Evansville, Indiana. We're wrestling PG-13. We get up there, and what we were famous for was the double leapfrogs, the double drop kicks, the hip toss, me coming off the top rope on a reverse drop kick or a sunset flip off the top rope, 6'6", 290, you know, boom, 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 boom. We get in the ring. It's our first week. I go to hit the ropes. The top rope breaks. Listen to me. God is my witness. So I'm sitting there going, oh my God, Chad's eyes get so big. Like, what are we going to do? So then, you know, Woofy and Jamie were just awesome. I mean, I love those guys. They're class clowns, you know, and they're retards. I mean, they're stupid, right?
We had them on the show a few months ago, and they're just both of them at the same time, and it was hilarious, man.
Dude, that's them. Like, yes, they can get under your skin, but you know, if you're around them every day, but realistically, they're just so funny. So those guys start laughing. So we get in a tie up, and Jamie, I think Jamie goes, throw me off. I said, the rope's broken. He goes, I'm only going to use the 2 ropes. So he goes down on his knees. I throw him off. He goes down to his knees. He hits the second rope. I'm like, this is so funny, man. And now it's good. But when he goes to hit the second rope breaks.
Oh no, he's serious.
So those 2 guys are in tears. They're in tears. Like the night could not be better for them because that's one thing in Memphis. You just rolled with it, which made so many of those guys so good at ad-libbing.
Yeah.
You couldn't put those guys in a bad situation. The worse the situation was, the better it was for those guys, right? So we sat there and had a complete match with 1 rope, and it was a bottom rope, bro. When we went to tag each other in, think about watching a wrestling match with 1 rope. Of course, Jamie and Wolfie, they're so hilarious that like when they're the good guys, we're the bad guys. So when we're beating them up, I say fight towards the corner. They start fighting towards the corner, and the guy on the outside would be acting like he's going over the top rope, like he can't tag in. I would almost be losing it, trying to stay in character. It was hilarious, but at the time, maturity-wise, I don't think Chad could take it. And so he's bitching every night. So when I finally walked out, I remember getting into my car and driving. And I had a lot of friends and all this other stuff. I told them what I was going to do. I said, hey, man, don't think bad. It's just I'm doing this. I got to stand up for what's right. I get in the car. We're driving back to Atlanta. He's like, I can't believe you just walked out of there. I'm like, okay. All right. I mean, Rocky Horror Picture Show. I tell you got to go shake hands. You're not going to do it. You're mad every day because of what they're doing and the tag team. And then all of a sudden, I see you relaxing. Like you weren't mad that they split us up. You looked at it like it was just another night off for you. And you didn't understand the reason we were here was for us to mesh as a tag team. Now, again, what I said, I didn't mind getting work. Hey, work me 3 times, 4 times a night. I'm good, but I also want to do it. It was another month. I get a call from one of the big boys at WWE, and they're like, did you walk out of Memphis? I go, a month ago. And they're like, Vince isn't going to be happy. I said, he shouldn't be happy with you. And he goes, why? I go, you're the one that's supposed to be checking on us. I'm sitting up there. They're not. And they're like, they weren't letting you tag? I go, no. And he's like, oh, no. So I think, so they went and met, and I get a call back, and they go, look, we're just going to go another direction. We're not, we're going to let your partner go. We when we originally talked to you, we saw you as a single. We don't think anything bad about Chad. He just needs some more time in the ring. He's a good athlete, but we got huge plans for you. And I said, it's pretty messed up, I found a loophole with my attorney through the WCW training clause. We took advantage of it. He's not their favorite. WCW, after that happened, ripped up all their training clauses and rewrote them, so you had to sign off your life to them.
Right.
Eric Bischoff wasn't Chad's biggest fan after that. And I said, hey guys, you need to pay him for at least 6 months so he can find something else to do. And so I mean, who am I to ask that? But WWE was always so good to me. They were like, yeah, that sounds good. Let me run it past the top people, and I think it was 6 months they paid him. He went into bouncing at strip clubs or whatever, and he kind of was around Atlanta long enough that he picked up a training contract again from WCW.
Yeah.
And then he ended up driving monster trucks. But that was kind of the deal. And so now I'm at WWE, and I'm waiting on them to redo the character and all this other stuff. And bro, when I say they were redoing my character for like a year and a half or whatever. And so I finally called up. I said, guys, I love it. I love saying that at WWE. They were treating me phenomenal. Like, because they were doing a new character on me, they were paying me. Like I told you before, everyone that comes to WWE, except for your biggest big boys, start on the same contract way back in the day. You the 2 years, I think it's 3 days they promise you a year at $150 a day, right? So I never got that check. So they put it this way, they were financially taking care of me. But at a certain point, especially in my career, I'm still young. I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it to learn the art of wrestling. So I can sit there and tell my wife at the time, look, we're making good money, but I personally know that I'm losing the time element of learning.
Yeah.
So I just called him up, and then Vince was a man of his word. You know, he told me the day that I tried out, and he goes, you know, I want you guys. I want you right now. I want you to sign. And I said, I appreciate that. Let me let my lawyer look at the stuff. And then I said, hey, I'm so thrilled. I've always wanted to wrestle at WWE. And he said, Eric, let me tell you something. He goes, if you're ever unhappy with your deal, call me. I'll let you out.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. I said, yes, sir. And he goes, because if I'm unhappy with the way you're acting, I'm going to let you go. And I said, yes, sir. He goes, but the way I see it, you got a home here if you keep working and wrestling. I said, yes, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I don't know whether he tells everyone that stuff, but I had heard a million people dog Vince and Vince's business ethics. I've heard a million people, and I wasn't in their position, so I can't say whether Vince was good or bad to them, but I can say as far as Vince McMahon to Erik Watts, aces. So I called up and I said, hey, I want out of my agreement. I got to go wrestle, man. And he's like, well, I'm sad to hear that. He goes, we're putting a character together for you. I think you're really going to like it. And I'm going to change your contract up. And I know you're going to like what I got. I go, okay, I want my release. He goes, I promise you your release. So this is what you're going to do. I'm going to send you a release in the Federal Express. There's going to be 2 envelopes, big ones, one with your release and one with your new agreement. I'll see what your decision is in 2 days. Because I got to say, I said, yes, sir. I got that shit. I should have never opened the agreement because the agreement was nice. I mean, like, it was ridiculous. It was nice. But they could not tell me when I was going to go back in. And I had been there long enough to hear people say, yeah, if the character's not perfect or he's not like, I watched it on TV, Dr. Isaac Yankum, you know, all these people. If the character's not good, they push it for about 2 or 3 months. You could go back on the shelf for another year, right? And again, I cannot one day be what I wanted to try to be, and that's the best wrestler ever. Just like to this day, I've got it at my house. When I went to college, I bought a poster, for lack of better terms, of the Heisman Trophy and all the winners of the history of Heisman Trophy. I put it in a glass frame, and I put a Post-it on it, and I put Erik Watts, and I stared at it every day. I planned on being a Heisman Trophy winner because that is the best in football. I didn't obtain it, but I shot for it every freaking day. The same thing with pro wrestling. It's no disrespect to the Flairs and the Cowboy Bill Wattses and the Hulk Hogans or whoever anyone thinks is the best. I don't care who it is. Luthez. You can go down, up. I wanted to be the best. How you cannot be the best in pro wrestling unless you're putting in the time. Period.
Yeah.
Period. And it takes 10, 20, 30 years to be the best. And that's active years, man. That's active years. Back in the day when my dad was wrestling, there was 23 territories. Bro, you left. If you're good enough, you stayed a little while. If you're bad, you got fired, you left. But if you're a good businessman, that promoter would call and say, hey, he's just not picking it up. Why don't you beat him up for about 3-4 months? Then they would send you somewhere to get beat up, and they would send you, because no territories, back then, very few territories had the TV power of like my dad or Vince to sour you per se in a national light. So if you went up to Seattle, no one knew of you. If you went to Minnesota, AWA, no one. If you went to Crockett if you went to Sunshine, wherever you went, hell, from Oklahoma to Texas, bro. When my dad would send the Von Erichs, people in Texas at the time, my dad went over and ended up taking over Texas. But when my dad had Oklahoma, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Georgia, that TV was done in those states. It wasn't until later on that my dad started sending his TV up to New York and California because he wanted to keep on expanding when he went to Universal Wrestling Federation. So you could do whatever you wanted with an athlete. The funniest story to me, man, I'll tell you a story not many people know. I was at WWE and Shawn Michaels comes up to me a little bit later, and let's see. Well, yeah, it was maybe it was much later, and Shawn said, or maybe it was afterwards. I was doing an autograph session somewhere, but anyway, Shawn comes up to me. He goes like, Erik, your mom has like the whole video library from Mid-South Sports, Universal Wrestling Federation. I said, yeah, we got about 1,300 hours. We got some 60s and 70s wrestling. He's like, oh my God. He goes, so you've probably got every one of my matches at Mid-South. I go, yeah, we got every one of your matches at Mid-South. He goes, listen, I got kids now, and all my kids know about me is that I'm this celebrity star. I win all the matches. I'm the fan favorite, all this. He goes, but I want to show kids where I came from. I want to show my kids where I came from because I don't want my kids thinking that this is what life is. You just wake up one day and you get everything. You have got to earn it.
Yeah.
I said, no problem. I said, how many you want? He goes, I don't know. Send me like 10 matches or whatever, 10 matches. I said, no problem. So I left. I called my little brother that he did a lot of the, at the time we were taking a lot of this older reels and we were trying to put them on at the time for DVD we were just trying to put shit on half inch on VHS because we were trying to save it. And then as we got pretty far on the VHS, now DVD comes out. Now we're trying to save the DVD and thumb drives and stuff like that. And we got Terra stations at our office just trying to convert stuff. Ted Turner was nice to us. He has a huge film library. A lot of our stuff was 3/4 inch, and a lot of it had mold on it, because it was so old. And you'd have to recondition them because what ended up happening is if you took something that was on those tapes, it could contaminate all the equipment. You had to shut it down. It's a huge process. So I called my brother. I said, hey, can you throw 8-10 matches on Shawn Michaels? Here's his address. And could you ship the DVD? I'm like, yeah. Well, I never asked my brother what he sent him, didn't send him. I saw Shawn. I can't remember whether I saw him or he called me. And but I remember exactly what he said. It was funny as hell. He goes, hey, Erik. He goes, I don't know what to think about me asking you for those DVDs. I said, well, did you get them? He goes, oh, I got them. And your family, like 2 days later, sent me exactly what I asked for. He goes, I didn't know that 10 matches could fit in about 30 minutes. He goes, because the average match was about 3 or 4 minutes because they sent me the TV ones, which I guess are the easiest ones. And he goes, I don't remember me getting my ass kicked that bad. And so then I called my brother. I called my brother up. I'm like, bro, I said, Shawn, he goes, I don't even know if I can show my kids this. I left. I was thinking in my head, maybe this was good for Shawn to see because Shawn didn't even remember this. So I went back and said, bro, send me 1 or 2 of those matches. I got to see it. And so I saw it, and Shawn would just come in there. He would get thumped. I mean, just thumped, right? But I mean, that's whatever, as far as that's concerned, that's why he was there at Mid-South, was to put over the other guys as he was making his way, because that's what happens. You make your way, and then a Cowboy Bill Watts calls a Vern Gagne and says, hey, I got a kid, didn't bitch, didn't cry, didn't whine, fantastic athlete, and then the next territory, because my dad got the calls too, man. I mean, my dad would get the call and say, hey, later on I can tell you that, I mean, that's how Ultimate Warrior happened. My dad did not get along with Hellwig. He didn't. He got along with Sting. So, and he thought Sting had potential, and he thought Hellwig was a hard-headed turd. And so he sent him to Texas, and said, hey, I'm going to kill this kid. I mean, what I'm saying is I will physically beat his brains out. He thinks his shit doesn't stink. And my dad was, hot, he goes, and to me, he's an overgrown wimp. I'm going to beat him up. Basically is what my dad was saying. He goes, so I'm going to send him. So they make him Dingo Warrior in Texas, Von Erich, because he called Von Erichs. He said, you're going to love him. He goes, there's 2 people who are going to love this guy because he's got so many muscles. Is you and Vince. So see what you're going to do. So he took him. They ran him as Dingo Warrior. And because when it came to my dad's federation, my dad took Sting and him, and he made him the Road Warriors, and he named him Rock, Okay, so it was Sting and Rock, the Blade Runners, and they were tagged Blade Runners. So they're there. So my dad said, I can't take it anymore, but called him off, said the kid's big, so he'll fit you guys. Went to Dingo Warrior. He made a big run in Texas. Then they called Vince, and Vince makes him the Ultimate Warrior, right? So Sean had seen all that stuff. He's like, dude. So I watched the match, and my brother is so hilarious. He goes, I'm gonna tell you what. He is such an athlete. Did you see the way he took that ass whipping? Like, and when you think about it, I was marveled because every tackle he took or every punch he took, the way he snapped back and hit the ropes, or he hit the turnbuckle, or his soul being hit, you sat there and said, this isn't normal. This guy is talented. Now that's from 40, 50 years, me and my brothers watching wrestling all the time. You can even take a match that's 3 or 4 minutes and you know when there's a star. And this kid was a freaking star to be, and then he ends up Shawn Michaels. When Shawn came to me and asked me to call my brother to get the footage, I had forgotten that he was ever in our territory. So I just said, I just had to go with it. I go, oh yeah, Sean, sure. I called my little brother. My brother was like, yeah, he was there, and I'll get him some stuff. But it was hilarious. It was like opening Pandora's box up. So Sean was like, yeah. I don't even know if I don't know. Maybe I should never ask you for that footage. It was priceless. So the WWE thing that ended. I went there. I decided not to go because I needed to get in the ring, and I believe right from there, because sometimes the timelines lose me. I think about that time I was going back to WCW.
Yeah, I had noticed in my research, April 16th, 1998, you work a dark match on Thunder against Yuji Nagata, but then you do return till early 1999 in February, where you get wins over Silver King and Steve Armstrong on Saturday Night and Worldwide.
Right.
So what was with the big gap between April 16th, 98 against Yuji Nagata, and then you finally get to be on television on the Saturday Night and Worldwide tapings in February?
Okay, well, let me try to put this together. Because I hope I tell this right. So I go back to WCW, get a contract and all this other stuff. And so I'm like, hey, I told Eric Bischoff, I told the people, I said, listen, this is what I'm here for. I want to get work. I mean, not like I want to work. I want to work consistently. I want to work a lot.
Yeah.
I can go and work in different areas. I want to work American style, and I want to take what I've learned in Japan and Germany and all these places, and I want to use it. And they're like, fantastic. That's great. And so I sign on. And then right before you know it, I'm out in the ring. And I remember I decided that I wanted to do big black pants. I'm trying to remember the name of the Hot Topics. There used to be a store called Hot Topics, and they sold all the in skateboarder at that time skateboarder pants, jeans, shirts, and all this other stuff. So I was in the mall, and I go, I like that. And my wife was like, that's ridiculous. I go, no, I like that. So I went in, I bought a pair of their jeans, black jeans. They had these blue stripes, but they were like a triangle that went down the back. Bought some ultra tight shirts. At that time, I had time to build up. So, I'm 292 pounds. My body is the best it had ever been. So it was probably stupid for me to start wearing tight shirts. But I mean, my shoulders were big. I felt good. I'm 290. I got this tight shirt on. I found these belts. That was the only bad idea. That had the coolest silver metal, things around it. I even found one that were all gun shells. They look like 357 Magnums all the way around, which when you start taking bumps, nah. When you come in, people are like, yeah. When you start taking bumps, no. But anyway, I had to roll with it, right? And so I come in, and here comes the match, and I have the match, boom, boom, boom. And I'm sitting there going, awesome. The guy's like, you're back. How's it going? God, you look great. You know, new outfit. And I get a call from Dallas Page. And he goes, hey, bro, what do you think about changing up your outfit? I go, no. He goes, what? I go, no, that's what I want to wear. That's me. That's what I want to wear. I want to wrestle as a heel. I want to be able to, you know, because the heels call the matches. Now, today, they call the they plan the matches, but back in the day, the heel called the match. I said, my dad always said, man, he goes, I forgot the two people he named. I think it was Steamboat and the Rock and Roll Express. I think he said, or no, maybe it was the Fantastics. He said, Eric, there's only two different peoples, a tag and that I've ever booked that could wrestle incredible that had never been heels in the career. He goes, every great pro wrestler is a heel at some point so they can truly learn the art of the audience and how they feel and how to call a match. You got to be a heel. I hadn't really. So I wanted to be a heel. So I come out, I do it, and now I'm getting calls that they don't like my outfit. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. No one at WCW makes your outfit for you. WCW doesn't pay for your outfit. You're up to make your own, okay? And I got my name, and it's Erik Watts. So they're not paying to trademark my name. They're not putting anything creative. We're not doing any vignettes. That is my effing outfit, period. And he goes, okay. So I guess I got put on the shelf, you know, for a while because of my outfit. The funniest thing about that story, right, is then they bring me back and, you know, they start pushing me and all this other stuff. And then because what they were going to do is they were going to do kind of like ECW. I mean, like Jeff Jarrett thought he was going to do a TNA. They were going to put me on shows that didn't really fucking matter. But I started getting over with the crowd. And so then they brought me to the bigger shows, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what happened there. But the funniest thing, the biggest compliment to me was, so I decided also, because I'm a businessman, you know what? I want to run one of my own shows, right? So I get a guy in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I try to find out who has like a school in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Me and him start talking. I go, look, I can't fly in and out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I want to run a show in Tulsa. And so he said, okay. And this is after I'm out of WCW, right? Or I can't remember whether I'm out or I'm about out of WCW. And so I got some guys from WCW. I called Vince McMahon. I said, hey, Vince, I'm wanting to run an indie show in Tulsa. I want to bring back the Freebirds. So Terry Gordy, Michael Hayes, you know, the whole thing. Is there any talent I could borrow from you for my show? And he goes, yeah, I'll send some people down. So he sends down, let's see, Sherry. He sends down Luna, I believe. So he sent down, you know, several people. He let me use, you know, I think Doc was at WWE, so he let me use Doc, Terry Gordy, and all this other stuff. So he sends me 2 kids. He goes, I'm gonna send you 2 kids, man. I think they're up and comers. I said, okay, what's their name? He goes, Jeff and Matt Hardy. I go, okay, all right, cool. I'm more than happy. I'll use them, right? So I remember calling my dad. I was like, hey, Dad, I'm going to run a show in Tulsa. I want to make it gangbusters. I'm going to go to the fairgrounds. He goes, okay. I said, would you be on the show? He goes, no. I go, what? He goes, no, you can't pay me what I would draw, and you're not coming into my hometown and using my name to profit off of it. I go, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So I think that night I was supposed to wrestle one-man gang. I was coming. I think that I was main event or second main event or whatever. But what's crazy is we sold out that show in, you know, whatever year it was, late 80s or early 90s. We did $46,000 on that show.
Shit.
So we're at that show, and Albert. Prince Albert, what was the guy's name? You know, nicest guy in the world. He comes up to me. He goes, Watts. I go, yeah, bro. He goes, I got these 2 kids. They need to talk to you. I said, yeah, you know, who? He goes, Matt and Jeff Hardy. And I said, okay. And so I go, hi guys, how's it going? They go, great, Mr. Watts. And I said, okay, well, what do you want to talk about? I don't care what you guys do. You know, you're with these people. Vince lent me. Vince, not only did he lend me the talent, he paid the talent to perform that night.
Oh, cool.
And I had WCW guys. So all those people that sit there and talk about Vince and bullshit. I sat there and told them what I wanted to do. I wanted to promote pro wrestling. I didn't have a territory. I didn't have shit. I just wanted to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma and bless the people of Tulsa, Oklahoma, because that was my hometown. And I just wanted to do something big in Tulsa. And he was for it and everyone else was for it. It was easy peasy, lemon squeezy, man. So I'm there. I said, yeah, guys, what's up? They go, we love your outfit. I go, what? They go, the jeans, the tight shirts, the whole thing. We love your outfit. I go, wow, that's cool, man. They go, is there any way that we could use your outfit at WWE? And I, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, and again, nothing against Eric Bischoff. Nothing against Eric Bischoff. But you mean to tell me, you bring me back to WCW, you're telling people that you love what I can do in the ring, you love my size, you love how my body's in shape, you just don't like my outfit? Stop it, right? So I said, you know what, guys? I would love for you to use my outfit. So those bastards go up. They blow up like unbelievable. And I'm sitting there and said, hey, Paige. I said, hey, Paige, call Bischoff for me and ask him how he likes my fucking outfit. I said, because the heart... Paige popped. Dallas popped. I mean, he was laughing, man.
It dawns on me, bro. It just dawns on me now. You know what? The Hardy's dressed exactly like Erik Watts.
Dude, I'm not making the shit up. They were
I'm like, wow, it makes so much sense. Like that's what they wore. They wore that exact same thing.
Yeah. Tulsa, Oklahoma. I remember I was in the back and I'm sitting there trying to get things and I found out that Skandar Akbar and One Man Gang had like something major health wise happen to him, so he couldn't show up. So that was the main event. It was Skandar Akbar and One Man Gang versus Erik Watts, and I can't remember who I was going to have in mind. You know, we were trying to put together the old Mid-South sports for another run for one night,
right?
With sprinkling in so some other people, right? And so it was awesome. But yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Incredible.
You know, and Albert was so cool. He's like, hey, you know, these kids are great kids. He goes, but you know, just out of respect, you know, if you're going to do something that you should ask. And that made me feel so good because let me tell you what, even in the 90s, that stuff was going away. That stuff was going away, bro. Another crazy story was when I went to Japan is the first time I ever truly saw Johnny Ace wrestle as Johnny Ace, right? And so I'm going into Japan and my first night, Ace was the top. Okay. Yes, Steve Dr. Death Williams. Yes, Terry Gordy. Yes, some of these guys probably got paid more than Johnny Ace. But Johnny Ace was the head gaijin there. He's the one that spoke to Baba. He's the one that spoke to Baba's wife. He's the one that did most of the negotiations and stuff like that. So he was the effing man in Japan. And so when I went over to Japan, which the way I got to Japan was Terry Gordy was flying over to Japan with Doc and he OD'd on the flight.
Oh, shit.
They literally had to land the flight and send him back. I got a call and said, hey, Eric, would you be willing to fill in for Terry Gordy? And my head goes, what? Like, to fill in for Terry Gordy is one thing. To fill in for Terry Gordy with Dr. Death Steve Williams in freaking Japan is crazy.
Because Dr. Death is huge there.
Are you kidding? That's like saying, hey, by the way, that's like Vince McMahon calling me up and saying, hey, you know what? Hulk versus Andre the Giant tonight. Hulk's not feeling good. Could you wrestle Giant? I mean, it was stupid, right? And because before that, my only other experience was I played against Syracuse. Louisville played against Syracuse in the Coca-Cola Classic in Tokyo, Japan. And when I flew over to Tokyo, Japan, they literally made sculptures of my dad 20 and 30 feet up, ice sculptures and shit. Where the news media crushed me. I mean, all the people were like, what's going on? I go, don't worry about it. It's my father. I cannot tell you the bags and bags of pictures these fans are saying, can your dad please sign this? Can your dad please sign this? I was signing stuff. The Japanese were so awesome. They had found my yearbook pictures from like 8th grade,
Wow.
10th grade. I don't even know how they got it. I was signing stuff I had not seen in years and years and years. And then guys are coming up and saying, hey, Erik, can you hook me up? I'm like, what do you want? You know, when we went over for the Coca-Cola Classic, every day, every football player got a case of Coke, you got a case of water, and then you got a case of this green. It was phenomenal. It wasn't Gatorade, but it was Coke's Gatorade, Japan. You got chips, and you got a case of their Fiji apples that were incredible. And the guy goes, look, if you'll trade me those products every day, I will give you kimono, samurai sword every day. I mean, this stuff was worth a lot of money. I said, shit,
Wow.
I'll get you like two. Yeah, I was like, I'll get you 2 or 3 sets of this stuff. So before you know it, the guy's working me. We set up a shop in my dorm room, and we're selling all the Syracuse guys and Louisville guys, kimonos, samurai swords and shit. Now he's splitting money with me. And he's like, I used to do business with your father. I'm like, you do business with me. He goes, next time you come, you bring Levi jeans, but not big like you, and you bring golf balls. And I'm like, I'll bring whatever the hell you want. Yeah. So I was like setting up business with him. And so I go back and I met Johnny Ace, and Johnny Ace, and I haven't seen him in years and years and years as far as wrestling, because he had been in Japan. I had never met Johnny Ace ever, and Johnny Ace like, hey, you're gonna tag with me tonight, and it's the first match since Baba died, so it's a memorial. Right. And I'm like, he goes, so it's a big thing, it's sold out. I'm like, and Johnny goes, do you want to go in first, or you want me to go in first? I said, I don't care. He goes, well, let me go in and kind of show you Japanese style. He went in, and I watched him for the first 5 minutes hit this guy and beat this guy within an inch of his effing life. It was like a fucking street fight. I mean, he beat the dog shit out of this guy. Gets back in the ring and tags me. I'm like, okay. So what did you want to do from here? I just witnessed a mass murder. What would you like me to do? But Johnny was very good to me. He took me over in Japan, and the same thing happened to me in Japan. I was wearing that outfit. I remember this. And the same bus driver from back as long as I know was driving. His name was Wrongway. And Wrongway drove the Gaijin bus. And so I knew all this already. Wrongway was the office for Japan driving the bus. So I remember one day, Johnny was on there. I'm getting on the bus. It was like my first day. He goes, oh, what's this? Can I talk to you? I said, yeah, you can talk to me. He said, maybe you have trunks. Yes, maybe not. Maybe not outfit like this, because we don't know this outfit. I go, trunks, like trunks and boots. He goes, yeah, trunks. You got trunks? I go, no. Well, I had brought my trunks because I didn't know how they would go over. But when he was saying that, I'm like, I'm just gonna run with this. No, I don't have that shit. Johnny was sitting right behind him. So I go to the back of the bus. We get on the road. We're driving. Johnny comes back. He goes, that's ballsy, kid. Do you have trunks? I go, yeah, I did. He goes, and you told the office? I go, no, that's the bus driver. He goes, you know that's the office. I go, yeah, but I also know the top Gaijin guy was right behind him, named Johnny Ace. I said, so did I fuck up? He's like, no, you didn't. I like that they're upset about that. He goes, but tomorrow, throw the fucking trunks away. Because if they ask you to open your bag and the trunks are there, you're a liar, and that's not good in Japan. I go, okay. I got rid of the fucking trunks. We were driving. So Johnny was the one, he saw several of my moves. He's like, I've not ever seen someone jump from the ring up. Because in Japan, one thing I love about Japan, their ropes were thick. When I say thick, like 8 ball, like cue ball thick. I mean, it's thick. And so in America, when I wanted to jump up to the top rope and maybe do a sunset flip off the top or whatever, I would take my hands, I would jump up so that when I jumped up, I had a little bit of hold of the ropes, because WWE's are ropes, so they're flimsy. WCW are harder, so it's easy. Bro, those ropes are so hard and so thick, I could just run and jump, literally no hands. I'd jump up to the top rope and do whatever I wanted. So Johnny was like, dude, I'm telling you, bro, some of the stuff that you're doing. And he goes, what's this move? I go, I made that up. He goes, where have you done it? I go, nowhere yet. I was going to try some of the stuff in Japan. He goes, fucking incredible. And so I had some of my moves I did. And I'll tell you what, it meant the world to me. Some guys came up to me years later at WWE. And they said, hey, you know, Erik, no one's ever done your E-bomb into the corner. I go, no one's ever done my E-bomb in the corner. And I said, there's a few other moves I have that no one's ever done. And they said, no. They said, there's several guys that went to the office and we're going to do your move. And Johnny Ace said, the fuck you are. And I said, what? And he goes, no, it wasn't for you. That's how Johnny Ace is. Johnny Ace is like, no, that man is the one that did that move. Without him approving the move, you're not doing it. Yeah. Right. And no one of course came to me. Now later on, like the STF wasn't mine. The STF was Chono's, right? And so John Cena started doing the STF. And a matter of fact, I wanted to sometime reach out to him. I don't know John Cena, but I was wanting to reach out to him because I can't tell you, I spent hours and days learning different ways to get in the STF. Yeah. And I was wanting to call him up and say, hey, bro, you're like a million times more over than I ever was. But hey, I know this variation of the STF. I was wanting to call him. And then I used to do this thing called it lights out. And I'd throw the guy's arm over and then I'd sit out with their face and their face would face plant. Yeah. And I can't remember whether Cena or someone else started doing one of those. But minus that, like the reverse power bomb, stuff like that. I mean, he protected it. And I remember him. He was the one that told me, he goes, what do you want to do tonight? I go, well, I want to throw the guy in the corner and I'm going to boot him when he comes out. And I'm going to put him in a power bomb and I'm going to power bomb him in the turnbuckle. He goes, what? I go, easy there, fucking Marilyn Manson. I said, you've slaughtered every person I've seen in here. You bathe in their blood and you're worried about me doing. He goes, that could be dangerous. I said, no, the fuck it can't be. When you put them up on your chest, I said, I'm not rotating them with their head. It looks like I am, but when they sit up on me, basically I step in and I'm throwing them off of my shoulders and I'm actually pulling their legs down so they can stand up. I said, so realistically, the guys that have done it with me 1,000 times, they're like, Erik, it's the easiest thing in the world. You're basically just shoving me on my feet. And I said, right. And so Johnny said, show me how you're going to do it. I said, okay. And so we went to the ring. I said, all right. He goes, oh, not on me. He got it. And when I did it, the guy goes, oh, very nice, very nice. And so we did it. He saw that in Japan, man. He goes, I don't give a shit. He saw 3 or 4 moves. He goes, I don't care. Every night, would you just do those? I got to see those. Those are fantastic. Yeah. And we would meet up later on, so there wouldn't get so heat. I didn't want to be running around with the top guy and all that. And he talked to me in Japan. We would meet out, and he taught me the territories and stuff like that. So another guy, to me, that had my ultimate respect and reminded me of how the old school used to do things was Johnny Ace in Japan.
Yeah, man, that's cool. And it's now that you talk about the that turnbuckle power bomb and the way that you did it, that's where Seth Rollins went wrong when unfortunately Sting's neck was broken from it. That's where Nia Jax has gone wrong when they've utilized those power bombs into the corner. They don't do it and protect the person by making them essentially standing up as they take that move. They just throw them into it, which is what led to the whiplash, which is essentially what ended Sting's career, even though he's in AEW now, and who knows how that's going to go. There's probably going to be more cinematic matches that he does there, but that essentially, if only Seth talked to you about it before he used that move, then maybe he would know.
And you brought that up, and Sting, was one of my childhood, me and him got, I really liked Sting, the athlete. When he came in, he was so different. He was so new, and he had so much heat for everything he did because of his look. But he took it in stride. So he meant a lot to me. And like I said, when WCW would come into Louisville a few times, I would come see the shows, and Sting would take the time later on to talk to me. And he talked to me like when I was in high school, back when he was wrestling for my father. He would talk to me then, and he was very nice. I did not know that was the move. The other thing that people, why I did it the way I did it, when I got into America and started doing it, I was doing it with people I really, really knew. So I would stop and ask a person, does this bug you? Because if this bugs you, we will not do this move. I've got too many moves. I can do something else.
Yeah.
And a lot of times. So I remember it wasn't Brian Armstrong. It was like Steve or Scott Armstrong I had one night. Yeah. And I said, I said, hey, does this bug you? And the guy's like, I don't like turning that way because I will lose. I won't know where I'm at. Now, if you're powerbombing me in the middle, yeah, but I'm worried. And I go, bro, especially one of the Armstrongs, man. I love those guys. I go, hey, let's skip it. He goes, no. He goes, it kind of pisses me off now. Why does it bother me to take that move? I go, well, there's a lot of things that could go wrong. He goes, yeah, like hitting your head on the turnbuckle. On the metal. Yeah. And I said, I never even thought about that because I'm going to torque you to where you're never that direction. And he's like, what? And I said, hold on, just so you know that we can do it standing right here in the hallway. He goes, what? I go, yeah. And I go, let's get 2 or 3 guys. I said, but I'm going to lift you to my shoulders and I'm going to show you how I sit down. And I could do it with the guys in the back. So when I put them up, I go, okay, now I'm going to throw you down. And I would just pull their legs to my side and push them down. And they stand up and look at him and they go, that's like dance. I said, let's do it. And he goes, let's do it. When he did that, when he did the move with me, I then knew in my heart of hearts, anyone could do it, and it's safe as can be. He's the one that when I got to America actually said, man, whoever's worried about it shouldn't be worried about it. I knew they shouldn't be worried about it, but I can't tell you if you're worried about it. And in wrestling, there's 2 different worries. There's worries, I don't want to take that move because I don't want to take it. And there's true worry. But there's a big difference, right? And then every person's perception is their reality. And the last thing you want to do, dude, if you hurt someone with your move and it's your move and your move gets over, now what do you do? Because now no one wants to take it. That's what happened with Vader, man. I was the match after he chokeslammed that dude and broke his neck.
Right.
I was the match in that town in Georgia. And I remember them pulling the ring ropes down. I remember the gurney going out. I remember watching it because what was so weird to me, he chokeslammed the guy. And when he did, I go, that guy is effed up. And he picked him up again. And the second time it was worse. When I say completely, but I think the guy was paralyzed on the first. And I think that Vader just ripped him up like a rag doll and did it again. Now, again, Vader never meant to hurt anyone. But Vader would tell you, even when I was in Japan, bro, I would see him go throw up. He would throw up almost every time before a match. He would be so excited. He would get so excited, worked up. When he would start doing his shots, I'm like, bro, this is entertainment. He goes, I don't know how. I get so excited. When I was at WCW to tell you how nice Leon was to me, Leon comes up to me and goes, hey, brother. I said, yeah. He goes, listen, after your match, okay, people are going to start hitting the ring. And we're all coming in. We're coming in. Sting's coming in. Then I'm coming. Sting's coming. I'm coming in. Then Sting's coming in. So what's going to happen is your match, and everyone's start hitting the ring during your match because you're going to get screwed. I'm going to come in and start clearing people out. But listen, bro, I'm clearing good guys. I'm clearing bad guys. And I said, okay, because then Sting's going to come in, stop me, boom, 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 boom. Then I'm going to stop him. I'm going to take him. I'm going to hang him over the ropes. And that's how we're going to leave the show. I said, great. I said, so why? I'm good. He goes, no. I'm going to tell you. You know how I get. I go, what? He goes, this is Sting and me, man. I'm jacked. I go, so what do you want me to do? He goes, find a way to fall out of the ring without me hitting you. I said, what? I swear to God, that match stopped. Boom, boom, boom. He's killing people. And I'm like, hey, he told me. I kind of like just fell and rolled the fuck out of the ring, man. He was killing people. And the bad thing about it was people legit would come to him and say, you're hurting us. And he would legit say, I'm not trying to. And I'm not the smartest guy. But when you talk to a man and you know with his heart he's trying to tell you, I just don't know how to I don't know how to bottle my adrenaline, and people are getting pissed off like, well, he's a dumbass. I go, let's see, who's the loser here? I can be mad that he can't bottle his adrenaline, but if he paralyzes my ass, who wins? Me talking about him or me getting out of the way? So I got out of the way. I was like, yeah, it was great.
I get you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool stuff, man. Great stories. I want to throw it back to where we're at in WCW.
Okay.
Disco, you worked with Dave Taylor, you wrestled Booker T for the TV title on Saturday night. Your Nitro debuts against Bam Bam Bigelow on April 26th.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get at here is it seems like you win some, you lose some. Did they not really have an idea on what they actually wanted to do with you? Did you ever pitch any ideas to the office or to the booking team or whoever was in charge at that time? I know 1999 was a weird time for WCW. I think Nash might have been booking at that point.
You know what? I don't know who was, but it was a great year for Prince. It was 1999. No, you know what? I never got, well, at WWE and at WCW, I was never the guy that said, hey, by the way, okay, I just didn't. As a matter of fact, most of the places, Georgia Championship Wrestling, when I went in there, with Jerry Oates, I'd say, hey, let's do this, and we did it. I had a lot more. And then as people saw me starting to book later on in my career, then they would come to me for ideas because I booked some territories, and the territories were successful. And so they were like, cool, let's do it. But I wasn't at that point where I'm going to make suggestions. There was a lot of guys that would run around together, and it was exhausting to have to hear them in the car. Bro, if you'll just go tell them that I think this is a great idea. If Raven does this, or I'm like, God, you guys spend so much time to try to do the political chain. But listen, hey, bravo them. Bravo them. Yeah. I was just trying to learn and earn. That's what I was. And no, I'm not digging at anyone. I don't. However you make your success or not, God bless you. It was an oddity. So I get there. They don't like my outfit. So they take me off. So then they decide that they're going to put me on some shows that don't get much viewership. Yeah. Somehow the word gets out that the fans are digging me. And I'm healing at the time. And so now I'm healing, and it was awkward. The fans are starting to love me more and more and more. So now that pushes up. So now it's like, hey, let's do something with him. So then all of a sudden they loved me. And the next thing I know, it's Nitro, it's Thunder. And I never got the answer to this, nor did I ever look back on this. I remember when Bam Bam came to me, and so I don't know. I knew Bam Bam, right? But I can't say like how well I knew him, right? Because some of your best workers are great workers.
Yeah.
So he came to me. He goes, bro, that fucking powerbomb thing is incredible. He goes, and I use the powerbomb as a finish. He goes, could you powerbomb me in the corner? I said, let me explain something to you, bro. I'm not strong enough to powerbomb a lot of guys per se. I'm strong. I'm 290. I'm a strong guy. But if a Sid Vicious or someone doesn't want to go up, if you're asking me, can I manhandle you? Heck no. A forklift couldn't manhandle you. I don't know if you've looked, but you're not on Weight Watchers, bro. So he's like, okay. He goes, no. I mean, I'm athletic, and he was very athletic. The guy was a freak athlete. And so he was the one. He goes, I'm not telling anybody. He goes, matter of fact, Eric, I am supposed to squash you. He goes, fuck that. I'm not squashing you. I'm just not doing it. So I'm like, wow, what, finally, this is cool. We went in there, man. I'm telling you, popped him, put him in the position, and went to powerbomb him, and he didn't go any fucking where. And then all of a sudden I hear him goes, you fucked up. You could have hurt me. Fuck this. And then
Jesus.
He goes, I'm going to squash you. And then does it. Comes in the back. He's like, dude, I said, I did. I said, hey, honestly, slow the fuck down. I said, no disrespect, slow down. And he just kind of looked at me, and he's like, well, man, I didn't want to have to do that. But, I gave you your shot. I go, slow down. And all that meant between me and him was, come on, bro. Because I didn't have the time to think. I'm like, this is such an easy move. This guy's athletic. He could have done it in 2 fucking seconds. He's the one that wanted to do it. So either A, it was a complete mess up, or B, it might have been a planned mess up for the boys in the back.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happened, I went from going like this to going right back down like that. It was like in 2 seconds. So I don't know if it was a setup. I don't know if it was a freak accident. No one got hurt. No one got anything like that. But I mean, it was just, I mean, dude, if I haven't replayed that thought in my mind forever, but to replay the whole thing, like I thought he was my biggest supporter.
And then it switched. Yeah.
It switched. So God forbid if it was just a freak, because hey, listen, you and me could plan all kinds of moves and shit happens. You know, I remember watching a lot of AAA and like when they grab the hand, you know, grab the wrist, work the arm, grab it, underhand it, run up the ropes, jump off the ropes, and do a flying arm drag. And I remember it. I said, shit, I'm going to do that. And I was like, I went to the school. I did about 5-6 times. I remember the first person I was going to do it with was Hunter Hearst Helmsley, the John Paul Levesque at WCW. And I said, hey, John Paul, man, I said, I want to do this move. He goes, what? You're 6'6". There's no way. I go, bro. I said, it's easy. He goes, you can do it? I said, dude, I can do it. He goes, Erik, I'm going to tell you this. And I didn't know him very well. He goes, I'm just going to tell you this. You make one wrong step, and if you've got my hand and you slip, I can't protect you. You're going to go straight to your neck and break your fucking neck. I'm like, I've never even thought about that. I got it. He goes, I'll go with it, which had he not gone with it, I couldn't have tried it because, I mean, on this one, you've got to have the help, right? And so, boom, boom, I'm hitting. I remember flying over him, arm dragging. I heard him going, wow, as I throw him. He was so cool. He was, let me tell you, he was so cool to me. And this is before he was Hunter. And I think it was just that old school. And Killer Kowalski was good to me. I went to when I had my car lot in New Hampshire, I would go check on it, and I would go to Killer's school. And at Killer's school, you know, Hunter wasn't there at his school, and this was way before he was Hunter. But I guess Hunter knew that I went occasionally, and Killer was with me and all that. So maybe I got that. Maybe Killer Kowalski like talked good about me. I don't know. But he was always good to me. He was a young guy. He was making his way. So it wasn't like Hunter was cool to me. This individual was just really nice. I do the thing. He's like, oh my God, that's awesome. You know, we do it. And no shit about that was the last time I did that because I was at the training school like 2 weeks later, just messing around on one of my days off. And exactly what he said. I went and my foot slipped. Bro,
oh man,
landed straight on my head and thought I broke my fucking neck. I'm like, I guess that's what he's talking about. So I took that out. But no, Hunter was very good to me. A matter of fact, Hunter, to tell you a story, Hunter was my last match at WCW.
Yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah.
Before I went to WWE.
Yeah.
And Sullivan was a douche canoe. And I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. And Jacksonville is major babyface town. One of my favorites to wrestle in. Place is freaking sold out. And Sullivan comes in and goes, I don't care about you. I don't like you. I didn't like your father, which was like the weirdest thing. Like, so what point are you making to me? Right. And he goes, so the office said for you to go over. Dusty said for you to go over. You're not going over. And I was wrestling John Paul Levesque. Well, John Paul Levesque was just, I mean, he was coming on, but it would not have been above me to be beating John at that point in my career and his point in his career per se.
Yeah.
I didn't give a shit. He goes, and John Paul, this is what I want you to do. I want you to beat him with the SDF in the middle, and walked out. And I'm like, what a dick. I mean, just what an ass. I mean, what did I ever do to you in my life to deserve you disliking me because you don't like my father? Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, first of all, for Dusty Rhodes to decide for me to go over on my way out was different because in all I've ever learned, on your way out of a territory, you job out all the way
out
through.
on your back. Yeah.
Yes. But now this was a house show. This was not TV. I did not know why. I didn't know why they chose it, but they chose for me to go over. And maybe it was Dusty going, hey, this is Jacksonville. They love Erik Watts. It's not, but I don't know why. I wasn't questioning people, right? Dusty wasn't at the show. He called in because Grizzly Smith gave me the thing. And then that's when Sullivan came in and goes, no, I'm booking. I'm doing that, right? And so I don't know why. But what blew my mind is a young John Paul Levesque came to me and goes, I can't do it. I go, what? And he goes, I can't do it. I go, bro, it's Jacksonville, Florida. It's a house show. He goes, man, you're over. I said, it's wrestling. Don't fuck with yourself for me, bro. I'm gone. I'm good with it. I'm gone. And he's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I said, bro, what do you want to do? Don't fuck with your career. And I go, you got to go over. He goes, I'm going to go over, but I'm not using your STF. I said, that's a bad call. And he goes, no. And so he came up with something. I can't remember what he came up with. And he beat me right in the freaking middle, not using my STF. And he came and after the match, he goes, thank you so much, man. And I said, man, good luck. I didn't want him to have any heat, right? It's not like we hung out. It's not like I knew him. I only knew him from a few experiences because he had just really come in. And so I only knew him from a first few experiences, and he was the coolest dude. I'll try anything. I'll do what you want. Let's do. He was just always so cool to me. And the few times I've talked to him since then, every time I've talked to him, he's treated me like, and not the most important, but I don't know how to say it. He's treated me like a brother. I mean, the last time I truly talked to him was talking to him about me going to Japan. I said, hey, I'm going to go to Japan or Germany. I said, I might want to come back to WWE. I'm not sure. Or I may come to WCW. And he goes, hey, I'm out to dinner with China right now. So that tells you about what year it was.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm out to dinner with her. You're going out of town. As soon as you get back in town, call me. And then I'll put in a good word for you at WWE. And I said, hey, I really appreciate that. Well, when I got back, I ended up going to whatever the hell I went. I went somewhere else. So I never made the call back. I never made the call back to him when he did the Olive Branch, which he would never be mad about. That's just how good. And young in my career, Macho Man called me up one time. He said, hey, bro, anything I can ever do for you, please call me. I said, sir, I will. And I remember he called me. I saved. He said, save my number, and I didn't even put Macho Man. I deleted the number that he called from. I was like, there's no way I'd ever call him to help me out. But that was the coolest shit that's ever happened to me.
So I saw in my research your final match in WCW in 1999 was against Disco Inferno, Glenn Gabberty, on Saturday night on the 11th of September 1999. What led to you leaving WCW? And soon after this, I'm going to bring up your stint in ECW.
Right. Okay. So the WCW again, man. I know this sounds kind of crazy, and I should know this. I should know this better than anything. I don't even remember why. I don't even remember how it left. I don't know that I left them or my contract went out. Or did I have a 1 year? I don't even remember that. I think they were
having a lot of problems at the time. I think the ratings were going down, and I think a lot of people maybe didn't get contracts re-signed around the time, because September 99 is a very pivotal point in WCW because October is when Vince Russo comes in. So maybe they're Bill Bush and all the shit that's going on there. Maybe, yeah.
That might be it. I wish I would have run into Vince. I probably would have had a better thing. I think what happened was, the Bam Bam Bigelow thing happened. Number one. Number two, it was the outfit thing. Number three, I think, and again, it was much like me to call and ask for a release, or it was a lot like me to move on my separate ways.
You were probably frustrated with the fact that you're mostly spending your time on Saturday night and Worldwide and doing those tapings, and you're popping on Thunder and Nitro here and there. But
right.
that nothing important is happening, and you're probably thinking, I need to ply my craft. I need to
That
go
yes,
elsewhere.
that, yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. That is me. Again, if there's a story within the interview, here's the story. How do I become the Heisman Trophy winner of pro wrestling if I'm not putting in the time? How can that happen? So again, people can say what they want. I also was an entrepreneur. So I already had a successful paint business. I had a successful turnkey business. I did motivational speaking. I was wrestling because I loved wrestling. I loved it. It was my life. It was my trade. I loved it. But if I was in a position in which I could not give the fans and give the sport and give the industry, if I can't give back to the industry, I'm not doing the industry any good. If my paint company is not striving to be the best paint company, well, I'm not breaking any ground. I don't know if it was you that I told, but the reason I went to the University of Louisville, I was one of the highest recruited athletes in the nation. It did not matter where the F I wanted to go. I could go to any fucking team in the nation, period. I was going to go to Stanford because Jack Elway was there. I love Jack Elway. I went up there a few seasons in the summer. I would go to the Stanford football camp. But the reason I went to the Stanford football camp is because I would go spend a week out there. I would do their 3-a-day camp, and every day his father would fly in his son John Elway and would throw a John Elway.
Right.
Okay. And I'm like, this is the shit. The next thing is I was an academic All-American. Okay. And so I wanted to be, I wanted to set records. I wanted to have the best grade points. I wanted to do that as well, which at Louisville, I was an academic All-American by the NCAA. Okay. I got my award somewhere around here for academic All-American, right? So I had a mission my whole life is to work hard to give back. So when I was going to go to Stanford, Jack Elway called me up. I had verbally committed, and said, son, I got to let you know because it would be wrong, but I won't be here next year. I go, what? He goes, I'm going to go to be the head coach for the Frankfurt Galaxy in Germany. Okay. Hey, well, let me tell you another story. Is when Chad Fortune got cut from the NFL. Guess where he went and played 1 or 2 seasons? Frankfurt Galaxy. Okay, so it's kind of crazy how things come through. And which I'll tell you another crazy story. I wrestled in Bremen, Germany. I did catch wrestling, and one of the greatest things about catch wrestling is I went back to catch up with some of my history because my mother and her family, when Russia took over Estonia, a free country, they as a family decided to leave. And in the escape, her father ended up dying. They got caught in the escape. He got caught in the escape. They made it to Germany. They were pushed into the old concentration camps, which were called deportation camps. Yeah, which were called deportation camps. My mom lived 7 years, and the family lived 7 years before they got sponsored by a church in Oklahoma to bring them over. Her father escaped, found them in Bremen, Germany, got sick, went in the hospital, and mysteriously the window was left open, and he died in Bremen, Germany. So how crazy is that when Otto Vance calls me and asks me, can I take Vader's place in Germany on the last leg? I said, yes, I'll take it. And Vader called me too and said, please go. I went there, and I got to spend almost a month in there, and I got to kind of walk the history of where my mom lived, stayed, and all that stuff, which was crazy. But no, my whole thing was dedicating myself. Let me tell you, as soon as that happened, as soon as I was told that I'm not going to Stanford, not told I wasn't, but as soon as the decision was that Stanford, I wanted to go to Stanford, not just because of Stanford School is one of the elite schools academically in the world. Stanford is awesome, right? Because the other place I was looking at was Harvard, Yale, Cornell, Brown, all the Ivy Leagues. I had the way through the Ivy Leagues. I had scholarships to go there in different ways. Some of those places, they can't give you athletic scholarships. So forget about that. But my point is, so that was my route. When that happened, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know where I was going to choose to go. And there's a guy that showed up at my house that I'd never met. And I come home and my dad's like, hey, I want you to meet someone. I see this old man and this beautiful older lady sitting in with my dad in the living room. And the guy's got a pipe. I'm like, my dad doesn't let anyone smoke there, but it wasn't lit. And I'm looking at the guy. I'm like, this guy looks familiar. And my dad goes, hey, this is Howard Schnellenberger. I go, oh my gosh. Well, Howard Schnellenberger was famous. He was at the University of Miami. His last three quarterbacks were Testaverde, Kozar, Kelly. He was the assistant head coach of the Miami Dolphins in 1972. The only undefeated pro football team is the Miami Dolphins. This guy was a legend. I thought he was retired. He looked at me and he goes, son, I went back to where I was born, to Louisville, to coach. I go, they've got a football team? He goes, top 10. And I'm thinking to myself, bullshit. I go, no, sir. No. He goes, yes. Playboy said we're the top 10 worst teams in the nation. I almost cried, right? He goes, all I'm asking you to do, Eric, you can go anywhere you want. I heard you have one visit left that you can take. Please come to Louisville and just visit our campus. I went on the campus. It was dog shit. The whole place was horrible. The facilities were horrible. And all I did was, for 2 days, he showed me his vision of how he was going to take this team to a national championship. And I was listening to him. And I remember, because, man, they have awesome ways to recruit you, bro. They do. I don't want to bore you with the whole story. You can ask me later. I'll tell you some of it. It was priceless. But this is what sold me. He goes, let me ask you something. You can go anywhere you want, but I'm asking you this. Do you want to go walk in tradition? Because that's what you will do at any other college. Or do you want to start one? And I was like, boom. Hey, mic drop. It was done. I'm like, I never thought of that perspective. Like, hold on just a second. Anywhere I do go, it's not going to be if we win. It's how many rings we're going to have from bowls and shit, right? And I said, I want to come there. I've got to be a part of that. You know, so think about this kid. I'm watching the Notre Dames and the Oklahomas and the University of Miami's and all this other stuff. And all of a sudden I'm going to a college that I didn't even know they had a freaking football team. They had the nation's best basketball team, right? So my point is that's kind of how I've been mentored my whole life, from my mother saying, it's not people that limit themselves in life. It's them not dreaming, because this is what people, when they stop dreaming, that's how they limit themselves. Because when I used to use this in my motivational speaking all the time, when I used to talk to people, I'll go, let me explain something to you. A dream is a dream. Why? Everyone will say it's unattainable. You're just dreaming about it. Okay. And I'm going, okay, I understand. So you're telling me a dream is unattainable. I said, do you know the difference to me between a dream and a goal? And everyone says, what? I said, a deadline. That's it. That's it, brother. You can sit there and say, I want to have my own podcast, you know, and that's just a dream. But bro, if you say, I'm going to have my podcast and I'm going to have my podcast in the year, you just took that dream and you made it a goal. If you then, when you have your podcast or your YouTube show or your whatever, if you sit there and say, hey, I'm done, well, then you quit dreaming. But if you dream to have the number one, if you dream to beat out Joe Rogan, you cannot sit there and say, I want to be bigger than Joe Rogan. You're dreaming, MFer. But if you sit there and you put a deadline to it, you have just made it a goal. And you know what the difference between dreams and goals to human beings is? A dream's just a dream, but a goal's obtainable. So take your dreams and make them goals. And that's how I was. Same thing with pro wrestling, brother. Why do I need to be in pro wrestling? I love it. I drink it. I breathe it. I watched it. It raised me. But my respect for the sport is bigger than that, from the fans to the people that put up the rings, to everything. And if I'm going to be, and I choose to be the athlete in wrestling, then my job is to be the greatest entertainer or athlete, not for me, ever, for the fans, because they're the ones that pay. We are to entertain them. We're to take them. We're supposed to put them in a situation that they sit there and they bust their ass every day so they can go pay $100 or $200 to come watch you wrestle. And they're not coming to watch you wrestle for $100, $200 to sit there and remember why they don't like their boss or why they're stuck in life or COVID or any of that shit. They're supposed to go there to release themselves and be fucking entertained to the point in which they forget about everything else. Whether you're their zero that they want to yell at because they're hating stuff, or you're their everything that they want to cheer. If you're just basically the fact that they want to believe that the pandemic is the heel and that remembering life is the baby face, and they just want the baby face to go over so they can think, God, are we going to travel again? Can we hang out again? You know, when can we go back to the gym? When can we dance? When can we sing? Then damn it, that's what they need to do. And you are only a cog in the wheel. So why I look at a Stone Cold Steve Austin and the Ricky Dragon Steamboats and the Flairs and the Rhodes and the DDPs and all these people, why I'm so thankful for all those people, because those people mastered their craft. Did some of them do it egotistically? Maybe so. I'm not going to judge that. But brother, if we didn't have people for whatever reason raise the bar and knock the shows down, we wouldn't have any fans. And those fans would not have an outlet. And that to me is the true essence of wrestling. Making money from wrestling, that's an accidental payoff, bro. The people that get into wrestling just to make money don't understand the industry. The industry is Shakespeare. You got to have some Shakespeare.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time in the Perth wrestling scene, and the only amount of money I ever made was $20 from commentating a live show at a markets. And you know what? I don't care that I never made any other money, because the memories mean more to me than anything else.
Hey, later on, send me your telephone number.
Will do.
And I'll send you. It's funny you brought up Disco. I forgot that Disco was even my last match there. I love Disco Inferno. So my kids, about, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know what a meme is and all this dog shit. So they said, "Hey, Dad, did you know you're a meme?" I thought I was like, is that good? Is that bad? They sent me a meme. I got it somewhere. And they're like, what was going on? Well, the meme was me in the ring doing this. Right. And it's like a 1 second deal, right? And they're like, "What were you doing?" And I go, "Oh my gosh, that is from WCW. I was wrestling Disco Inferno, and I put a spot in there. I caught him in something, and then I made fun of him. And by the time I got done making fun of him, I turned around and he nailed me with something, right?" Yeah. And so they started laughing. So they started looking up the match. They found the match. But if you send me your number, I'll send you the meme, because that's hilarious. Because I was like, that is not the most that's not the most fantastic meme. You know, my hair was all wagged out. If you didn't know me, I'm like, why is this dude doing, like the Saturday Night Fever, right? But it was Disco. Yeah, it was Disco.
That's cool, man. Okay, ECW. Erik Watts. This is okay. I only just started really watching ECW from like 1999 period of time, like last year. And then I'm watching it chronologically, and I get to January 15th, which is my birthday. January 15th, 2000. You're wrestling Spike Dudley on ECW Hardcore TV. He's got a giant He's got a giant killer gimmick. So every week he's beating some other guy, if it's not PN News or Nelson Frazier or whoever's a big guy that's no longer under contract anywhere. They would come in, they'd work with him for a 60-second match. You kick him in the dick. Yeah. And then he hit him with his finish. Yeah. Another win for him. This is your debut on TV in ECW. How did it all come about? How did you feel about it? And of course, after that, you work all these dark matches and you work on house shows with Raven, Chris Chedianova, Tom Marquez. You work as six-man with Billy Wiles, C.W. Anderson. And you also work with Doring, Roadkill, and Dusty Rhodes, which is such an honor. But that's all in a nutshell. Again, how did you?
Where do you find this stuff out, man? That's hilarious. You know what I need to do? I need to call you up so you can tell me about my life.
I'm the king of research, bro. I do a deep dive.
I don't remember any of that. I mean, like, I remember it now, but it makes sense now. Okay, so I'm at TCW, which is Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling.
Yeah.
In between doing other things, Dusty Rhodes had called me and he said, "Hey, brother, I'm going to put a school up. Would you drop by occasionally and train some people?" And I said, "Dusty would love to." He goes in and I'm going to want to train these people, but here's the difference. I want to train the people and then I want to get them matches as soon as possible. He goes, because the one thing that kills the new people is they train. Like, people pay $3,000, $5,000 to train. And you sit there and they never get a match, right? Ever, right? So I love the concept. It's the same problem that's always happened. And I'm like, okay. And so he'd asked several people, and a matter of fact, some of my last days around Benoit was when Benoit came up there. So Dusty, everyone loved Dusty. So if Dusty asked you to, hey, would you come and train school? Matter of fact, my son, I don't know if I have the video anymore. My son and Benoit's son got in the ring messing around, and my son laid down, and Benoit's kid came off the second rope on my son, and so me and Chris were talking. Chris, and again, man, another very, very special person. Always took care of me, always was kind to me. But people were coming in and out. So I had other things I was doing. You probably remember. I don't remember the name of the federation. Ted DiBiase started his own federation. What was that?
Okay, hang on. Let me Google this.
Yeah.
Ted DiBiase Wrestling Company. Let's have a look here. Come on, Carl. Let's be quick with this. God damn. Ted DiBiase's wrestling promotion might be a better search. Wow, I can't find it. No.
And yeah, you know what? You know what's kind of
sucks,
weird
man.
It's kind of hilarious because there was a federation that started out like WoW as well. So you might have accidentally said it, but so Ted DiBiase at the time. So I'm doing my own thing. Dusty's asking me in between time to come down and train some of his students occasionally, but more than that, he wanted me to run around and chat occasionally, to run around and wrestle him and whomever on these shows as the main event.
Right.
And so he was going to use, me in a singles versus him, or me and Chad Fortune versus him and a Bullet Bob Armstrong or a whoever, to be the top, matches, to draw some people in. Barry Windham, I think, came in a few times. Dusty, Barry Windham versus me and Chad, whatever. So I'm with Dream. I'm help training sometimes when I can. I'm not running. I'm on the shows with Dream to try to help draw audiences so these kids can go and wrestle in front of some people. And Dream said, "Hey, brother," he goes, have you ever gone to watch an ECW show?" I'm like, "No, I mean, I watch it on TV. I love it. I mean, like I love it." I said, it's the craziest shit I've ever seen, right? And there was a few people that I had heard legendary, like Sabu, that I had never met. There's a lot of guys, Tommy Dreamer, I never ran into Tommy Dreamer, the Rhino,
New Jack.
New Jack. Now, New Jack was a Georgia boy, but again, I had not remember what I told you. I had not really ever wrestled on a whole bunch of independent circuits, right? Those guys had wrestled a lot of independent, so I had never run into them, but I was fans of a lot of those guys, right? Oh my God, who was it? Jesus, the guy. My brain just stopped. The big guy that he would jump off the top rope and stuff. He was like 290 pounds. He's 6'5", 6'4". He was
big
one of the
guy?
top guys. Yeah, ECW. He ended up killing
Mike
himself.
Awesome.
Awesome, right? So I had gotten some people that I'd seen Mike Awesome before ECW. I had seen him on some Japanese films. So when I saw Mike Awesome,
he was fucking
right.
incredible.
So when I saw Mike Awesome, I'm like, bullshit. This guy was doing some crazy stuff. And you know, later on sometime, remember that, you can ask me some Mike Awesome stories. It was pretty hilarious. So I'm like, well, I've seen the wrestling, man, but I've never thought about going there. Now, Paul Lee was at ECW. I mean, at WCW when I was at WCW.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Lee and my dad did not get along.
Right.
And my dad is kind of a different dude he's so just like blunt that a lot of times you can tell the guy doesn't have feelings. His feelings are very weird. It's just like, if he didn't like you, he'd go, I don't like you. And if you said, well, I'd go, hold on, I'm going to let you know this. Say something back, I'll take your life. And you're like, okay. And you don't say shit back, right? So, but then, you know, later on, if I was talking to my dad and going, hey man, when you talk to that guy, you were going to kill him. He would go, oh yeah, I'd kill him if he said something. But I mean, you know, I just told him how I felt. I'm like, you know, so it's like a weird, you know, like, okay. So Paul Lee, I guess, would be bitching all the time because my dad would fucking fine him for being late or pulling some stuff. So one day I was like, why does Paul Lee Dangerously have so much heat with you? He goes, he's got heat with himself. And I forgot what Paulie did, but I think what happened was Paulie like turned in a whole bunch of like fake rental car receipts or something like that to like WCW. And my dad's like, I just told him he's the dumbest son of a bitch in the world. And if he ever does that again, you know, there'd be problems or something like that. He goes, he shot himself in the foot. I didn't have a problem. I think my dad's like, I think he's a very creative guy. I think he's fantastic on the camera. His business antics is what gets him heat. So that was my dad. That was my dad's version. Paulie's version was, oh, your dad hated me. He's just the biggest dick in the world. I'm like, oh, whatever, Paulie, right? But by saying that, he was one of those guys that were really a real person, because when he would talk to me, he goes, but you know that it has nothing to do with you and me. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Now listen, only the people that really said that most of the time meant it. Most of the guys, they were stuck because it would behoove you to dog the shit out of me, because that's what the locker room was doing. So if you want to be in the clique, then you would need to do that. The difference is Paul Lee, I don't know, he might have jumped in and jumped on me, but face to face, brother had no problem with me, and we would talk about wrestling. So Dream was there. He's like, you know, ECW's in town. I said, no. He goes, yeah, they're center stage. I go, okay. He goes, why don't we go watch the show? I go, well, you know what? I haven't talked to Paulie in forever. And, you know, I've heard some stuff on the internet that, you know, he just hates my father so bad, shit like that. I said, I don't want to make the guy feel uncomfortable. He goes, Paulie uncomfortable? He goes, bro, I guarantee the guy loves you. I go, well, he goes, let's jump in the car. We're at his school. I said, okay. So we jump in the car. We're driving down. We walk in. We walk into to backstage. I'm with Dusty and Dusty, hey, and I mean, Paulie's like, Erik effing Watts, what's going on, brother? And comes and gives me a hug. And then Dreamer comes up. He goes, hey, brother, I'm a big fan, blah, 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 blah. And I said, I'm a big fan of yours, man. And we're talking. He's like, God, it's really cool to see. All of a sudden, these ECW guys are coming out of the woodwork. And if you knew center stage, you'd understand. Center stage looks like it's this great thing, but you get dressed underneath the bleachers and whatever. So there's all these little spaces coming out, and just the nicest guys in the world. Of course, I've known Raven forever. So Raven's like, hey, what you doing, kid? You know, and we're talking. And then the next thing I know, he said, hey, the show's getting ready to start. And I said, okay. He said, hey, I'll be right back. I'll talk to you. And so then Dreamer comes up to me. He's like, hey, man, you know, what you got going on? I said, I'm doing a little this, doing a little that. He's like, yeah. He goes, that'd be cool. Would you go in the ring tonight and like kick my ass? I go, what? He goes, would you be on the show? I go, what? And so I'm looking at Dream. I'm like, Dream, what's going on? And he's like, well, hey brother, you won't be on the show? I'm like, I don't know. So then Paulie comes out and goes, hey, yeah, that's great. Would you get on the show? He goes, I'd love it if you just go beat Dreamer's ass. I go, what? He goes, God dang, Eric, I didn't know I didn't know you're out looking for a job. I said, I'm not looking for a job. That's how it all started. I'm like, what? So before you know it, Dreamer, this guy that I'm known for like laying people out and doing this and the kendo stuff. I mean, you know, I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, are you sure? Well, I could do something else. I could be in your corner. He goes, no, after I do this certain thing, you come in, split me the fuck open, lay me fucking down and stand over me. And I go, okay. And so I did it. As soon as that happens, Paulie is like, would you sign an agreement? Would you come with us? Would you do this? And I'm like, Paulie, man, hold on. I was with Dusty. We were at his warehouse training some people. I jumped in the car with him. I'm a big fan of ECW. I haven't even thought this through. He goes, Birmingham. Can you be at Birmingham tomorrow? And I said, yeah, I could be at Birmingham tomorrow. Well, let's talk money, you know? And he's like, okay, we're good. So we talked. And I kind of knew. I kind of knew that, you know, ECW was the tier. There was a few guys that made a lot of money and everyone else made nothing. Okay. Like a lot of federations, but the difference is when your top guy's making 10 million, there's other people that aren't making as much, but they're making million, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like some of these independent shows, someone comes in for $5,000 and everyone else is getting $20, right?
That's it.
So my situation was, I'm like, look, you know what? And so they gave me very good, a deal. I said, before I sign something, you know, I'll go down there, but let's talk. Because now we're talking business, right? Business is business. So I remember driving to Birmingham. It was a pay-per-view. And I had I had ring stuff. I had whatever they wanted from me, I would have done. And I'm sitting there because pay-per-views, bro, people get there 5-6 hours early. And before you know, it's like, hey, we're going to get back with you. Some things are changing. Some angles are changing. But I already heard this about ECW. They're riding on a fly. And I'm like, okay. And the next thing you know, I believe in Birmingham, I don't know if I ever even got in the ring, or maybe I went in and did something. But what happened after that was the craziest shit I have ever seen. Because no, I don't think they had me do anything. I think they said, hey, we're in Philly, they're big town, and we want to introduce you there. And I said, okay. And I said, whatever. So I remember they bring me in, and it was almost like that was one when they put me in the trunk of a car where people didn't know I was showing up, did the whole thing. And Paulie put it together where I can't remember who I came out with, someone good on the mic, and Paulie cut a promo of me in the stands, and it was all about my father, just dogging shit about me and my father. And the people were going crazy. And all I did was like walk around the ring like I was pissed and come on, and him and whoever were talking it up. By the time I got to the back, Paulie goes, bro, I just released all the shit I wanted to say to your father for so long, because that was the easiest interview ever. He goes, and the people hate you. And I go, yeah. Well, it was so over. Dude, you could not hear yourself fucking think.
Of course.
It was that loud. So they end up telling me, and I can't remember, they said, hey, listen, you know, everyone that comes in, Austin, Foley, they start giving me names. I go, I know, they do a job to Spike. And they go, yeah, they do a job to Spike. And and you'd have to go look back at the film on this. They go, but this is going to be different. What we're going to do with you is you're going to come in, Spike's going to do his thing, but we're not actually going to ring the bell. And then he's going to kick you in the dick and finish you. And they'll do 1, 2, 3, but it really won't be a loss because we're not starting the match. It's not something fucking crazy. I'm like, huh? And then later on I thought about it, I go, I mean, they must have really thought that I was going to be over there, right? So I do that, and then all of a sudden I have some matches, and I have some matches, and I have some matches. And bro, I started getting irritating because I'm like, every time I go to a TV, they wouldn't let me wrestle.
Yeah.
And I was like, and Raven goes, Erik, I gotta be honest with you. I've never seen shit like this in my life. I go, what? He goes, you are so over with the boys. Meaning, like, they're chomping at the bit to wrestle you after seeing the heat you have. They know how good it is going to be for the business.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to be tied up in a match like you with you because the matches are going to be through the roof. The fans are going to be like literally. We don't know who has been hated more than you.
Because
coming in.
you know what it is? It's probably because you represent something that ECW fans hate so much, which is WCW, which is Cowboy Bill Watts, which is the old school, that kind of Atlanta thing. Of course, Erik Watts is going to be hated in Philly.
So what? Raven told me the truth. He goes, hey, listen, I'm part of the problem. He goes, I'm part of the problem. He goes, Erik, what's happening right now is every time we can get Paul Lee, we are cornering his ass, and he can't figure out who he wants you to wrestle first. He goes, because you're going to come in with Dreamer. Now, I'm pissed off because I want to wrestle you. Oh my God. He's just, oh my God. Now I can't remember the names. Sandman. Because Sandman wants you. I want you. Dreamer wants you. He goes, I can keep on going down the names. He goes, but that's all your office guys. He goes, everyone he goes, everyone. Awesome, Ron. He goes, anyone wants an angle with you, and we all have say. So we're all squabbling about who gets you first, who gets you second, I said, what? Well, the other part of this ECW thing that was weird was in between time of them doing this, Ted DiBiase had been going out and he had been promoting a new wrestling organization. I know. And dude, you said it. I wrestled for a company called WOW, and it might have been something like WOW, even though it was an accident you saying that. But so Ted, I can't remember his angle, whether it was going to be no cussing, but there's still going to be juice and all. I don't know what his whole thing was, but I remember he was going to the Simas and all these different things in order to promote his show. He got some backers. And so what they decided to do was people loved the idea of Ted DiBiase opening his own federation. So then they said, hey, what we want you to do is go ahead and go get X number of hours in the can. You know, I don't know whether it's 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever the hell it was. So Ted DiBiase calls me up and says, hey, Erik, now this is before I agree with ECW. Like I went and did the show, but I went to the pay-per-view and they said, hey, we need to talk. So I said, okay, well, I did not know I was doing anything with ECW. So before I went to that ECW show, I had already done a few, I went to Louisiana and we did several hours of shows for TV. And there's a guy named, God, I could probably look up the thing. It was like Zigman or Zingman or something like that was one of the guys I fought. And so if I found that on YouTube, I could find the name of his Zagat or Zing, whatever. But Ted brought me in, and I didn't know this because he did it old school. So we do a show, we do another show. It was a long day of taping. And the third or fourth show was the last show they were going to tape in order to go send it out. And they dropped the belt to me. So I'm now the world champion. And so I'm the world champion of his federation that has put tape in. And so it was really weird. So I call him and I said, hey, I don't know how long it's going to take you to get a TV station and to get off the ground. I know you have good investors. I know from what you say you have investors, all this other stuff. ECW is offering me to come up and wrestle at ECW. And he said, well, I need to talk. I think he said, I need to talk to Paulie then or whatever. And so I believe Paulie and them talked. And all he said is to Paulie, he said, that is all I can tell you. He's my world champ. So you can't make him look like shit. I won't lend him to you. But DiBiase also knew it would not be appropriate to hold me to an agreement with him if he's not up and running.
Yeah.
You follow me? So it was a weird scenario. So it was a weird scenario too. So I told Teddy, I said, look, Teddy, if they ask me to do anything crazy, I'm not going to do it. And that might have actually, you know what? That might have accidentally played into the Dudley thing, because maybe I said, hey, you know, we said that we weren't going to make me look bad, but now will Ted think, you know, me losing to, I can't remember what the whole thing was, but I knew the history of ECW was everyone was to lay down for Dudley when they came in. So maybe that was why they tried to change it up and it not really be a match or whatever. But so here we are, and people are fighting for me. And about that time, within a month or two of me being there, Ted DiBiase lost all his funding in order to have the money to do live shows. And he called me up and he goes, man, we made a run at this. He goes, but without live shows, well, we're not going to make it just recording stuff and putting it on. This is way before TNA and all this other stuff. I said, well, I understand. So then I was with the ECW, and for the life of me, man, ECW the whole time, I'm going to shows, I'm getting paid, and I'm barely wrestling. And people were fighting over who was going to get the big angle with me.
The program.
And,
yeah.
And so I was there just long enough, and this is true story, that I'm a guy that if I negotiate with you that I'll be on your show for $1, then I'll do it for $1. If I negotiate with you that you pay me $1,000 for every hour that we do an interview, then you're going to pay me $1,000 an hour for every interview. You're an adult, and I'm an adult. It's not about the money. It's about business, period. So I start hearing more and more about him not paying people. Now I'm at the shows a little bit. And, you know, the guy said, oh, we're used to being 2 or 3 weeks behind, but not 4 or 5. And but you're really getting appreciation for the athletes there, because it's like, you're going 3 and 4. They're like, Eric, that's why we all get along. Half the time we're bunking in, and that's where I met Sonny, and all those people are like, no, a lot of times we have 5, 6 workers in a room because we're splitting a room. I'm like, oh, you know, so now my mind is like, oh my God. Well, he had never not paid me. So all of a sudden, a pay-per-view is coming up. They're supposedly have made a decision on what I'm going to do. And now they're about 2 weeks behind on paying me. And my dad always told me, don't ever get behind on anyone. I hadn't wrestled, but they still owed me money from the last time.
Yeah.
And I just went with what I always was raised. First of all, I usually I always minus a large corporation. I get paid up front, and I do not get paid half. I get paid 100%. And I used to hear from promoters, but I've been stiffed. I go, I don't care. That's not me. You can't judge me on that. Yes, it's bad. There's people that stiff you. Don't tell me. I know all the names, Flares and this. You can tell me all the names of the people who stiffed you. I don't care. And I said, this is just how it do work. But ECW was a bigger company. And I'm like, hey, this is fine. They didn't have a problem. Dusty Rhodes is the one that, you know, brought me down there. So I'm thinking whatever. But I'm hearing more and more people groveling about them not getting paid. So I'm now getting pissed about them not being paid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'd heard about some of the big guys sometimes doing a show and then paying off the guys. So I'm sitting there, and now I'm getting pissed. Like I am now holding a grudge or starting to have resentment towards people for not doing business right, which is a different thing for me. So I just said, hey, I'm not going to your fucking pay-per-view unless you pay me. You're going to catch up. No, Eric, and this happened like the week before. They're like, we're going to send you out your money. It'll be there Monday. It wasn't there Monday. Wasn't there Tuesday. I said, let me explain something to you guys. I will not get on the fucking plane unless I'm made whole. And I'm going to tell you this. If you don't make me whole by, I think it was like a Wednesday, I'm not flying out. Meaning, ticket or no ticket, I'm not flying out. It's a principle. Well, I think that they were so used to negotiating and blah, 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 that it got to the day before the flight, and they send me a check, and they send me a fucking ticket. The day, so it gets in like the day or the day before I'm supposed to fly out. I called up. It was a Delta flight. I went and cashed the fucking ticket. I went and got cash for the check. And I called them up. I go, fuck you. Not doing it. I'm not, that's not business. I don't care how bad I want to be somewhere or not. I'm not doing business this way. I'm not going to, I said, if you guys cannot pay your talent, forget me. Forget me. I can't be that guy. It's worse if you're paying me and not paying them. So not only am I now not getting paid, I'm telling you, I didn't know it was this bad. I wouldn't have accepted the monies for the others if I knew all these guys that are building ECW are not getting paid.
Well, look at Mike Awesome, bro. They fucking crucified him on television for leaving for WCW, but he left because they weren't paying him on time. So what's he going to do? He needs to feed his family. That's why he left. He got offered a contract, a proper contract from a company that can pay, because they got Ted Turner right there. Of course he's going to leave. Of course.
Right. And the thing about it was, okay, 20, 30 years later, we can laugh about it. That atmosphere was part of the atmosphere that actually made ECW legendary. It's a bad portion of it, but it's kind of the mystique of ECW. I mean, there will never be another ECW. You cannot make that much crazy shit. Just like TNA. TNA was so awesome because it had a certain way it ran, and it was absolutely dysfunctional, but it made TNA what TNA was. So I didn't like it at the time. I laugh about it now in hopes that no one actually got hurt. But I was one of those guys. I'm like, I cannot represent a company that is not going to pay their talent. But I'll tell you this, it was kind of like the people that weren't getting paid, they would be pissed and they would be mad about it, but they accepted it though. They would keep on doing it. And I cannot tell you how many times I heard Dreamer, because he was doing all the selling the t-shirts and shit. I can't tell you how many times I heard Dreamer would peel off money to people to help. But now I will say this, I'm a big fan of Dreamer, but some of the people are like, but he's kind of the office too. He owns a percentage. So is he peeling us off the hell? You know, there was that weird chemistry. Like, no, his shit's separate. So I just wasn't having it. I wasn't going to have it for me, but it was less me. If they would have just gotten behind on me for a second and everyone else would have been paid, I would not have. But at that point in my life, again, I didn't have to. I wanted to do wrestling. And again, I'm right back in another situation where people are dragging their feet and I'm not getting the matches and the work I need to get to become what my goal is.
Trying to attain.
There you go.
Exactly, bro. Again, and I feel like it's important right now to introduce us to our next part of the conversation, which is TNA. You mentioned TNA. Best run of your career as far as I'm concerned, because you're actually getting the opportunity to show your range, show what you can do. You had mentioned before you wish that you had got over to October of 1999 WCW, because if Russo had found you then, things might have been different. But TNA, now Russo finds you here, and he obviously, as far as I'm concerned, he is the one person that has believed in you more than anybody else that's been in a position that he's been in. The best run of your
Right.
career. You start off with the next generation with David Flair and Brian Lloyd.
Right.
Tell me a little bit about how you came about TNA and you're working with Vince Russo.
Okay, so let's set the stage first of all. At this point of my life, my motivational speaking is taking off. My paint company is doing great guns. My turnkey company is doing great guns. And I cannot keep up with the business I've got. Okay, period. And I'm a good businessman, but stuff is exploding, right? I had just told my wife, look, I think you're right. You shouldn't shove a square peg through a round hole. I mean, I've heard all the analogies.
Yeah.
And that no matter how bad I want to make it in pro wrestling, my goals in pro wrestling, which would take a lot of dates, like I would need a lot of wrestling dates in order to progress the way I wanted to progress in pro wrestling. So it's not just the dream, the want, the goal, the vision. You also have to have the stage or the platform to perform. Okay. So for whatever the weird reasons are, one thing happens after another. And I said, you know what? I'm done. I've never quit something. I wish I wouldn't say quit something, but it's not fair to my family for me to continue to jump over into what I truly want to do and something happened. Yeah. Hey, we don't like your outfit. Hey, going back to everything you talked to, WCW, Ole Anderson, Eric, your dad's gone. I go, that's better for me. He goes, you're a hell of a kid, Dusty Rhodes right there. We've got great plans for you. Shit didn't happen. Bischoff comes in. He announces to everyone, I want you guys working hard. Erik Watts is the perfect person to tell you, blah, blah, blah. Nothing happens to the WCW. This isn't a boo-hoo. This is just true. Bam, 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 bam. And again, like I said, it's an oxymoron. All the guys at WCW, because they were guaranteed contracts, they would get there. They would every 2 weeks you got mailed the next 2 weeks, right? Of the who you're gonna wrestle, the whole thing, right? And people go, yes. And I go, or no, excuse me. A week before the month, you'd get the month. And guys would start looking and go, yes, only 5 shows. Everyone, I'm like, what? And I go, 28. They're like, oh, who'd you piss off? I'm like, bro, I didn't piss off anyone. This is awesome. They're like, what? That's 28 times you got to wrestle for your money. I go, that's 28 opportunities for me to learn my trade. They'd all start laughing. But again, I was around a whole bunch of people that they didn't come from backgrounds, the Van Hammers and da-da-da. And no throw to them. Okay. So it's not working out. So I said, look, this isn't working out. I'm an entrepreneur anyway. And so I'm building businesses just like I did at 14 years old. And again, if you think about it, I was also going to build businesses so that if wrestling didn't work out, I could provide for my family what I consider a proper lifestyle. Okay. So we're doing this. So I said, you know what? I'm done shoving the square through a round hole. I would love to know that I gave back to the industry and that, entertained, but I guess it's just not in the cards. I'm cruising around. I'm doing my thing. I'm checking on job sites. I'm doing my thing, bro. And we're not talking. It's like the first year of my businesses. We're like the 5th year of my business. But I'm saying everything is hitting. I signed a contract with the State Board of Pardon and Paroles to speak 13 times. I think it was 14 times for $67,000. I'm not saying that's the most money, but you divide $67,000 into 13, 14 for some speaking gigs.
Not bad.
Not bad. We're good. So, along with the fact that all the other stuff going on. So I'm juggling stuff, loving stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is it. Because I was also doing this speaking because I wanted to get a whole bunch under my belt because that's what I planned on doing. I really wanted to be like a Tony Robbins. I decided this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do motivational speaking. Everything's going good. I swear to gosh, and this has happened several times in my life, the day I say that and I release and I'm good, something happens. I remember I was on Cobb Parkway. That doesn't mean shit to you. It means shit to people in Atlanta. I am sitting in a fucking parking lot getting ready to go have lunch, and I get a call, and I'm bad about this. If someone calls me or not, if I think it's a robocall or not, I answer every call because I don't know who it is, and that's just the way it is. I get an unknown number call me, and there's a dude on the phone named Vince Russo. He goes, Erik Watts.
Bro, Erik Watts, bro.
Bro, Erik, what are you doing? I said, I'm starving. I'm sitting in a parking lot, and I'm going to go eat. He goes, where? I go, Car Parkway. He goes, is the food any good? I go, is this what you called me about? He's like, no, I want to ask you something. What are you doing right now? I go, I'm going to go eat. He goes, no, like in your life. I go, I've got 2 very successful businesses, and I'm starting to get things going in my motivational speaking dreams. He goes, great. You like wrestling? I go, I gave it all I got. He goes, well, would you be interested? I said, in what? He goes, in TNA. I go, what in the fuck is TNA?
TNS? Yeah, I've got interest in TNS.
And he's like, well, you know, Jeff Jarrett, da-da-da. And I said, can I ask you something? How did you even get my number? Raven. I said, okay, Raven. I go, can I ask you something, Vince? Do I even know you? And he's like, well, we met a long time ago. I go, where did we met? He goes, I was your first interview at WWF. I go, what? He goes, I used to write the articles for their magazines. Yeah. I go, oh, yeah. I go, me and Chad sat down with a guy. I go, that was you? He goes, yeah. I said, we're in the stands. I go, oh, okay, I remember you. And he's like, yeah. He goes, I'm at TNA. And I go, well, I mean, I know who you are, but why would you be calling me? I didn't know you were TNA. You know. And he goes, okay. So he's calling me. He goes, well, Jeff has this idea that he wants to pull someone that has name recognition, that's big, believable, but hasn't been on WCW or WWE in the past 6 months. And like I do a lot, I was talking to Raven, and Raven goes, I got the perfect person. And I brought up your name, and he goes, bro, you're the perfect person. I said, let me ask you something, Vince. How in the hell would you know I'm the perfect person, right? You know, we're talking. He goes, do me a solid. Tomorrow, there's a show in Nashville, and would you drive up with me and Raven and just watch the show? And I'm like, oh my God, I just got off the phone. I just told my wife, how do I do this? You know, I told myself, motivational speaking, that's all I'm going to do, minus the paint. And I was like, yes, I'll go. I love wrestling. Let me check this out. I drive up there with them, and we go to the fairgrounds, and this place is a shithole. and when I'm saying this,
the asylum,
it's so perfect for what I'm going to tell you, because it goes back to that Studio 54. It was the perfect shithole. Yeah. So they go, hey, all of us go walk down and eat at this country place because Jeff loves this little country place. So I walk down. I think I was going to get the HIV just sitting in the seats, which here in America is HIV, the HIV, right? So I thought I was going to get some kind of sexually transmitted disease from the spoons and forks. It was horrible. These guys are eating it like they were at Ruth Chris or whatever famous restaurant you got. And I'm like, well, you know, and they're just pounding it. And I'm looking at people, not recognizing hardly anyone. I mean, now some guys that I knew were badasses. And when I say badasses, great pro wrestlers, Kid Cash. I'm like, okay, yeah. I love Kid. Hey, what I'm telling you right now, one of my favorites, and will always be one of my favorites, and I think is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Jerry Lynn.
I mean, don't even get me started on Jerry.
No, dude. But then I got other people. You know, I don't even know their names, and AJ Styles, and you know, I mean, there was guys after Christopher
Daniels, Sonny Siaki, a lot of
well, no, I knew
Jorge Estrada.
I know. But okay, well, I knew like Sonny and I knew Julio Estrada because those guys went and trained at TCW.
Right.
So I knew those,
okay.
but I knew them as only being nothing. So my whole point was they weren't a big deal, no big deal. But I mean, I saw a whole bunch of people I had never seen in my life because they were indie guys from that area.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so I'm sitting there not knowing what's going on. So I get back and I go into the dressing room for a second, and and I look in there and I go, this is the dressing room. And I'm looking around, bro. When I say small, not enough chairs, people sitting on their bags, and then guys by witness, there's a shitter, no stall doors, no nothing, and it gets better. Right by it, they went and bought a shower, a shower that goes in the wall.
Yeah,
you know, like a shower enclosure.
Yeah,
and they set it. They put like bricks under it. Somehow wired some plumbing and wired water to it, which was cold water. That was the shower.
Oh my gosh.
So if you want to sit there and you need to take a shit before you wrestle, you're just sitting there taking a dump. How are we doing? You know, and like, you know, if you're pro wrestling, the one thing you can't be worried about is dressing or undressing in front of people. Who gives a crap? That no big deal. We're glorified strippers. That's not the problem. But if you want to go to the restroom, you may want to sit there and, you know, go. So anyway, so you're just sitting there and there's kind of water on the floor. The shower looks like it had never been like anything, like algae, and you know it was disgusting. I'm like, okay, where's Jeff? Jeff's got his own dressing room. So I go, yeah, but I go over there and it was just a couch. It was a couch and a little desk and some TV monitors. But compared to where they were at, it's the Ritz-Carlton and he's in a revolving suite compared. And then I'm like, I'm looking at this, I'm going, what did I get into? This is like, wow. So I go over to some of the guys and go, hey man, this is such a small place. Is there somewhere where I can watch the show and no one can see me? And they're like, I said, the curtain, this place is, they go, no, you crawl up in this little thing and we call it the nest. And you got to crawl around, don't hit your head on the metal. And if you get over the other side, there's like 2 chairs. And then you can peek from the top down on the mat. I said, good. So I went there. I'm by myself. And I swear to goodness, I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing? And I just told my wife that I was done with wrestling. And I came up here for this dog shit. I'm like, I was like, oh, I'm thinking to myself, it wasn't worth a conversation. And my wife going, see, I knew you're going to lie to me. I knew you're going to go back. I know, I mean, the whole thing. And the show started. And when I tell you this, I've never been in this situation, I don't think, ever in my life. From the time the show started to when it ended, I don't think my mouth ever closed. I think I was like, I watched people I have never heard of or never seen absolutely throw caution to the wind and give up their bodies and work as hard as they could every single match. You didn't need to know who was wrestling who. Every freaking match. And then that particular night, you got Raven versus I think it was Jerry Lynn versus Kid Cash that night, and Raven versus Jarrett, and both of the matches were stupendous. Like I can't explain it. I was just like this, and I get up, no one's around me, I'm clapping, I'm almost in tears. I go back, I don't say nothing to nobody. I get in the car. I'm not really talking to Raven. I'm not talking to Vince. And I'm going, and they're like, you're being quiet. I'm like, I'm just trying to process what I just saw. How long has this been going on? They're like, I forgot what they said, a year, 2 years, or whatever. I'm like, man, I've never really seen that. I said, guys, you don't know. I said, I didn't know there was that many good workers. I mean, unbelievable. And so he goes, so what do you think? I go, I got to be a part of this. That's all I know. I got to be a part of it. He goes, so I can tell Jeff? And I go, yeah, you can tell Jeff. I got to be a part of it. It took me back in 1 second. It took me back to Howard Schnellenberger talking to me at Louisville. Do you want to be a part of a tradition?
Yeah.
You know, like if I was going to go back, would it be WCW, WW, or do you want to make one? And so that horrible restaurant and that horrible dressing room and that horrible facilities was perfect. You can't tell a story. You can't sit there and go, oh, yeah, we went to Orlando Studios and filmed. Yeah, with the best of everything around you with a piped-in audience, right? You're going into Nashville, and I don't know if you know it, the fairgrounds is not in the nicest part of town. And you've got people that are buying tickets every Wednesday, and they're selling out to watch this show. And I'm going to tell you that the money these people spent on to get in their show, 90% of it was all the money they had. No wonder they're so live. So I went, got a great deal, and I'm thinking to myself, and I remember telling my wife, baby, all I did, I signed for 104 shows. That's all I signed for.
Wow.
104 shows. That's 2 years. I only have to be there every Wednesday. It won't affect me. I will take Wednesday. I go up there. I can do business on the phone all the way up. I can do shit. I'll come back. It doesn't matter if I get 2, 3 at home. I'm up. I'll do my Stairmaster, and I'm back to work. It's only a Wednesday. It's only every Wednesday. She goes, what about holidays? I said, it's every Wednesday. That's it. Well, they're going to want you on house shows. I told them I'm not available for house shows. But I said, but this is what they told me they're not available for house shows. Yeah, but it'll turn into house shows. I go, let's hope it turns into house shows for them. I said, but that's not their business plan. Their business plan were pay-per-views.
Yeah.
And I could understand where she was coming from. And I said, it's great money, and we don't need it. I don't understand. Okay. It is a place in which I think I can be whoever I want, and I want to do that. And she's like, oh. And I said, yeah, this Vince Russo guy, he's a different duck. I said, he's just different.
Yep.
And she goes, oh. Well, Vince took the time to tell me a story that I had heard of, but I didn't know. And that happens to me all the time about my dad. And he goes, Eric, I want to tell you something. I owe everything I have got to your father. And I'm like, what? Tell me the story. He goes, it's the booking meetings. He goes, and I don't know if your dad talked to you about WWE. I go, I didn't ask him. He goes, oh, when he came in, he basically said, fuck everybody. I'm writing. You guys can put in your information, but I'm going to say how this goes and doesn't go. And he goes, and I remember, and my dad did tell me, he goes, Vince called me one time. He goes, hey, we still got to act like, I gave you the final word. And he goes, Vince, I didn't call you. You called me, motherfucker. He goes, and so you can say whatever you want, but whoever I say lays, and whatever I say goes, or I'm not booking. I don't have a boss. And I totally understood what Vince said, because my dad was telling me. And of course, I went with it, but it made all the sense. Vince goes, Bill, we're a huge company and I'm the CEO. This isn't like your own company. I am the boss, and if I tell you what's going to happen, it's going to happen. He goes, no, it's not. Just so you know, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. You can tell whoever you want that you're in charge, and I won't disrespect you as long as you don't disrespect me. But when it comes down to it, whatever I say happens, because you know what? If you didn't need me, you wouldn't be paying me, and I wouldn't be up here. So, so that was that relationship. So I'm sitting there, and so the only reason I told you that's who my dad is. My dad left TBS. He left there. He wasn't fired. He wasn't fired. It's something I don't even want to get into because it was so stupid and it was so horseshit, and it was outside of wrestling. It was bullshit, and it cracks me up because the person involved, I was there when I heard the person say what a great blessing it was for Bill Watts, one of the greatest promoters of wrestling and black athletes, it was a honor to have him come in to Atlanta and TBS. And then all of a sudden this person, I don't know, some old article, kayfabe article came out, which again, based on the article and based on what my dad said, there's nothing biased or bad about the article. It's just, when people get an itch, they scratch it. So my dad's like, you know what, F you, I'm out.
Yeah, but the thing is, when Vince was the head writer of the magazine, your father gave him an opportunity to be a part of those meetings because he believed in some of Vince's ideas. And then Vince was in on the meetings. Your dad left the WWF.
Yeah.
And then Vince was still in on the meetings. And that's what led to Vince McMahon throwing down the Raw magazine on the table in front of everyone.
Right.
JR,
Yeah.
Richard, everyone, and saying, this is what the show needs to be. And
now
your dad gave Vince that opportunity.
Right. Well, what Vince told me, now this is what Vince said. He said they were having a booking meeting, and my dad was out, and I forgot whether my dad was out going to the restroom or whatever. Vince was sitting in like a waiting room area about the magazine, and my dad was like, "Hey, who are you?" And he was like, "Vince Russo. What do you do?" And he's like, "I write for the thing." He goes, "What do you think about it?" He goes, "Well, I really have no say here." And he goes, "Did I fucking ask you if you have say?" And it's like, no. So what do you think about the show? And what do you think about wrestling? And what's your intake? And Vince started just saying, "Well, Mr. Watts, I think this. And my dad goes, "Hold on," goes to the bathroom, comes back, goes, "Come with me." He goes, "Where?" He goes, "You're in the booking meeting." He goes, "Sir, please don't." He goes, "What'd you say?" He goes, "Please don't. I'll get fired for this." He goes, "No one can fire you but me. Get your ass and get in the meeting." And he said he came in the meeting and goes, "Listen to what this kid says." And so they started talking, and he started, and from the way Vince came across to me, and this is Vince Russo to me, and I have no reason to make this up. He's like, it was dicey. Like I knew the politics. I'm sitting there looking at the Bruce Pritchards. I'm looking at the people's eyes, going, if this Bill Watts doesn't stay here, I'm gone. And matter of fact, if this Bill Watts isn't a man of his word, I'm gone. I just killed myself. Is basically what he was saying. He said your dad stayed there long enough that he then. People started appreciating what he said and Bill Watts was doing, and then that gave him his life. So he's sitting there going, again, and how many times have I heard this in the last 7 years from Macho Man pulling me aside? Couldn't believe the story he told me, to Shawn Michaels, to these people. So I'm like, wow, okay, they have no reason to tell me. I'm nobody, but that's great. My dad must have done a lot of great stuff. Awesome. So now here's Russo. And Russo's sitting there going, "Hey," I said, "Well, why is Jeff interested in me?" He goes, "Well, what Jeff wants is a person to come in. It's kind of like the old, Hulk Hogan or anyone else. He wants to bring somebody in, but someone that everyone's not ready for, to whoop his ass, to build him up so he can beat him. And then what you do after that, we'll figure out." I said, "So I'm coming in to go off on Jeff Jarrett?" And they go, "Oh," immediately. I'm like, wow, here goes the ECW thing. Okay. So I said, "Listen, Vince, just tell me, man." I said, I need to trust you. I don't know you. You just told me about my dad. Here's the one thing. I don't need to be here. I don't have to be here. Blah, 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 blah. I'm doing this because I want to be a great wrestler. And he goes, "Eric, I got you." I said, "Well, how much pull do you have?" He goes, "Jeff is my best friend." I go, "Okay." He goes, "So I'm there because of Jeff. And Jeff believes that, I'm a pivotal point. I'm there for Jeff, and Jeff's there for me. Put it that way. Without Jeff, I wouldn't be here. And without me, the show wouldn't be doing what it's doing. So there's where I'm at." I said, "Okay, I'm not going to qualify that, not qualify that." And Raven's like, "No, it's true. It's true. It's true." So we go in, and long story short, the craziest shit in the world happens. I come in, they have me just destroy Jeff. I mean, beat him down. The fans did not know what was going on. They did not know how to react. The fans didn't see me when I was there before. I come out of nowhere. They're like, "What?" It got so crazy. They drew it out for 2-3 weeks. I even drug him behind a car, put a chain around his neck and drug him. which I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Jeff's like, hey, I'll be okay. I'm like, okay, sounds good to me. And then all of a sudden, I get a call from Vince, and here we go into the games. What?
Yeah.
What? Bro, don't quit. I go, on what? He goes, don't quit. I go, what? He goes, TNA. I go, why would I quit TNA? And he goes, Jeff wants you gone. I go, can you replay what you just said to me? I have been there 2 or 3 weeks straight, and I have left this guy in shambles, and he wants me gone. He goes, yeah. I go, why? He goes, he doesn't remember you being that tall. I go, hold on a second. Please, Vince, tell me something better than that. He goes, no, he doesn't remember you being that big. He didn't want someone that tall. He wanted a big guy. I go, bro, Vince, I've been 6'6" since I was 14 years old. I said, a matter of fact, when I was at WWE, me and Jeff hung out. A matter of fact, the one and only time that we went out partying in Canada, Bret Hart said we had to come by his house. We drove like an hour out to his house. I was so shit-faced, and Jeff was so shit-faced that we were sitting there in Bret's house by his indoor pool, and his wife brought us what I thought were going to be bourbon and Coke. I remember taking a swig of it. I was so drunk, and I still thought it was the strongest drink I've ever had. I poured it into one of his plants and acted like I drank the fucking thing. And then and he goes, are you hungry? And she brought out 3 steaks that were like raw. I think the cow was not dead yet. And I said, we were all so shit-faced, and we end up watching a replay with Bret Hart, me, Jeff, Bret Hart, and Road Dogg sitting at his house, trash as shit, watching him in Wembley Stadium against British Bulldog. I said, and the last time I watched that match was live. I was in a hotel room with my dad, Jim Ross, and Missy Hyatt watching that exact match. And I remember my dad going, that kid is the greatest worker in the business today. And I said, sir, who are you talking about? He goes, are you an idiot? I go, yes. You are talking about Bret the Hitman Hart. And he goes, yes. He goes, he is the greatest worker in the business today. And I said, I think so too. He goes, well, why do you think? And I go, Dad, he's literally the greatest or one of the greatest workers. He goes, well, maybe not for the same reasons as me. I go, well, why do you think he is? He goes, because anyone that could pull that piece of shit around that ring for that long has to be the greatest worker. I go, what? He goes, Davey Boy's horrible. I'm like, oh my God. My dad is like brutal, right? He goes, I cannot believe he made a match out of it with someone that has so little talent as Davey Boy. I'm like, oh my gosh. So we're watching this show. We're doing this. So I'm at TNA, and in my head, I said, I was 6'6" when I was at Bret Hart's house. I was 6'6" every time we were on the road together. I have been 6'6" the whole time of my life. And he goes, bro, it's just Jeff. He goes, he speaks in parables. I go, well, this is easy. Tell him to fuck off. How about that one? I said, I don't have the time. I told my wife I wasn't going to come back. You call. He goes, bro, I know it, bro. I go, so what's the gig? He goes, he's going to put you on. They had a show. There's TNA, and they had some show that they aired like on Saturdays, and it was only like in 13 markets, and it was like on Saturdays. And what they would do is they would tape for that show 30 minutes or an hour before the pay-per-view. They started taping.
Is that Explosion? Explosion?
It was probably Explosion, right? And he goes, he wants to put you on Explosion. No one even sees the damn thing. And because he's not going to fire you, because he doesn't want the backlash if people found out and all that other stuff. And he knows it's going to piss you off so bad that you'll just quit. And I said, that is the worst mistake of his career if he thinks I'm going to quit. I said, but I should quit because I don't have the time for that. I'm not like, I'm not in my life to have the time. He said, bro, trust me. I go, what? He goes, I trusted your father. I walked in there. I knew I knew I was walking the plank. It was my death sentence if things didn't work out. He goes, I promise you, trust me. And I thought about it. I go, okay. And I was so pissed off. I was like, okay. Well, he said, can I ask you something? And I said, yeah. He goes, how are you on the mic? I go, I am phenomenal on the mic. I'm the best in the business on the mic. He goes, do you have some like footage of you on the mic? I go, no. And he goes, well, how do you know you're the best on the mic? I said, I just told you I'm the best on the mic. He goes, have you been on the mic much? I go, no. He started laughing. I go, let me tell you, I know I'm gonna be good. And he goes, okay, I got an idea. And so I said, okay. So I go there and it's a match. And I said, can I ask you something? I said, I can say whatever I want, whenever I want. He goes, yeah. I said, anything I can't say? He goes, the more cuss words, the better. I go, well, that fits perfect for me. And so we're in there. And bro, I'm going to tell you this to this day. I have no idea why I say what I say. There's no scripts. There's no nothing. I just say crazy stuff and stupid stuff and all that. And it just fits. And so I started getting on the mic and I'm like, this isn't the asylum. This is Watts world. And, I was doing all the Watts up, Watts wrong, Watts your problem. One thing that Vince will never leave alone. One time there was Trinity and GoldyLocks and they were talking and we were going to do, we were going to call it the experiment. Well, I took it, made it dirty. I'm like, hey, you know what? Tonight we're going to do the experiment, and I looked at GoldyLocks, I looked at Trinity, and I was like, oh my God. And it's, whatever I said, it's going to be a great experience. And then I'm like, because I am 6'6" and dreamy. And Vince heard that. So to this day, and I haven't talked to Vince in a while. I gotta put it on my notes to give him a call. He'll sit there and he'll go, hey, 6'6" and dreamy. I mean, for years after that, everything's 6'6" and dreamy, or 6'6" and good looking, 6'6" sexy, and Watts is, hey, what's up, Watts' world? He just loved those things, and so then I kind of saw his love for wrestling because he's just a jokester, right? So I'm telling you, it couldn't have been 2 or 3 weeks, and this was the breakthrough. He was in Jeff's room, and Jeff's like, hey, because sometimes Jeff would show up late. And so Vince would go through all of his things, telling people their angles and telling the finishes and all that crap. And then Jeff would get there, and then it was just Vince was gone because Jeff needed to know everything: the start of the show, the end of the show, what was written, what's not. And yes, they went over stuff, but sometimes stuff changed. And so this is coming from Vince Russo. He goes, basically, Jeff was sitting there talking to him. And, they started out with that, that music, the revolving Olympic wrestlers and all this other stuff. And most of the time, as soon as that music hit, you could hear that shit at home, but you could not hear it at the TNA at the Asylum because people were just going ape crazy. The Asylum was the closest thing to that Philly arena at ECW. It was not the same crowd. Okay, so it was a different. It was
same vibe though. Same vibe.
Same octave, right? So Vince said he was talking to Jeff. He goes, "Okay, Jeff," and Jeff's like, okay, and he's starting to get dressed. Okay, so tell me what I got tonight. Da, 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 da. And then all of a sudden, the arena explodes, and Jeff goes, "Oh shit." He goes, I got like the first interview and stuff like that. And he goes, yeah. He goes, that's the music for the show. And he goes, the show's not for another like 30 minutes, Jeff. He goes, that's the fucking show. Do you hear it? The walls are gonna cave in. And Russo's like, that's not the entrance of the show. He goes, Vince, it's the beginning of the show, bro. Don't rib me. He goes, no, it's not. He goes, okay, what is it? He goes, you haven't heard this for the last like week or so? And then when you say last week or so, remember, it's only one time a week. He goes, no, I didn't hear it. He goes, but who can't hear it? He goes, I'm not early in the show, but this time I'm early in the show, so maybe I'm listening for it. He goes, that's Erik Watts. He goes, what? He goes, bullshit. He went out, and was looking at the audience and all that. And Vince said he just sat there. He said he walked back into the room and he goes, are you kidding me? He goes, that is the most over of any athlete we have here, including me, period. He is the most over. And Vince goes, bro, tried to tell you. And he goes, what do you mean? He goes, I tried to tell you. It was stupid that you took him off the show. And he goes, well, we can't hide that. We need that on the pay-per-view. So they came to me and Vince is like, I got you. So all of a sudden, they start doing stuff with me. And when I say, remember how we were talking about like ECW, like it wasn't really fun to talk about back then, but now it's part of the legacy.
Yeah.
The exact same thing at TNA. When I was going through this stuff, it was just stupid. It was adolescent. It was just, but it was part of TNA. It was what made TNA good, because there was so much spontaneity. If you take Vince Russo and Jeff Jarrett, and they're supposedly best friends, but you'd hear them arguing and bitching and fighting, and they'd be changing matches on the way out to the ring. That's what made TNA so electric. And they had so many kids that were fighting. And I'm going to tell you this, the other part about it was kind of an FU to everyone. Now, everyone can see that it's an FU from Jeff Jarrett to WWE. Sorry, hold on a second. You can tell it's an FU to from Jeff Jarrett, but it was a different FU for everyone else from the bottom of the card up. From the bottom card up, it was to everyone going, you wouldn't even give us a tryout, WCW or WWE or ECW. We're too small. We're insignificant. We don't have the right body. So when you talk about it, there was a clique of kids there that it was an FU like, look at us now. You should have at least given us a tryout, right? Mm-hmm. And if you look at some of the guys, you're like, no, you wouldn't have gotten a tryout just by the way you look. But so this is the perfect place for you, right? So Vince did it, man, and he's like, hey, let's do this thing. So all of a sudden now I'm right back in the fold. I'm main eventing, sometimes tagging with Jeff and doing all this other stuff. The funniest thing about it was when they started bringing me back in, I'm still doing some stuff against Jeff. Get this. So Vince comes up to me one day and goes, bro, no matter what, promise me this. Make sure that you kayfabe Jeff on the fact that I am writing your interviews. I go, what? He goes, you've got to make sure that Jeff Jarrett believes you that I'm writing your interviews. I go, like what? He goes, I don't care if you have a blank piece of paper in your pocket or what you do. He's got to think you're writing interviews. He is so pissed off about the things you say about him when you do interviews that he is so mad at you. And I keep on saying, bro, you're going to fuck this up. I'm the one writing it, Jeff. And he's like, you would not write stuff that bad. And he's like, Jeff, realism is the best show. And you know that about me. Now, Vince is sick like that. Right? So Jeff would come to me and Jeff would say, okay, what are you saying tonight? Are you rehearsing your lines? I'd go, Vince hasn't given me the shit yet. And he'd go, what are you talking about? We're supposed to go out there in a few minutes. I go, can you get Vince? And Vince would come up to me and he'd go, oh shit, and he'd give a piece of paper and Jeff would like, let me see it. I'm like, Jeff, listen to me. I'm getting a little worried. I got to memorize all this shit. So can you give me time? I'll walk away. I'll take the piece of paper and throw it away. And I mean, yeah, I said some things, I guess, if you have an ego that would piss you off. Like I said, sometimes I wouldn't even remember, but Vince would go, okay, tonight you got to go in. Jeff is going to have this win. You're going to come out of the crowd with a microphone and just say whatever you want for the next few minutes. I go, okay. He goes, what are you going to say? I go, I have no idea. He goes, is it going to be good? I go, I'm kind of worried. I'm scared. This is a lot. And he goes, okay, but you'll be fine. I go, I don't know. So I walk out there. And so when I'm saying this, I would just automatically shit would come to me and I would just start talking. And I guess it made sense. So prime example, that night, I walk out, I'm like, Jeff. And he's just turning around, he's looking in the ring and the people are like, what's his world? What's his world? What's his world? I'm like, hold on. I said, Jeff, I remember this like it was yesterday. I said, Jeff, I've been thinking about this whole TNA. We got TNA, we got WWE, WCW, we got ECW. It's kind of crazy if you ever thought, well, why do all the federations have just 3 symbols? It's pretty simple. I mean, I don't know of anything. There's no 4 letters or 4 words or shit. There's not a number. There's all these acronyms, and they're all kind of the same. I said, but one thing that I have noticed, because I'm a big fan of watching WWE, because it's really the best show out there. This TNA is horseshit. So I don't even know why anyone watches it. And matter of fact, I've seen some of the buy rates, and so not many people are watching it. But so let me say this, and you're one of the owners, from what I understand. The one thing that WWE is doing now, all their best athletes that have like abbreviations, they go 3 letters. I said, well, let's get down to it. Actually, the best wrestler at WWE at this time is Triple H. And all the people go, oh, I go, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. No one says that anymore. It's just Triple H. I said, so think about this. WWE, real show, we have Triple H. TNA, we've got Double J. So you're Double J. How are we ever going to compete with Triple H when our top guy is Double J? I said, now listen to me. When I'm telling you this, the only reason all this came out is because they hand me the mic and Vince is like, go out there and say something. And I didn't know what the fuck to say. So yeah. I was like, so Jeff, I thought about this. We got to be like WWE. They know what to do. So tonight, I'm christening you Triple J. And from tonight on, you're going to be known as Jeff and I put up the mic. Bro, when I say this, I can't make it up. The whole crowd goes, jackass. And I go, Jarrett. And I walk the fuck out. When I tell you that I overheard later on Jeff ripping Vince Russo's ass, and like, you've gone too far. Now people are going to make fun of my name. I can't believe you wrote that for Erik. So now we're riding in the car back, and Vince is pissing himself laughing. He's like, bro, he goes, I love my best friend. He goes, but when he gets pissed, he gets pissed. He goes, he is so mad at me. He cannot believe that I wrote that in the script. He goes, Erik, he goes, I've known Jeff for a long time, and we're tight. He has never been that mad. Like when I say mad, his eyes were red. He was screaming mad. He goes, I cannot believe I wrote shit to make him that mad. It's like a third person. Raven's in on this, and Raven's like, Vince, yeah, that's wrong. Jeff can be vindictive. And so now they're talking in third person. We're laughing all the way back, and so it got to be kind of funny, because Vince would sit there and say, bro, listen to me. Pretty soon, I'm gonna have to come out there and cut some interviews on you, and so please try not to look me eye to eye, because I don't want to laugh. Because I got a lot to say, and I know what I'm going to say, but you'll break me. And he goes, and try not to say anything about me in your interviews too, because I got to stay in character. And so it was funny, because when interviews would finally happen, I would start to look at him, and he would look away, and he would start fucking laughing. He couldn't take it. And then so Jeff would come in and do his thing. And so the reason I'm telling you the story, the hilarious part about it was, so finally Jeff was like, fuck it. Tag me up with Erik. So this is what I hear. Vince comes up, he goes, you're not going to believe this. So you go from, didn't know you're that tall, to we got to bring him back. Let's finish the angle with me. To now he said, once we finish the angle, would you tag me up with Erik? I said, why do you want to tag up with Erik? He goes, I can't take him doing interviews on me anymore. I don't care. I don't want him doing interviews.
Oh gosh, Jeff.
Okay, so here's the funny thing. So I said, okay. And so Vince is laughing. I'm laughing. And so they end up tagging us up. And it was like a kid in the candy store. Jeff came. He was completely different. Hey, Erik, what's going on? Because before that, he was always great to me. Hey, Erik, blah, blah, blah. We, going on. And so I'm like, hey, what's going on? He's like, hey, tell me. We got so-and-so tonight. What's Vince written for you? You know what? I can hardly wait to see you cut a promo on someone else. Like I was not ready for it. I was looking at him. I'm like, like I wasn't behind the scene with Vince. I only heard maybe one time, and I heard in the car going back. But then I was thinking, okay, maybe Vince is adding some. Not, but when I heard the one time Jeff really go off. I'm like, oh man, he is pissed. But now that confirmed everything. Jeff's like, so what are you gonna say? I'll go, Vince hasn't given me the stuff yet. And he's like, Vince, come here. Go ahead and give him his stuff. Because Vince was handing out the sheets of things for people to say. He's like, get Eric's. Right there, he's like, shit, I think I left in the hold on. And he's scrambling. I'm scrambling. We're all scrambling. And it would be hilarious. I'd go out and cut a promo again, not knowing what I'm going to say. And then as soon as we get back, just like, that's what I'm talking about. That shit's hilarious. And then he would like supposedly go to Vince and go, Vince, you got to tag us up or put us with so-and-so because I want to hear what he's got to say about this person. And so it became hilarious. And there's times, it's not epic anymore, but there was a few things that would hit the internet. There's one time when Vince goes, Watts, oh shit. He's like, Raven is in another room because he's doing Raven's Lair. We have no way to signal him that his interview has to come a little early, and we got some time buffered, so we're screwed. So you need to kind of take up a little bit of time, but you need to go into the room and signal him somehow to start his interview. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, well, he does his layer, so he has these candles and he has all this bullshit, and so the camera's usually with him, but this time the cue is that the camera's going to come in and he's going to start his interview, but if he does it, it'll be too early, and then the time's off. I go, what do you want me to do? He goes, just go figure something out. Now think about this. This is still a pay-per-view. I don't care who you are. I got a mic, and I go, where is Raven's Lair? And they go, I think it was like one of the restrooms or some shit. And I'm like, okay. and they're like 5, 4. I'm like, what? 3, 2. And so I don't even know I don't know when I walk in how the candles sound. I don't know shit. So I'm like this. I'm on the mic. I go, testes, 1, 2, 3. Just pulling one off a movie like testes, 1, 2, 3. Dude, the next thing I do, I wasn't ready for. I go into Elmer Fudd. I go, Tessie, 1, 2, 3. I said, be bad, be quiet. I'm hunting a Raven. Dude, hey, it was the dumbest shit in the world. Okay, so I'm doing this, and then I'm like, come on. We're looking around. And so I act like I'm peeking in the door. Bro, when I push that door open, you can tell Raven turns around, and he was wanting to go, Watts, it looked like he was going to go, what the fuck you doing? I got an interview coming up, and he looked at me, and I put up the mic, and he just kicks me and fucking DDTs me right on the pavement and shit. And I just lay there. Dude's got like one of those 3-minute, saga Shakespeare's, and I'm just sitting there like trying not to laugh my ass off. He does his whole interview, and then and they cut it off, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Is this one of your jokes? I'm like, no, bro. I said, they need to squash some time. He goes, I almost came out of character to say, what are you doing? And that was, so in a nutshell, that was TNA. And when I got back over the other side, Russo goes, you're hunting a Ray? He goes, was that Elmer Fudd? I'm like, yes. I go, so he goes, there's something wrong with you, Watts. And so then later on, he's like, oh my God, the internet went crazy. Like, Erik Watts is the man. Who brings Elmer Fudd up? And so these people are like wanting to know who's writing, who's not writing, who's coming up with. It wasn't. I can say this best to you. I've had a few close friends of mine, and realistically I had two, and they both said this, and these are friends that don't know each other, and they both said the same thing. Years and years of knowing me, it happened about a year ago. One of my buddies go, Eric, I would pay to send you to a psychiatrist to work on your head, because the shit you think of and the shit you say is so hilarious, but it's so out there. I don't know what to say. That's how I guess how the interviews and all that happens. I don't know where it's going to come from or not. But dude, when they did that and they started letting me be me and saying what I wanted to say and how I wanted to say it, and it was perfect that it was TNA and that I could cuss. I do have a habit of cussing. I've been up frustration, so I was allowed to say it. And then when Vince Russo, beautiful Vince Russo, came up with the DOA, he's like, baby, he goes, you are a gem to me. You're my rock, like the Rock. He goes, here's the deal. You're 6'6" and sexy. We all know that now. He goes, so I can, as a booker, I can put you into any match I want at any fucking time, and it doesn't even need to make sense. Your finishes and your moves, the people are yelling them out. You know, they're pre-calling them. Like I would be in ring and say, "What do you want me to do next?" And they would call a move. I'd beat the guy. I'd say, "You heard the people." I throw them off and do whatever they say. I mean, we were doing shit on that show, on the show that didn't show anyone. I was doing so much shit with the fans. I'd go, "Hey, watch this. I'm gonna throw an arm drag. I'm gonna throw a clothesline, and he's not gonna fucking duck." You know, and I would throw the guy off and say duck and boot me. You know, when I was first doing it, and they duck and they hit me, and I'm like, God, he didn't hear me. You all heard me. They would be laughing because I would go away from the camera, and the whole place would be laughing. I'm like, that's bullshit, man. He shouldn't have done that. How am I ever gonna get over here? So I would have them throw me out of the ring and be talking to fans. Well, with it, this is like, now I've got this, you're going to be the director of authority. So we're going to make it to where, you know, you can call matches and not call matches, be part of matches. And he goes, and I can put you in at any time. Anytime I need just something, 2 minutes killed. So with that being said, it opened me up to be able to do whatever, whenever, say whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. And it was most liberating, fun time of my life. And Vince is a sicko because my wife, which is no longer my wife, she was on the show. I don't know if you remember the part of the show when basically they pushed the issue that me and GoldyLocks were an item.
Yeah.
And it caused problems at my house.
Really?
Okay. Well, that was the angle we played on TV, and that angle came because me and my wife started going through problems, and then for some reason she got so insecure about things that literally when I came home, she was just trying to find ways to get under my skin. And I think it was because I went back to wrestling or whatever, and she's pissed off. And before I find out, then we would be watching I'd watch my match back, and she goes, "I know you're doing something with GoldyLocks." And the day she said that, I was like, "Are you insane? Do you even get this? Why you have never sat there and you've never accused me of that?" She goes, "You kissed her." I said, "On screen, yeah, I kissed her. It's entertainment." She goes, "Yeah, but I could tell there's something to the kiss." I go, "Georgie, listen, you and me are having
If she met GoldyLocks, she would know that it wouldn't have.
Well, bro, the next time you talk to GoldyLocks, this is true story, right? This will bring everything into circle. So I'm like, "Vince, dude, you got to get me out of this angle with GoldyLocks." And he goes, "What's wrong?" I go, my wife, I mean, we're going through the divorce. And I said, "It's just killing me. This chick I said, she's out of her fucking mind." I said, "But she's never, ever, ever, ever got jealous of things as far as wrestling. She's never done this." I said, "This chick is killing me, and I got to be out of this because we're going through divorce stuff. And it's costing me money in court because now she's going to court saying that I'm having an affair on TV." And he's like, "Bro, no way." I go, "Okay, why do you find this funny?" And Vince's like, "Man, reality writes the best stories." I go, "What?" And he goes, I go, "Hold on." I said, "Dude, I guess I haven't minded your reality when it deals with other people." and he said, "No." He goes, "I can't write GoldyLocks. I mean, this is going good with the GoldyLocks. You and GoldyLocks are great." And I said, "Yeah, we are, but my wife is killing me." I said, and if she was my wife, like if we weren't going, now she's filed for divorce. It's costing me. Money is like flying out the things. All the shit's happening. I said, now this has become my reality, and this isn't fun for me. So let's get out of it." He goes, "Okay, let's get out of it. Here's what we're gonna do. Do you think Georgie would come up to the next pay-per-view?" I go,
"Oh my God, really?"
No, this is how this shit happened, bro. Listen to me. This is legit. I go, "Why would Georgie come up to the next pay-per-view?" She goes, "Well, I'm gonna have her confront GoldyLocks." I go, "Bro, she legit thinks I'm like," because I remember talking to my wife. I'm like, "Georgie, do you understand something?"
No.
First of all, I drive with Vince and Raven, and sometimes Swinger, and sometimes 5 or 6 people are in my car. I drive up to Nashville with them. After the matches, we go home, and the only time it takes us a long time is when Raven is such an ass that he wants to stop by Waffle House and he wants to read some comics halfway back because Raven's a weirdo. I said, so other than that, it's like clockwork. We go up, we come back. I'm with a group of people. Yeah, but you and GoldyLocks could, maybe sneak off. And I go, I'm having an affair with GoldyLocks at the fairgrounds. I said, it's a beautiful facility. We're probably having sex in the bathroom. I said, can I tell you something? She is in a relationship with one of the guys at TNA. I said, so okay, I got it in your head. You've never been down there. You haven't seen the facility. You don't understand what's going on. The fact that I'm driving with 4 or 5 guys up and back the whole time, you're already past that. That makes sense to you that I would cheat. But let's go further. So now I'm telling you she's got a boyfriend. So what am I doing? So one of the wrestlers that's at TNA that GoldyLocks is with, we're fucking tricking him too. Oh, you're pretty smart. I'm sure you guys could pull it off.
Ridiculous.
And I can't say any names at the time. I can't say the name because some of this GoldyLocks who she was with, was kayfabe, so I couldn't say a name. So that made my wife even more like, well, who is it then? I'm like, I can't tell you, who it is, which made it, So I said, you know what? I came home one time and said, hey, look, Vince Russo wants to make you part of the show.
Oh my God.
And of course, my wife goes, really? So which I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that makes perfect sense. You've never been in the ring, Now listen, I had a beautiful wife and she was in shape. And so, yes, that portion she had, but everything else about pro wrestling, she knows nothing about. Right? And GoldyLocks, the crazy thing about GoldyLocks and why I have such mad respect for her, GoldyLocks was kind of at TNA basically because she's a musical artist. And she's very, to me, she's very good. And it just made sense for basically TNA said, hey, we've got this girl that has a great voice that we could do something with. That's good for us. GoldyLocks is like, hey, I can advertise that I'm on this pay-per-view. It's wrestling. Don't really know much about wrestling, but it would help my music career. But you mash those two ideas together and you still have TNA that's like, hey, we've got this girl, don't know what all we're going to do with her. And we got a girl going, hey, I'd love to do something, but I don't know what I'm doing. So she'd come to me a lot of times like, Eric, they're asking me to do this stuff. I don't really know what to do. I'm going to try my best, and I'm like, so I got mad respect for her because she's an artist. And so she knew that stage was art. And she wanted people to know, I'm here. I'm blessed to be here. This isn't what I normally do. And I want to respect your art. And I don't want to take away from your art. And then she had some heat with some people. And I'm like, if people understood, she gets it. It'd be like one of us jumping on her set and then someone forcing her to do a duet with us.
I know that she got it when she turned heel and she was a character, no longer the interviewer. She turned heel and she was so dislikable as a heel on television. She got it. It took a little while, but man, she was fantastic.
She was. So here she comes. Now think about this poor woman. No one's really told any information. I don't make my private life public. So now my wife shows up with me one day. And Vince goes, hey, I got this. Yes. So I got this idea, GoldyLocks. We're going to put Georgie in the stands. She's going to get mad about because GoldyLocks did not know necessarily what was going on in my house. Vince's ass, because I was like, Vince, dude, this is going to get me kicked out of my house. I've already got people trying to squeeze me and freeze my accounts. Both teams has huge lawyers. Let me tell you this. My divorce, just so you know, 5 years in court.
Wow.
5 years. Yeah, it became a shit show. So there's much stuff that happened. So I said, dude, this is costing me money. And he's like, come on, you'll be okay. I go, I'm fine. But my point is, like, they tried to freeze some of my credit cards the other day. Dude, I'm like, they throw, when you get this publicized, both teams throw restraining orders, all kinds of shit could happen. I said, all kinds of ugly stuff could happen. This is before the worst stuff started happening. So I'm like, okay, so So he's like, okay, well, I'll take care of it. I'll squash the heat and I'll get you out of this. So now we're already like Trick Pony. They got me as a stagehand for Trick Pony. You know, Urlacher's come in. These are all friends of mine that I said I talked to doing a show for fucking free. Urlacher had been offered like $1 million or something like that. He turned down showing up at WWE's pay-per-view to do TNAs for free for me. Yeah, and it hurt him because he had the Pro Bowl the next week. The NFL called the Chicago Bears when they saw him on TNA and said he has to pass a physical test.
Oh, gosh.
The Chicago Bears had just signed him to a brand new, like, $58 million deal and threatened his deal over him being a TNA. He's like, and Urlacher was so hot. He was the number one guy. He goes, hey, you know what? Matter of fact, now I think about it, cancel my fucking contract. I'll go get money somewhere else. Literally, though, Urlacher goes, you won't believe this. I came in to do a favor for you guys, and I loved it, and I got off doing it. It was great. And now the NFL is going to give me a hard time about it. And the Chicago Bears, literally, this was a thing. This was the hottest athlete went through this. So we're doing the thing, and now he's writing me in that I'm broke. I'm having to bum money. He's got me back bumming money off wrestlers. GoldyLocks. GoldyLocks is now abusing me. You know, like I'm her dog, basically. You know, and all this is playing out, and so they bring Georgie up. And GoldyLocks is like, okay, so what are we going to do? And he's like, Georgie, you know, I can't remember what was happening. I think it was a time when we were with Abyss. And he goes, but here's what's going to happen is Georgie is going to come back. Georgie, at the end of the match, you're going to be saying something or doing something bad to Erik. And I think, and she's going to show up and throw you around. And GoldyLocks goes, what? And so she comes to me, she goes, Erik, does she really think that you're messing around with me? I go, yeah. She goes, did you know how stupid that is? I got a boyfriend. I go, she's not, she's a stupid person. She goes, so I've never wrestled before. This person's never wrestled before. She looks like she's pretty strong and athletic. And I'm supposed to go out there and she's just going to like throw me around some. She goes, if she really thinks we've messed around, how do I not know? She's not going to like scratch my eye. Dude, this is legit shit happening. Now, here's the problem. My wife now is walking around the locker rooms, right? I mean, not locker rooms. She's walking around the back. Me and GoldyLocks aren't talking. The reason why me and GoldyLocks aren't talking, I don't want my wife thinking that me and her are having an affair. So I'm staying away from her. So by the time they go stick her in the audience, now GoldyLocks goes, we can talk. So now my wife gets stuck in the audience. GoldyLocks like, this is crazy. What's Ben thinking? You know, I don't even know her. And then I'm like, I'm sure it's going to be fine. I'm completely lying to her. I'm like, oh, I'm sure it's going to be fine. She won't hurt you. She'll be okay. We've talked about it. We haven't talked about nothing. Vince had talked to her. I'm like thinking to myself, GoldyLocks is such a good person. Please, I hope she does not actually try to like scratch an eye out or something like this. So she's sweating. Everything's going on. And I swear to God, whatever happened in the match, I think it was Abyss and Leave Me Laying, all of a sudden I hear, Georgie jumped in there. She has got her by the hair. She is throwing this chick around. I'm like, oh, GoldyLocks is getting tossed, bro. I'm like, oh God, this is so wrong. The end of the match happens. Boom, GoldyLocks comes back. She's like, I don't know if she meant to. God, she's strong. I mean, I thought she was going to kill me. She goes, thank God. She goes, thank God we only had to do that one time. Erik, I was scared to death. Vince comes out and goes, that's awesome, bro. Let's do something else like that again next week. Now I have my wife that hates me in the car with me, driving home with me, and all she can talk about was that was the funnest thing she's ever done. Now this chick goes to work the next day. She's got screensavers of herself on TNA. She's the talk of the town at her job. She's hyped up. Hey, what has Vince got for me next week? I go, you're not going to become a worker. You don't know how to work. So we did another one. GoldyLocks is like, are you kidding me? They do another little angle. What was crazy though, is for probably about 5 months after that, me and my wife got along fantastic. All of a sudden, we're not going to get divorced. So in a way, it was nice for about 5-6 month reprieve. But Vince wrote that shit basically, which was ribbing on the square. I was going through some stuff. She wanted me out. It separated me and GoldyLocks from having to be, together. I got all my money back, and I'm back on TNA. And realistically, everything was good, and everything was good for about 5 or 6 months. And they changed that's when they changed the they were going to go to Orlando. They changed the ring to 6-sided, which I thought was which was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, but whatever. And because I've wrestled in 6-sided rings before, even though they thought they were the first, they weren't the first. And it's just bad. It's just bad timing and all this other stuff. You're going the right and you got all this other shit. But anyway, and so here I am, and now the divorce is happening and it's picking up, and it's kind of getting shitty again. Private investigators, GPSs thrown on cars, the whole thing. And my lawyer's like, hey, this is what I need you to do. Let's get rid of your companies. And let's kind of the Vince McMahon thing, because we're going to war. So let's make it like, you know what, you're destitute. Because if we don't take you from where you're at over the next year or two, then your child support and your shit is going to be through the roof. I'm like, and I was that guy. I was always trying to make it happen. But when I saw how bad it's getting, and it was horrible, I was like, man, really? He goes, you got to get rid of your contract with TNA. And I said, okay. So, and it sucked, because here comes a huge angle. Diamond Dallas Page comes into it. Raven comes into it. We do an angle, and I leave Raven. I actually dislocated my shoulder in that match. It was a horrible match for me because I dislocated my shoulder early, and I had no feeling, and that's the one that I chokeslam with, and so the chokeslam was a shits, and then I had to redo the chokeslam at the end. But here I am wrestling freaking Raven, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and I'm trying to tell him, and like he was throwing me out of the ring, and I was trying to set it back in by hitting the post and all this other stuff. And I'm not a guy where my shoulder slips out much, so I'm trying my hardest, and it's just dead. And basically they were doing that so that I leave Raven, and then me and Dallas Page end up doing an angle. And so I'm like, I'm getting ready to wrestle, Raven, Dallas Page. I mean, you know. And so I after that I called up Dixie, and Dixie Carter's always been a sweetheart to me, and I just said, hey, I need out of my agreement. And she goes, well, we'll pay you for the we'll pay you for the shows you would have had to do up then. You got a decent amount of money coming to you. I said, no, I can't. I don't want you to send me the money, which I guess was kind of weird in the business. I said, matter of fact, I need to end this now and take all the money and just do not send it to me. She's like, what? I go, don't send me shit. Just, I need to end the contract. She's like, God, this is bad. I go, it's bad. And she was a good person. She goes, wow, I wish the best for you. I'll be praying for you and all this other stuff. And that's how that's how and why TNA stopped.
Right. Wow, man. Yeah. It's an incredible story and how that all came about. And I'm sorry for the stress that you would have gone through during that period of time. And, but when you look back at it, damn, you had a really good run there, and it was the run that you should have had in a WCW or a WWF. You finally got to do some good shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Fantastic, man. So, look, I've only got a couple more questions left before we sail off into the sunset. I saw that, after you run in TNA, there was a AWA Superstars of Wrestling show where you battled DDP. Mick Foley was a special guest referee, and you win the championship. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool,
bro. It's funny you brought that up, because I was at DDP's the other day, and we were hanging out. I'm 5 weeks into doing DDPY.
Excellent.
He talked to me about it. I believed it. I went out and did a few workouts just once in a blue moon with my kids and him. And I'd always wanted to do it, but I'm a guy that if I can't dedicate myself, I won't do it. And so, years and years, so I'm doing it. and it's incredible. And we're talking about this. So now that you say this, I gotta heat him back up because he asked me. He goes, bro, didn't we do a match one time outside of like WCW and ECW? And I said, yeah, man, somewhere in like Arizona or something. And he's like, yeah. I go, hold on. Here's the deal. That was one of those things where I had other commitments. I had to fly in, and then I had to fly out immediately, and the show was sold out, and it was outside from what I remember. And I get there, and this guy, because I think the kid that owned this AWA was like from Minnesota or something, I believe.
Yeah.
And so the kid calls me up and says, hey, can you do the show? And I said, yes. So when I get there to do the show, I'm wrestling Diamond Dallas Page. Now, Diamond Dallas Page and I, meaning either me and him or me and Dustin versus him and Kevin Nash, we've wrestled, 50 times probably in the ring as tag teams, right?
Yeah.
But I'd never wrestled Dallas after he became the world champion and everything, right? And so here we are at the AWA, and the guy comes up to me and he goes, hey, he goes, what I got for you is you're wrestling DDP. Mick Foley's going to be the guest referee, and it's for the title. I said, fantastic, man. This is going to be a blast. I said, me and DDP, awesome. He goes, yeah. And I said, great. He goes, and so I just want you to know that I got other shows coming up, and so I need you to do a lot of interviews for me because you're my AWA champion. I go, what? He goes, yeah, I talked to Dallas, and Dallas was like, bro, you need for this belt, that's your champion. And Mick Foley was like, yeah, that guy, he deserves to be the fucking champion. If you're gonna have some shows around here, that's guy. I mean, whatever. And I was blown away. I was really blown away. And I remember I really had to like wrestle that match and get out. And Mick Foley had to as well. So Mick did the guest refereeing. I go over Dallas Page. I'm the world champ. We jump out of the ring. I'm hugging. I'm thanking. I'm doing all this other stuff. And this kid sounded like he had, good backers and everything. So I thought he was going to do, 10 shows a year, and then I'd be able to fit in them and all this other stuff. And I remember Foley's like, hey, do you got a ride to the airport? I go, no, I'm going to have to grab one. He goes, come with me. I got a rental car. And I said, okay. And Mick and I have known each other for years and years and years and years. And I jump in the car with him, and we're driving. It's just so Mick. He said, bro, he goes, Paige has got so much respect for you. I go, yeah, man, he's a good guy. He goes, no, from all the days you were at the training school, he was at the training school, you were the only guy that was on contract, he said, that went as much as him. I go, no, I went to the training school more than him. And he goes, like, how much more? I go, if there's 365 days in the year and we never wrestled, I went 365, he went 364. And we started laughing. And I'm like, no, like I brag about it. I don't know if I go more than him, but let me tell you what, every day that I have off, Sunday or not, I've got keys. I'm there. He knows that. And he knows it. And I said, and I didn't know how his age or anything. I found out later about his age, and that people were giving him a hard time about his age, and he didn't give a shit what people thought, and he just wanted to learn. And also, people used to make fun of me because I came from amateur sports, and my dad filmed all my stuff, and then I'd have to come home and go over films with him. And then in college, of course, the eye in the sky never lies. So when I came to wrestling, I filmed all my stuff, and then I would go home and watch my stuff. So I had my bag, and people were like, "What's that about?" Well, guess what? Dallas Page did it too, and people would like, "Oh my God, this guy." Dallas would have like 17 bags when he went, right, and he would watch, and so I said, man, that means a lot. He goes, Eric, I'm gonna tell you what, where he's at in his life and all this other stuff, for him to put you over tells me a lot about, and this is what Foley said about you, bro. I mean, I've known you and you've been doing your own thing. He goes, but you've earned some massive respect. And he goes, and I want you to know it. It means a lot. And he goes, and if I can ever do anything for you in your career, please give me a call. And we pull up to the airport and we get on. And you know, Mick, if I ever called Mick, I'm sure it'd be fine. But that's just Mick Foley. And so one of the coolest experiences in my life came out of nowhere when Dallas did that, and Mick and that car ride with Mick meant the world to me. One other thing, I know I've talked a lot, but one other thing meant a lot to me. One time with Mick, we're in Birmingham, and it's a horrible snowstorm out, and we're in a huge arena, and I'm telling you, if there was 1,000, 1,200 people in this arena, that's all there was in this arena. It only happened to me 2 times in our career. Christmas night in Denver, Colorado, there was a freaking blizzard, and just that was the way they did it. We don't care. Show up and wrestle. And I swear to goodness, you're in this huge Coliseum in Denver and nobody. Birmingham was not as big a Coliseum, and Birmingham's not used to snow, but there was no one at this show. And so a lot of times, a lot of the boys are like, hey, there's no one there. Let's cut the matches in half. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I had Mick Foley that night. And I had wrestled Mick Foley, you know, several times. And he's a wild man. And he goes, hey, Eric, you know, everyone's cutting back on matches and stuff, but man, I'd really like to get some ring time in. And I'm just sitting there like ear to ear grinning, like, okay, sir, you know, because I mean, he's the heel. He's, you know, I don't know how many years, but he's got a lot more years than me. He's one of the greatest freaking workers in the business. You know, this is prior to ECW and all this other stuff. We're at WCW, you know, and so he goes, can I ask you something? He goes, yeah. I go, can I try something on you tonight? I've been wanting to do it. And he goes, and I'm going to tell you, it's going to look like I broke your neck. And he goes, but I promise you, I won't touch you. I won't touch you. And I said, sure, Mick. Well, what is it? Yeah. He goes, in the match, I'm going to drop you. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull you. And I'm going to pull you to the ring, and I'm going to lay you with your neck on the first rope. Your neck, not your shoulders, your neck. And then I'm going to climb to the top turnbuckle, and I'm going to jump, and I'm going to land my leg right across your face. Mm-hmm. And it's going to look like it broke your neck. And I'm going, it should. Because you're probably gonna break my fucking neck. And he looked at me, he goes, I'm gonna tell you something. My ass is so big. He goes, I got so much cushion on my ass. I said, and I asked him, I go, Mick, can I ask you something? Have you thought about your tailbone? And he's like, yeah, I thought about my tailbone. That's when he started telling me about the cushion, and he can work perfect. Because let me tell you what, WCW, bro, that's metal girders, right? Yeah. So it's not just. And so you're flying, and so you're willing to land your tailbone on metal from 6 feet up. That's pretty crazy too, right? So of course, Mick being Mick does it, puts me over the rope. Well, when he puts me over the rope, I'm like, man, he's gonna have to drop straight down from the turnbuckle. And then I see him go to the other side. I'm like, oh shit! Like, so he didn't put me like in the center, which would have been very nice, you know. And so I see him, and he's putting his tongue through his tooth, and that's when I go, there's no way he can pull this off and not kill me. He's gonna kill me. So in the split seconds, running through my house, my head. But you know, some of my dad's teachings are this: don't ever ask someone to do a move that you're not willing to do.
Yeah.
Takes you back to Mike Awesome. Mike Awesome one time, you know, I told Dudley and I told those guys, I go, there's no effing way I would catch that guy. He's 280 pounds. He's got to kill you. Well, no, if you know how, I go, I don't want to know how to catch Mike Awesome. Because I said, I can do the same thing Mike Awesome does. I'm not going to ask anyone to catch 290 pounds coming off. So you guys are insane. And one time I did say, hey, Mike, I want to catch you one time. And I swear to God, we went out in the ring and he jumped off and I caught him and I am dead. You're talking to a ghost of me. It fucking killed me. I was dead. I was like, it must be adrenaline. I don't know how these guys do. It hurts so, bro. I thought I broke my back. I mean, he crushed me. And he said, see, it's not that bad. I go, for who? I won't ever do that to anyone. So those are some of the rules. So I'm sitting there seeing this guy. And when I say those Panthers pants he had on and he comes off, and the way he did it, like he jumped like this, but by the time he landed on me, it looked like he killed me, but he turned his body and his heel hit right next to my ear. And of course, like his the material from his leg came over my face or whatever, but it was actually perfect. It didn't come down on me like this. It's kind of like you just swam over me. And so it actually helped me, because when I popped forward and held my neck, there was 1,200 people, but it sounded like 30,000 people gasped for air. And there was legit people that said, oh my God, get the fucking ambulance. Honestly. And Mick was so smart. He was just wanting to try the move out that I was selling it. And he goes, and he came back in and he was doing his, like, Cactus Jack bullshit. And then he walked off and he actually left the ring and we didn't do a finish. And EMS came down and they end up, and that was all made up by him. He's like, Erik, when those fans reacted the way they reacted, I would have screwed myself if we did anything different. So he was so advanced and he was so smart. And then there was, later on, I see him doing it a million times. But literally the first time he did that jump with his leg, I don't know if you'll remember that. He might. It was at Birmingham at WCW, and he asked me to do it. And it was so Mick Foley. Didn't touch you, didn't hurt you. It was incredible. So, to have that happen, I'm driving back. I don't know where I'd been. I think I'd been in Germany, and I think I flew in because I had to do something for Vern Gagne, and I think I had that AWA thing set up, and I did it. So, and it sucked. That guy, all of a sudden, he lost all his backing, like a lot of guys do. And the show jammed. Like, the show was sold out. So I don't know whether he got killed on talent and flying in. And you think about it, it was in Arizona, I think it's from Minnesota. So who knows how much he spent on the show.
I have a feeling that it was, it might have been because he wasn't allowed to use that AWA name. That might have been.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
But Erik Watts, what a fantastic story. That's where I wanted to bring it to as we got to our segment 5 Second Frenzy. But this is a high point. You defeat DDP for that championship with Mick Foley as guest referee. What a way to what a height for you at that point in your career after TNA. But Erik, I'm going to get to 5 Second Frenzy right now.
Do it.
10 quick fire questions. It's getting to learn about things that you like in life. But not just that. There's a few about wrestling, but here we go. You got 5 seconds to answer each question. Even if you break the 5 seconds, it's okay. But number one, your favorite wrestler?
Bill Watts.
I knew it. Your favorite opponent?
Steve, probably Steve Austin, Rick Rude.
Yeah.
Right there.
The favorite match you've ever had?
One of my favorites was actually Red Shirt Security, TNA, Raven, Sandman, and us versus Red Shirt Security, two young kids and one good kid. And I'm telling you, the reviews were crazy because you couldn't put that chemistry together and that be pulled off. So that's one that will go down in history because I couldn't believe the timing.
Awesome, bro. Your favorite book?
Oh man, there's several of them. Based on my language, you wouldn't think the Bible, but I do like reading some stories in that quite a bit. And then other than that, all my books are self-help books. John Maxwell, fantastic writer, and things like that. Motivational speaking type books.
Cool, man. Your favorite TV show?
Right now, it is The First 48. I don't know why I got on that, but it's kind of like a murder. Not they crime scene. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So that's pretty good. But I went through my Game of Thrones. I went through all my stuff. Right now is a lull. So The First 48, I'm going back on that.
Cool, man. Your favorite film?
Wow, you know what? I wish I could name all my favorite films. Things that stick out in my head that are Gladiator, and I'm an action guy. I like things blown up and people killed.
Excellent, me too, bro. Your favorite musical artist?
Man, you're asking me some tough ones because you're asking me some really tough ones. I have such a crazy genre from Hank Williams Jr. to Stained is one of my favorite groups.
Cool. Yeah.
So I got a really weird eclectic group of people, but I love country. I love the country, but I love Stained. I'd say I'm a guy that likes Aaron Lewis a lot. And
Excellent.
his great
Excellent. And it's funny, I interviewed Fidel Sierra last night, and he said that Hank Williams Jr. was his favorite.
Hank Jr. is awesome.
Favorite food?
Pizza.
We get that a lot on the show. We get pizza and steak. They're the two that seem to get the most with wrestlers. Your favorite place to eat on the road?
Favorite place to eat on the road in the Southeast, believe it or not, is a place called Waffle House.
Again, we get that answer a lot. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Erik Watts, what is your favorite alcoholic beverage?
Vodka.
We get that a lot too, actually. Vodka's
Wow.
quite popular.
A lot
lately.
of degenerates. A lot of fat degenerates on your show.
I'd expect beer for a lot of people, but a lot of people keep saying vodka. Mike Moran said vodka. Fidel Sierra said vodka. So many people saying vodka.
Well, the reason for a lot of my answers would be different. I've got a thing called gout, which some people have had, but mine is like a rare form of gout, which is crippling. And so I had to go through a whole bunch of changes about 4 or 5 years ago in my food, and it took away anything that I loved. I can't have anymore. I can have nothing that I can have nothing that crawls the ocean. So no crab, no lobster, no shrimp, nothing that crawls the bottom of the ocean. I can have pork. I can have no hooved animals. So no steak, no pork, no bait, none of that stuff. It's chicken. I can have chicken and some fishes. So, and then the number one alcohol that I was raised on, being from Oklahoma, was Coors Light. I didn't get, no matter what party, if someone had Cristal champagne, I'd go, but it's not a Coors Light. I was a Silver Bullet guy. I drank a case a day. I loved it. One of the few drinks that I can have that don't affect my gout is clear liquor. Well, guess what? That puts you in vodka and gin. So I have to answer some of these things based on health, so it sucks.
Enough, bro. Fair enough, man. The second last one for this segment is your favorite female body part.
I gotta say that, that's a 50-50. Put it this way. I love the ass and I love the boobs, but if I had to choose, I would rather have a woman with voluptuous boobs. They can't have a flat butt though either. So I'll go with smile.
Fantastic, bro. And finally, for 5 Second Frenzy, Erik Watts, your favorite curse word?
Oh, it's the F-bomb. It's everything is fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. We get the F-bomb quite a lot on this show. Erik Watts, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's been a lot of time. This is two occasions now where we've had the opportunity to talk. The first time took 2 hours. This is nearing 4 hours, believe it or not. 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But it has been so incredible. So many stories. You've just been so honest, and that's what I dig. I dig the honesty, and I dig that you didn't care about anything. You just wanted to tell your story, and it meant so much to me. And again, as I say every time that I have someone on the show, I live in Perth, Western Australia, the most isolated city in the world. And you had someone from this city, the most isolated city in the world, really fucking appreciate what you did in the wrestling business. And I think that's what means the most. And you should be so proud of what you've done. with WCW, WWF, ECW, TNA, because I recognized it the whole way through, brother. And that's why I wanted to reach out to you, because you are a legend.
I appreciate it. And I will say, no matter how big or small your town is, I probably get requested to do interviews probably 20 a week, right? And I don't do them normally. And it was just something when you said through GoldyLocks and you handed out to me. But in my career, I've done a lot. I will say this, it might be normal to you. I've never had someone come prepared as you to an interview, and the way you did it is like anyone should do. You had a start and you took through the history. People usually jag and it gets crazy, and I had some of the same questions, of course, because my career is my career, but I had a whole bunch of things that perplexed me. You're asking me, I'm like, man, now that the way you lined up the interview, I could answer the question 10 times better because the way you put it. So kudos to you, brother. I appreciate you. If you don't mind, I know it's a big excerpt, but if there's any way you can make a zip file or whatever, I'll send you my email. If you can shoot me the interviews, if you have that capability.
Absolutely.
I would love to have it, man. And listen, people have talked to me about a book. I don't know who would buy it, but damn it, if I decide to do a book, you're gonna have to be a part of it, because you took down more of my wrestling life than anyone else.
Awesome, bro. Really appreciate it so much. And it means a lot to me that you would tell me how you can give me your feedback on how I am as an interviewer. I've had a lot of guys say that the interview that I give is the best that they've had of their career, from Tiger Ali Singh to GoldyLocks to, a whole plethora of people, Mike Moran. They all love what I do. And the main thing to me is that it means a lot to me to put you all up on a pedestal. I don't care how low anyone was on the card. I had Barry Horowitz on the show, and I loved every minute of it. I don't care how small you were on the card or how big we were on the card. Everyone's story is as important as one another's. And that's what means a lot to me. And I'm glad that I could make a new friend in you, Erik.
You made a friend of mine, man. We're friends, brother. Anything you need, and if you come to the States, you got to look me up.
Once the pandemic is over, I am so fucking there, because I've got all these wrestling friends now that I can hang out with and have an American barbecue with. And anyone who wants to come over to Australia, I'll cook an Australian barbecue for you all.
Nice. I'll take you up on that, brother. I'll take you up on that.
Well, thank you again, Erik Watts. Erik Watts, I really appreciate it. You are a wonderful human being, and you've done so much for so many people, and you should just be proud of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erik. And thank you, everyone out there, for watching the WZWA Network, the Insider's Edge podcast with the host with the most on the West Coast, and Erik Watts' favorite interviewer ever. Thank you. And I will see you all next time. Thank you.
Nice.